Chapter 1. The Great Sea Route. Shenting Island, the Kingdom of Alabastan. In the ideal hometown of Kibu Crocodile and his secret crime company Baroquework Agency, this country has experienced a drought for 3 years. And this caused the biggest civil war in the history of the country. Fortunately, the arrival and activity of a group of pirates shattered Crocodile's ambition, together with a heavy rain that coincided with it, finally put a stop to the turmoil in this country. It has been more than a week since that huge civil war. Under the leadership of King Cobra and Princess Vivi, everything is recovering in an orderly manner. The future of the country is bright and bright. However, Master Cobra, the deputy captain of the Kingdom Guard Falcon Bell, yelled and galloped, his face filled with shock. "Bell, how is it? What the hell is that?" Cobra asked quickly, his old face full of tension and anxiety. Not long ago, when dusk and night crossed, an inexplicable atmosphere capable of overthrowing the world suddenly enveloped the whole of Alabastan. Then, the sky of Alabastan broken! The meteorite-like thing fell from the gap that shattered like a mirror, smashed on the land of Alabastan, shocking the entire Ting Island. Also horrified the people, including King Cobra. This country, which has only experienced 3 years of drought and a huge civil war, can hardly withstand the second disaster. Master Cobra, it's a coffin. A bronze coffin. I found the source of the meteorite with Jaka and Captain Ikarim. The thing that fell on our country was a bronze coffin. Falcon Bell panted quickly and reported the shocking news to Cobra. "What did you say?" "Coffin. A bronze coffin. Could it be that?" Cobra seemed to have thought of something. The shocked expression on the old face gradually solidified. It was a taboo secret that his father and king once told him when he was young. 60 years ago, there was also a bronze coffin that shattered the sky and descended on the land of Alabastan. Today is today, and the existence in that coffin is. Master Cobra, what's the matter with you? Bell's yelling awakened Cobra from his memories. "Bell, hurry up. Tell Gaka and Ikalim, now carefully take the bronze coffin back to the palace for enshrinement," Cobra anxiously ordered. "Master Cobra, what is this?" Bell couldn't help being surprised. "Don't ask. Hurry up," Cobra said. "Yes, Lord Cobra." Bell took a deep breath, and rose into the sky like a falcon. "Father, what's the matter with you? Is there anything special about the bronze coffin that Bell reported earlier?" The bewildering voice of the pretty girl sounded, and the Princess Vivis of Alabastan with long aqua blue hair arrived. "If the legend is true, there may be a sleeping god in that bronze coffin." Cobra subconsciously sighed. "God?" Princess YY was shocked and her beautiful eyes widened. "Father, what happened to you today? How come the gods are in the coffin?" YY put out her little hand and tested the temperature with the back of her hand on her old father's forehead. "Have no fever, Cobra." 2 hours later, the bronze coffin that the broken void descended on Alabastan was transported into the capital of Albano under the close protection of Ikalim, Gaka and Bell, and was enshrined in the deepest part of the palace. Under Cobra's strict order, all news about this incident was blocked. After leaving a team of guards to guard closely, King Cobra took the 3 of Ikalim to the library of the palace, looking for clues of the past. On the other side, Princess YY returned to her room at the strict request of her old father. However, it is impossible to rest obediently. 16 or 17-year-old girls like YY are particularly curious about the unknown, especially after hearing her old father said that there might be a sleeping god in the unusual bronze coffin. YY's inner curiosity almost overflowed. Princess YY, who tossed and turned for a long time still unable to sleep, tied up her long hair and dressed lightly, relying on the guards who have honed their skills in the Baroquework Agency for 2 years. They have avoided the palace, all the way to the deepest. The only thing left is the guard over there. YY thought to herself how to elbow the guard and enter the hall where the bronze coffin was enshrined. However, soon after seeing the guards lying downside down outside the hall, Vivis' eyes widened in surprise. "What's going on? Is it because someone came ahead of me? Or is it because the god in the coffin has awakened?" YY exclaimed in shock. Regardless of the reason, she has only one thing to do. YY no longer hides her figure, walks out generously, and pushes the door straight in. The moon was blooming like flowing water, falling on the bronze coffin more than 2 meters under the skylight, shining a little mysterious light. Okay. Looking at the bronze coffin as usual, YY couldn't help but exhale. However, the next moment, the change regenerates. Only heard a click, like the sound of a snap. The voice is not high, but it is particularly clear in the quiet hall. Listening to the sudden voice, all the hairs on YY's body were upside down unconsciously, and a panic appeared on her delicate and pretty face. She turned her head mechanically, her gaze swept across the empty hall, and finally fixed on the quaint bronze coffin. A bright line suddenly appeared on the surface of the copper coffin that was originally tightly stitched. Crack-lala, that is the sound of the coffin lid moving and opening. Watching this horror scene, YY was so scared that she raised her hand to cover her small mouth. Her muscles stiffened and she dared not move. Under the gaze of YY's widely open eyes, the magnificent bronze coffin was half opened. A young man with a perfect face, like an immortal, stood up from the coffin, his eyes trembling slowly, and his eyes opened slowly. Between the opening and closing of the eyes, there seems to be the disillusionment of the universe. The stars and rivers are turning, and the atmosphere is extraordinary. How many years is the Yuan calendar now? The man in the bronze coffin spoke. 1520, it is now 1520 on the Yuan calendar. YY answered subconsciously. It's been 50 years. Chapter 2, Albana, the capital of Alabastan, the deepest part of the palace. The broken bronze coffin that made the sky opened. A certain man stood up from the coffin, and the majestic atmosphere of the world spread out instantly. The Yuan calendar is 1520, 50 years have passed. In the bronze coffin, Luo Feng muttered to himself quietly. Luo Feng, who came here in such a special way, will naturally not be an aboriginal in this world. It is obvious that Luo Feng is a traverser. To be more precise, he is a traveler who wanders through the heavens and various worlds. One day more than 1,000 years ago, Luo Feng, who was living in a peaceful age, was taken away by a bronze coffin, has since embarked on a long journey through the heavens and various worlds. In the long life that lasted for thousands of years, Luo Feng has no idea how many worlds he has traveled. He once went to Xinayu world and became the 6th magician, creating dimensional magic. Also walked through the world of the Forbidden World, compared to the demon god with the body of a mortal. In the world of death 2,000 years ago, Luo Feng received his apprentices Yamamoto Genryu Zaishijikuni and Urmei Wanayu, and promoted the method of creating Zanpaku. He also went to the world of fairy tale 400 years ago, and was respected as the big brother by the black sorcerer Zelef and the fire dragon king Igunil. In the Naruto world 60 years ago, Luo Feng put an end to the turmoil between Uekiho and the Senju clan with his own power, became the leader of the two clan, and co-founded the Konoha ninja village. However, as Konoha's first Hokage, Luo Feng only announced his resignation and embarked on a journey again after only a month. The next world is the pirate world next to Naruto world. And Luo Feng came to the age of 60 years before the opening of the main story of Pirates. For Luo Feng, who is constantly traveling between the heavens and looking for fun in the infinite life, the pirate world 60 years ago is undoubtedly much boring than what he knew 60 years later. Looking at the sea, there are not many familiar faces. But there are not many, at least there are some. After leaving the legend of the rain god in Alabastan, Luo Feng embarked on a pirate journey 60 years ago. The first stop, he went to Luoge town, Donghai. Conveniently there, he found Gaudy Roger, who was still 16 years old and full of youthful spirits. After some talks, young Roger decisively chose to follow Luo Feng. Luo Feng, who left many disciples in various worlds, did not refuse. In this way, Roger became Luo Feng's major disciple in this world. 1 year later, Luo Feng and Roger met with Cap and Roy, who were also in the East China Sea. Still, since they were young, Cap and Roy have also chosen to apprentice. 2 years, After teaching the three people to set foot on their own paths, Luo Feng went to the New World first and met the fourth disciple Edward Newgate. In the next few years, Luo Feng walked north and south in the New World with a young Whitebeard, and the countless pirate forces could not lift their heads. Even the top powerhouse at the time, Lox, was single-handedly suppressed by Luo Feng, shocking an era. Even if he later became the overlord of the sea, that experience is still a bitter memory of Loki's unbearable look back. It's like 10 years after leaving countless legends in this sea, Luo Feng and his disciples finally gathered, and after making a promise of goodbye in the future, they set off for the next world. It has been 50 years since was gone. Now 50 years later, Luo Feng arrived as promised and returned to the pirate world. 50 years, okay, it's not too late. Luo Feng muttered to himself softly, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously raised a faint arc of expectation. That in the empty hall where the needle can be heard, a weak girl's voice sounded. After answering Luo Feng's question, the girl YY, who has been tight and silent, has red lips slightly. Hearing this, Luo Feng turned his head and his eyes fell on YY. Four eyes face each other. YY only felt that her breathing was stagnant, and her heart seemed to stop. Looked at Luo Feng's deep eyes that seemed to hide a universe. The expression on YY's face went from nervous to wrong, went from stunned to completely obsessed. At this moment, time seems to be stagnant. At this moment, it seems to have turned into eternity. Quietness continued for a while again. Hello, little girl Vivi from Alabastan. Luo Feng took the lead to speak, breaking the unconcealed silence in the hall. Listening to Luo Feng's beautiful magnetic voice, YY's fair face flushed with excitement, and nodded heavily. She thought unconsciously in her heart, Father is right. There is really a sleeping god in this bronze coffin. Ming Ming was only the first time we met, but she stated her name accurately. This is exactly the means of the omniscient and almighty God. I met Lord God. YY is stuck in the brain tonic and can't get rid of it. Luo Feng didn't care about the crazy brain supplement of the girl YY at the moment. He straightened up and walked out of the bronze coffin. Raise his hand. The bronze coffin that was originally opened was closed again, tightly closed. And then the body of the coffin shrank proportionally. The original tomato-long bronze coffin was shrunk to about 1 meter, and Luo Feng was carried behind him. Take one step forward. Luo Feng walked up to YY, who was still smirking happily. Little girl YY. Luo Feng opens. Yes. Hearing Luo Feng's cry, YY finally recovered from her brain, and quickly became straight, her back straight. The big bath in the palace should be empty. Luo Feng asked. Around? YY tilted her head inexplicably, and nodded like a chicken pecking rice in the next second. It's empty. There's no one in the big bath right now. He'll prepare it now if the Lord God wants to use it. YY happily repeated his voice. Then I will trouble you. Luo Feng smiled. No trouble, no trouble. I will prepare now. YY waved her hand and trot out all the way. 3 minutes later, YY took Luo Feng to the misty palace bath. My lord, do you still need my company next? YY plucked up the courage to ask. She has a few red clouds on her fair and pretty face. Her small hands are twisted together nervously, and at the same time, she has a bit of expectation and eagerness in her heart. After all, the opportunity to serve the gods up close and take a bath is not a chance to come across casually. Regarding the Lord God sleeping in the bronze coffin, YY's inner curiosity is close to the brink of explosion. The princess of a country serving as a maid to others is certainly not a glorious thing worth talking about. But if the object is God, it is completely different. Looking at YY's excited little expression, Luo Feng couldn't help being speechless. In the end he just shook his head, saying nothing to say. Seeing Luo Feng walking away silently, the courage that YY had only then vented suddenly fell into a difficult battle between heaven and man, not knowing whether he wanted to follow up. After a long struggle, YY gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. She made a decision. Of course. Chapter 3. Albana, the Palace Bath. Luo Feng untied the bronze coffin behind him, opened a corner, leaned into it with his right hand, fumbled for a moment, and took out several small bottles containing various liquids. Pour all the precious medicinal liquids in the bottle into the bath. Luo Feng walked into it comfortably and lay down with enjoyment. 50 years have passed since I left. I don't know how much change those boys have made to the world after I left. Let's take a look. Luo Feng closed his eyes and muttered to himself softly. For Luo Feng, who has walked through world after world and has absolute power, conquering those familiar worlds and becoming the master of the world is no longer his goal. He pays more attention to his arrival and what changes he can bring to the world. To what extent can the butterfly effect without deliberately change the general trend? What is the difference between the world 50 years later and the original world line in my memory? Luo Feng closed his eyes and opened. The colors in the pupils gradually change. The past vision eye that can see the past is activated. The memory of the world successfully connected. Images like a revolving lantern constantly flashed in front of Luo Feng, telling him about the storm of the sea in the past 50 years! Exclamation mark. Just when Luo Feng was engrossed in looking at the past, there is a sound of footsteps in the large bath. YY put on a bath towel, passed through a cloud of fog and came to Luo Feng with light hands and feet like a thief. Luo Feng didn't care about this, still watching the far past that happened in this world wholeheartedly. 50 years ago. The second half of the Great Route. New World. Wow, Lala, the sea is boundless. The terrifying waves rose higher than the other waves. There are occasional huge hail rains. This is the unpredictable weather in the new world of the Great Route. This is true whether it is now or 50 years ago. Someday 50 years ago, in a certain undulating sea in the new world, two pirate ships, one large and one small, met unexpectedly. It was the meeting of 26-year-old Gaudy Roger and 22-year-old Edward Newgate. Hey, Newgate, the teacher has left this world. You must be very lonely when you travel alone. Come join my team. Our three brothers will make this world more interesting. In this case, wait for the teacher. When I come again, I won't be bored anymore. 26-year-old Roger grinned and extended an invitation to the young white-bearded Edward Newgate on the boat. Yes, Newgate, come with us. A handsome young man with blonde hair wearing golden glasses, Silbaz Riley agreed. Regarding Roger and Rawley's NTH invitation, this time Edward Newgate still did not change his usual thoughts. I am not the same as you, Roger. I don't have the ambition to change the world. I just want to find some family members. Father said before leaving, let me pursue my dreams freely, so you should find someone else! Exclamation mark. The young white-bearded Edward Newgate shook his head calmly and firmly. Oh, on the big ship, Roger suddenly looked lost. I found you. Bastard Roger. I dared to do that to my ass last time. This time I will definitely not let you off easily. The third ship arrived. It was a Navy ship. The burly young man standing on the bow of the warship was the later naval hero Carp. It's Kapu again, little ones, the wind is screaming. Newgate, see you next time. Seeing Carp approaching, Roger decisively ordered to run away. Carp also chased Roger away after greeted the young white-beard. Yeah, no one is way free. Above the sky, Luo Feng, who looked at the memory of the world with eyes of God across time and space, shook his head helplessly, looked at Carp and Roger who were fighting far away. Luo Feng finally decided to put his perspective on the young white-beard who was alone. This stubborn boy who doesn't call him a teacher, he insists on calling him an old man, is also the disciple who has followed him for the longest time. Time passed quickly. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Roger Pirates became famous all over the world and became one of the most famous teams of that era. Lieutenant Admiral Carp's name also resounds throughout the world and is feared by countless pirates. As for the lonely young white-beard, is not only caused by luck, but also by fate. Under the deliberate provocation of the Sea Overlord Lox, who was once suppressed by Luo Feng with one hand, the impulsive Newgate agreed to Locke's pirate game David backfight, and the last move was missed, and he was unsuccessfully defeated, thus becoming a member of the Rocks Pirates. 4 years. The crazy Sea Overlord Locks, after recruiting powerful members such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Lingerling, etc., launched an attack on the important island of the world government, the Island of Gods. Roger, pirates and carp also participated in it without surprise. After the First World War, Rox, the overlord of the sea, was defeated. The overlord of an era that dominated the New World, the Rox pirates, fell apart. The Whitebeard, who has regained his freedom once again, embarks on a journey to find his family. After going through the troughs and setbacks in life, the life of Whitebeard gradually sings high. Along the way, I keep encountering like-minded partners. The pineapple-headed phoenix Marco, Jaws, Beaster, and Samurai Mida from Wano country. The other side. There is no suppression of the Sea Overlord Locke's pirates. The Sea of the New World has entered a new era of coexistence of heroes. Among them, the Roger pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Golden Lion pirate fleet that sank most of Locke's heritage are the most eye-catching. Whitebeard does not fight or grab. Therefore, it is basically a confrontation between Roger and the Golden Lion, who once refused to follow Luo Feng. Time flies for another 10 years. The Roger pirates, after begging for the samurai Mitsuki meter from the younger brother Shiberbeard, were so powerful that they finally found the ultimate island, Ravdru, and saw everything in the world. As the only man who completely conquered the Great Root, Roger is also called the One Piece by the world. One day 24 years ago, the 52-year-old pirate king Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate finally met under the cherry blossoms of the New World. Newgate, how many of the Dragon Balls left by the teacher have you found? Roger provoked the topic first. 3. Whitebeard replied, if I remember correctly, you only found 3. Oh, indeed. I did only have 3 months ago. Roger has a triumphant expression on his face. Wait, you mean ... No. How is it possible? The 7th one, the teacher didn't leave any clues. Whitebeard is not without shock. Indeed, I was taken aback when I found it. I didn't expect to be in that place. Roger nodded. Could it be that Whitebeard seems to have guessed something? Is it that? I should have thought about it. How could a character like a teacher not find the ultimate island? Roger said, cool la 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 la, this is really lost to you. According to my father's rules, my 3 Dragon Balls will be given to you later. The Whitebeard laughed boldly. Do not. Roger shook his head. If you don't lend me Mida, I won't be able to find it. So I will give you the 4. These are the last things the teacher left for us. You have to keep it safe. Roger said. How can this work? Rules are rules. The Whitebeard blared. No need, Newgate. I have a terminal illness and I will die soon. Chapter 4. I have a terminal illness and will die soon. Newgate. Under the rain of cherry blossoms, One Piece. Roger smiled brightly. The world seemed to stagnate as Roger's voice fell. What are you talking about? Roger, what are you kidding about? You will do that Luca fairy thief too. How could you die of a terminal illness? The Whitebeard's eyes widened, and he got up suddenly, his cheeks soaring, his face full of disbelief. What I have is a terminal illness that will lead to death if you don't make the world interesting. Newgate, Roger said calmly. Idiot Roger. What nonsense are you talking about? Take the wrong medicine. Give me a clearer mind. Whitebeard growled. His face was ridiculous and incomprehensible. To make the world more interesting, so that the teacher will no longer be bored the next time he comes back. This is an agreement we made before we separate from the teacher. Roger said quietly. Don't worry, I will never die. I will definitely come back. After leaving these words, Roger laughed and said goodbye to the sluggish Whitebeard. A few months later, the Roger Pirates group secretly disbanded. One Piece. Roger and his comrades have all evaporated. Another year. Among the mountains in the kingdom of East China Sea, a baby was born with the company of his father, and the mother and child are safe. The baby's name is Ace Gordy Ace. Yuan calendar 1500 years. Roger, the Pirate King, who disappeared for more than 3 years, surrendered to the naval base in Roger Town. In the same year, the era of great pirates began. The world has entered a turbulent 20 years. Roger, you are really the most interesting, boring, and hopeless kid I have encountered in this world. The corner of Luo Feng's mouth raised a slight arc, ending the tracing of the memory of the past. At the same time, it was this hour when Liu Feng was fully absorbed in the past. YY, who was only wearing a bathrobe, knelt down in front of Liu Feng cautiously, and looked down curiously. Occasionally, a few naughty aqua blue hair strands drooped down, passing by Liu Feng's nose and eyelids, making YY shocked. But seeing the sign that Liu Feng did not wake up, YY was bolder again, even raising her white jade finger and poking Liu Feng's face lightly. God Samu is really handsome, YY sighed from the bottom of her heart. In her 16 years of life, the lively and active YY has seen all kinds of lifestyles, has seen countless faces, and there are many handsome guys. However, this was the first time she praised the face of the opposite sex from the bottom of her heart. It's not because of Liu Feng's god status bonus, but because YY really can't find the slightest flaw in this flawless face. This perfect face that doesn't seem to exist in the world is a masterpiece of heaven. If you insist on picking out a little bit, I'm afraid it will only be the little mole under the corner of the right eye. Is not natural, it is more like being added by others the day after tomorrow. However, not only did this mole of tears not become a defect, it added a bit of alternative beauty to Liu Feng's face. This mole of tears seems to possess some special magic power, so the pure girls will fall into it unconsciously when they see it, and even secretly promise it. What YY didn't know was that this mole did possess magical powers. This is because Liu Feng was cursed by a certain goddess when he was passing through a certain world, called the Mole of Tears of Love. Any pure girl who sees this Mole of Tears of Love will involuntarily be attracted to it, and then fall into it. For this curse, Liu Feng's attitude can be solved, but not necessary. How lucky I am to be able to face the Lord God so close. YY thought in her heart. I don't know when, she was already lying down on her knees, kicking her 2 white feet up and down, with a slender hand resting his chin, watching Liu Feng closely. There were only 10 centimeters left of their faces. Is like an hour. At a certain moment, a few strands of aqua blue hair by YY's ear shaking her little head fell, passing by Liu Feng's nose. Liu Feng was no longer unresponsive this time, his eyes trembled slightly. For this subtle change, YY, who was already fascinated, obviously couldn't notice. So he cares. The next second, when Liu Feng opened his eyes abruptly, the expression on YY's body and face suddenly stopped. His eyes were so big that even the heart almost stopped. Miss YY, what are you doing? Liu Feng asked calmly. The court YY blinked her big eyes and spit out her little fragrant tongue in an attempt to pass the cute level. For YY's praise, the expression on Liu Feng's face remained calm, without the slightest change. Similar to this, he has not known that he has heard it tens of millions of times, and he has long been used to it. There is no need to call me Lord God from now on. Liu Feng Dao. This. Then how should I call you? YY took the opportunity to get up quickly and took Liu Feng's words to avoid embarrassment to continue. Liu Feng Dao. Then it's decided, brother Liu Feng. YY blinked her big eyes, spoke playfully, and decisively chose the most intimate name. Liu Feng didn't care about YY's familiar name, just closed his eyes quietly. Brother Liu Feng, can I ask you some questions? YY asked curiously with her innocent eyes wide open. Ask. Liu Feng Dao. Brother Liu Feng, are you really a god? YY asked. No, just mortals who are slightly stronger than you. Liu Feng Dao. You. Are you from another world? YY took a deep breath, mustered the courage to confide in the biggest confusion that lingers in her heart. There was another moment of silence. Yes, Liu Feng did not conceal, and there is no need to conceal it. Really? This is really amazing. It turns out that there is really a world outside of the world. YY flushed her face. Her heart was very excited. Hey, brother Liu Feng. The curious YY just wanted to keep asking about the situation in other worlds. Next second, the sound of Walala water sounded. Liu Feng straightened up from the bath, interrupting the 100,000 YY who possessed looking at Liu Feng, who suddenly stood up without any cover, YY screamed in surprise. Curiosity and questions were suddenly thrown out of the sky. Her slender hand lifted up subconsciously, covering her eyes. Her fingers spread out, her eyes kept intently, ready to soak. "Thank you for the hospitality." Luo Feng thanked him, and under YY's intently gaze, he put the bronze coffin on his back and walked away. Gudong looking at Luo Feng, who was going away. YY swallowed subconsciously. A small heart pounded like a deer, until Luo Feng's figure disappeared in the locker room. YY turned her head. Her eyes fell directly on the pool water in front of her. The sound of wall entering the water sounded. "This is the bath water for the Lord God. It really is extraordinary." With the dripping effect remaining in the medicated bath, YY only feels that her body is transparent and comfortable, and her strength is constantly gushing out and strengthening. Although Luo Feng said that she is not a god, YY also has her own opinions. Especially after feeling the wonder of this pool water, she became more and more determined in her inner thoughts. "This pool must be full of the power of the gods. If you take a sip," YY guessed for herself. Once this thought appeared, it was lingering and out of control. "I will just taste one bite, and it will cost 1 billion. YY nodded. Gudongadongadong hiccup. Giki of Free Flowers and Comments. Chapter 5. After staying in the big bath for 10 minutes, YY redressed and walked out with a refreshed and contented face. "Brother Luo Feng, have you been waiting for me?" Looking at Luo Feng, who was fighting against the wall, Vivi was shocked. Luo Feng did not speak. Glanced up and down at YY. Luo Feng's mouth twitched imperceptibly. In his impression, Alabastan's queen YY does not seem to have such a personality. "Is it?" Luo Feng thought of the reason Goddess Tears of Love curse. "It looks like I really want to take the time to solve the curse," Luo Feng thought to himself. On the other side, under Luo Feng's gaze, YY only felt that everything about her had been seen through. Thinking of the previous shameful operation, YY's pretty face flew up into a patch of red clouds. Hiccup. An untimely full hiccup sounded, making YY's pretty face even more blushing. "Let's go. The people in the palace have almost found out, so let's go and say hello for a while." Luo Feng changed the subject to resolve the embarrassment for YY. "Yes," YY responded, lowered her head, and hurriedly followed. "Ouch!" cried out in pain. "Because there was too much water in my stomach. It was too sloshing." Wearing high-heeled sandals, YY stepped on a crooked foot and accidentally got a kick. Luo Feng didn't realize this. He still walked according to his own rhythm without looking back. YY opened her red lips slightly, and opened her mouth, but she was too embarrassed to mention it. Gritted her teeth, YY limped to keep up with the pain of her feet. At this moment, Albana, the main hall of the palace, King Cobra, Captain Ikarim, Deputy Captain Jackal Garka, and Falcon Bell all had anxious expressions on their faces. The originally quiet palace fell into a state of complete boiling at this moment. All the guards were mobilized and looked for urgently. "Have you not found it yet?" YY. Cobra flies anxiously. "Not yet." Bell shook his head silently, frowning. "What the hell is going on?" "We went to Zhangxiu Pavilion for only 2 hours. The bronze coffin was gone. Even Master YY was gone." "Isn't it a god in that bronze coffin?" But Ikarim was so excited that he didn't dare to think further. "I should have stayed guard at the time." Jiaka blamed himself. "My lord, Ikarim, what happened?" The palace chef Daigoton, who has a 9-point resemblance to Ikalim, wakes up from his sleep. "Daigoton, Master YY is gone. Have you seen it?" Ikarim asked casually, not hopeful about it. "However, Master YY, I have seen it." Daigoton nodded. "Aha, where is YY? Where did Master YY go?" King Cobra, Bell and others who thought that YY was taken away by the bronze coffin hurried forward. "Sir YY, I saw it outside the big bath about an hour ago. What happened to everyone?" Daigoton was puzzled. Big bath, Cobra and others are dumbfounded. After finding so many places, they really haven't looked there yet. "Father," at this moment, the girl's pleasant voice of surprise sounded. Luo Feng and YY came to the palace hall. Looking at Cobra and others in the palace hall, Vivi suddenly smiled. Regardless of the pain of his feet, He limped forward quickly, wanting to share the joy with everyone closest to him. Vivi, seeing the appearance of the baby girl, Cobra's old face suddenly appeared with joy. However, when he noticed Waiwai's state at the moment, after the less agile legs and feet, and after Luo Feng who appeared with Waiwai, Cobra's old eyes instantly widened. Unfavorable legs and feet, men and women, big baths. The thoughts in Cobra's head, who had a rich life experience, turned thousands of miles away. My family, Waiwai and a man. In the big bath, the brain filled the unfolded Cobra's mouth, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Master Waiwai, what happened to your feet? Bale, who is relatively innocent, won't make up a lot of brains like Cobra. Coupled with those sharp eagle eyes, he immediately noticed the bruising and swelling of Waiwai's ankle. It's okay, don't worry, it's just a little bit cramped. Waiwai waved her hand indifferently. What? Hearing Vivi's explanation, Cobra again screamed in shock. Father, what's the matter with you? I was shocked. Waiwai looked at her old father suspiciously. Vivi, are you really just getting your feet hurt? Cobra hurriedly stepped forward to support Waiwai. Of course, father. What do you think it is? Waiwai asked with a naive face. Ha ha ha, nothing is nothing. Cobra smiled relaxedly. The big rock hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. Father, you are really weird today, Waiwai said. Yes, yes. The father and the king are confused. Cobra patted his forehead and laughed at himself. Okay, father, I almost forgot to do business and officially introduce to everyone, that is the sleeping god in the bronze coffin. Chapter 6. Father, everyone, that adult is the sleeping god in the bronze coffin. With a bright and innocent smile on Waiwai's face, she attracted the attention of Cobra and others to Luo Feng, who was not far away. As Waiwai's voice fell, the huge palace hall fell into deathly silence. After the silence, there was an uproar. Nanny, what are you talking about, Master Waiwai? Is this person in the bronze coffin? He is a god. The captain of the guard Ikalem, and the two deputy captains Bell and Gakazuki screamed in shock. I felt my head rumbling, as if I had been bombarded by the nine heavens thunder, and it was a mess. Although they had already noticed the strange youth who appeared with Waiwai, they did not dare to associate the young Luo Feng with the god sleeping in the bronze coffin. However, the fact is just before them. Even if it is unbelievable, this is the fact. Facts proved by Princess Waiwai, a personal witness. When Ikarim and others were shocked to the point of sluggishness, King Cobra stepped forward subconsciously, and finally stood still at a distance of about 3 meters from Luo Feng. In the next second, under the shocked gaze of Ikalem and others, Cobra knelt on his knees, raised his hands above his head, and bowed down to the young god in front of him with all his heart. This was originally the highest courtesy of commoners to the king. It is now being done by the King Cobra. However, Cobra did not resist the slightest bit of his courtesy, because he knew that the object of his salute was a god. In front of God, what does this king do? Previously, Cobra's thoughts were so confused that he couldn't remember it for the first time because of his indiscretion. Now when facing Luo Feng's eyes, Cobra's memory of 50 years ago gradually became clear. He finally remembered. I was born only 50 years ago, and once had a relationship with Thagard, even received blessings from the gods. Father Master Cobra, my king. At the same time, watching the King Cobra are all worshipping. Ikarim, Gaka, Bell, Tigotan and Vivi all opened their eyes wide in shock. Even Waiwai, who regarded Luo Feng as a god, was at a loss at this moment. Master Rain, I am the contemporary king of the Neferutali family and Cobra, the son of Momusi. Do you still remember me? Master Rain God got this name for me. Cobra looked at Luo Feng with hope and excitement. Luo Feng nodded. 50 years ago, he was also from the original point of arrival, pirate world, where Alabastan broke into the void and left. That day coincided with the birth of Cobra, and Luo Feng took the name that belonged to him because of the entrustment of the previous king. Get up, Cobra. Luo Feng said calmly. Not yet, Lord Rain God. There is one more thing I need to confess to you. It is because of my lack of ability, So the grace of Lord Rain God. Cobra was interrupted by Luo Feng before he finished speaking. Get up. Luo Feng repeated it, while lightly waving his right hand. An invisible force suddenly formed, and Cobra, who was kneeling on the ground, stood upright involuntarily. Cobra, I already know the whole story. No wonder you guys. The magic circle you laid was so easily broken by others. This is my mistake. Luo Feng Dao. If Clockdle was there, he would jump up excitedly, and it would not be easy to argue loudly. After coming to Alabastan 13 years ago, he knew that he wanted to seize this country and had to get rid of the protection of the rain god first. To this end, he worked hard for a full 10 years. And finally barely succeeded. It's definitely not that Luo Feng said it was easy to crack. Don't worry, Cobra, this country will become a true oasis country. Luo Feng promised. This. Hearing that, Cobra waits for you to look at me, and I look at you. Feel at a loss for the huge pie falling from the sky. He. Father, what are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and thank Luo Feng. Brother Duck. Wai was the first to recover from the huge surprise and promptly reminded her. Thank you Lord Rain God for your kindness. Cobra thanked respectfully. Thank you Lord Rain God for your kindness. Ikarim, Bell and others also quickly echoed. Luo Feng nodded, went straight past Cobra and others, and walked outside the hall. Between the waves, the world is moving. Without warning, the sky suddenly became gloomy. The turbulent wind whizzed through the sky and the earth. Boom rumbled, the gusty wind was followed by the sound of rumbling thunder. The clear sky was instantly replaced by darkness, with Albano as the center. Dark cumulonimbus clouds cover all the cities in Alabastan. Wow! Pouring rain, pouring down. Looking at Luo Feng, who raised his hand to summon the boundless wind and rain, Cobra and others in the palace hall were completely crazy. Raising one's hand is to summon a shower of rain, grace the whole land of Alabastan. This is exactly the means of the gods. This moment, it's not just Cobra. The three of Ikarim, Garka, and Bell who were present were also convinced of Luo Feng's identity as the rain god. Okay, Father, Ikarim, you too. Jumping around like children. Princess Wai raised her hand to wipe away the tears of excitement from the corner of her eyes, but the joy and excitement on her face couldn't stop. The fanatical gaffe of King Cobra lasted for 3 minutes before finally subduing. Father, it's rare for Brother Luo Feng to rain such a heavy rain for us. How can we not treat him well? Wai spoke again. Well, yes, Cobra nodded again and again, and the next second seemed to be aware of something. Luo Feng ... brother? ? Cobra raised an 8th degree, and his face was once again full of shock and incredible. Chapter 7. Elder brother? ? Cobra finally noticed that his daughter called him the godly Luo Feng, and his old face couldn't help froze again. Yeah. What's wrong? Wai grinned. Nothing is nothing. Seeing that Luo Feng himself had no opinion, Cobra would naturally have no objection. Tigoton, get the kitchen ready quickly. Cobra ordered. Yes, Lord Cobra. Tigoton answered happily. Let's prepare together. Ikalim, Bell and Garka happily followed Tigoton to the opening of the late-night banquet. Then let's go and wait. Let's go. Wai smiled brightly and strode forward as she spoke. In the excitement, she seemed to forget the wounds on her feet. With this step down, Wai finally remembered the trouble. The piercing pain hit. Wai couldn't help taking a breath. His body staggered and he was about to fall. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. Wai, who thought she was about to fall to the ground gorgeously, suddenly fell into a warm embrace in the next second. Wai Jiao shouted. Let's bear it for a while. Luo Feng lifted Wai upside down in a princess hug amidst Wai's tender voice, and put it down on a chair beside her. Immediately afterwards, Luo Feng squatted down in front of Wai, grabbing her white feet involuntarily. Wai screamed again, reflexively trying to withdraw, but she accidentally touched the wound, and she grinned in pain. Luo Feng looked calm and took off Wai's high-heeled sandals, revealing the crystal clear feet trapped in them. Feeling the fiery temperature from those big hands, the blush on Wai Wei's face deepened. Wanting to escape, he found that Luo Feng's hands were holding her little feet like a vice, unable to resist at all. "If you want to be cured, don't move around," Luo Feng said seriously. Oh, Wai Wai bowed her head obediently and stopped struggling. Luo Feng held Wai Wei's jade toe like a spirit in his left hand. A misty light radiated from his right hand, and it lightly landed on the swelling on the back of Wai Wei's instep. In the next second, a magical scene happened. The redness and swelling on Wai Wei's instep disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, in less than a minute, it was completely restored to normal. "It doesn't hurt anymore. It really doesn't hurt at all." Wai Wai prolonged her tail and whispered, her pretty face full of surprise. "What's going on? It's really amazing. How did you do it?" Wai Wai flashed a pair of big eyes and asked curiously. Luo Feng smiled and clapped his hands, stood up, looked at Wai Wai condescendingly, and said, "Want to learn? I will teach you." The palace hall was quiet. After a while, Okay, I want to learn. Absolutely want to learn." Wai Wai nodded like a chicken pecking rice, almost stunned by the big surprise of this day. So the palace hall was quiet again. Luo Feng's eyes twitched slightly. He just said it casually before. Sure enough, it's still. Can't it? Seeing Luo Feng, who was suddenly silent, Wai Wai asked with disappointment. "Okay, why not?" Luo Feng raised his hand and rubbed Wai Wei's head. Since the words have been spoken before, there is naturally no room for repentance. And Luo Feng suddenly thought that he didn't seem to have a female disciple in pirate world. Accepting Wai Wai now can be considered a completion. Besides, those boys, if they know that there is a younger sister Wai Wai, the reaction should be very interesting. Luo Feng thought expectantly. Very good. On the other side, when Luo Feng really agreed to accept himself as a disciple, Vivi suddenly jumped 3 feet high with joy. "Master Rain, this ... is it really okay to make Wai Wai your disciple?" Cobra Yu was in a cloud dream, unable to confirm the authenticity of this surprise for a while. "Why not?" Luo Feng asked. "Right, Brother Luo Feng ... No. Then I will call you Teacher Luo Feng from now on." Wai Wai quickly changed her name. Compared to the older brother, the teacher is more pleasant to the ear. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction, and touched Mo Wai Wei's little head again. "Master Rain, Master Cobra, Princess Vivi, the banquet is ready." Bell of Hayabusa trot over. "I'm coming," Wai Wai answered happily. It's already 2 hours after being satiated. It was nearly midnight. After the banquet of thanks to Luo Feng, King Cobra and I Kalem held an extraordinary meeting. How can the god who has been blessing this country with good weather for 60 years be kept silent? This time, Cobra plans to make Luo Feng truly become the rain god in the hearts of the people of Alabastan, to repay Luo Feng for his great favor. At the same time, on the other side, Wai Wai followed Luo Feng to the guest room prepared by Tagotan. In a spacious room, Wai Wai sat on the sofa with her hands twisted, looking at Luo Feng nervously and expectantly. "So Vivi, what do you want to learn?" Luo Feng asked. Wai Wai thought for a while, but couldn't answer for a while. After all, she didn't know Luo Feng's methods. "However, there is only one goal to be achieved in the end, and that is the power I want to protect. The power that can protect this country. In this way, if an enemy like Crocodile comes again next time, I can protect everyone with my own power." Wai Wai said seriously. "I see." Luo Feng nodded. "Open a corner of the bronze coffin, take out several jars from it, and place them in front of Wai Wai." Seeing the things soaked in the jar, Vivi suddenly paled with fright, and her previous ambitions disappeared instantly. This is no wonder. For a 16-year-old girl, a row of bloody eyeballs suddenly appeared in front of her, and the stimulation was indeed a little bit bigger! Chapter 8, The Dragon Slayer of the Sky. Wai Wai seeking evaluation of flowers old. "Teacher, what are you doing with with so many eyes? YY is scared.jpg. This is also natural. Even a strong princess is still a 16-year-old girl after all. Suddenly seeing so many eyeballs with nerves and bloodshot eyes appearing, staring straight at me, how can I not get airy? Looking at this bloody scene, I can still sit still, without fainting or running away for the first time. It is already not easy. It goes without saying, of course it will be exchanged for you. Liu Feng smiled, taking it for granted. If you want to become stronger in a short time, you start by changing your hardware. Liu Feng is serious. Teacher, stop joking. YY smiled reluctantly. Is it like him joking? These eyes are all treasures from the teacher's collection. Ordinary teachers are not willing to give them. Liu Feng YY smiled, and then began to introduce it seriously. These eyes are twisted eyes. After they are replaced, they can have twisting superpowers. It is easy to twist a warship, and when they are fully grown, even the body of the strongest creature can be torn apart. The pair of eyes here are the kaleidoscope writing round eyes cultivated by the teacher, and your third brother is this type of eyes. This is even more powerful. The eye of straight death, as long as it is alive, even a god can kill it. How about it? Would you like to try it? These reincarnation eyes have not been fully developed yet, so let's let them go for the time being. As for these pairs, the teacher named them True Eyes of the Evil King. Come on, choose. Don't worry, my eye-changing technique is very mature, and there will never be any pain. Those of you who have changed eyes, say yes. Liu Fengxin promised vowedly. It's not a question of whether it hurts or not, teacher. I still want to keep the eyes that I saw the teacher for the first time. YY was holding her eyes tightly, her head shaking like a rattle, and she had a natural resistance to replacing body parts. You really can't help it. Liu Feng smiled and shook his head, put away his treasured eyeballs, and stopped joking about YY. Liu Feng had already thought about what to teach YY. Vivi's YY responded subconsciously and put down her delicate hand covering her eyes. Do you want to be the Dragon Slayer? As Liu Feng spoke calmly, turning his right hand over, a crystal clear crystal appeared in his palm. This is a magic crystal from the fairy tale world. Among them is the power of Danlonggrantine. Sky Dragon Demon Crystal! Exclamation mark. At the first glance when she saw the magic crystal, YY was completely immersed in it. Although he didn't know what the Dragon Slayer meant, he still nodded subconsciously. Compared to a frightening change of eyes, the magic crystal looks more harmonious after all. As long as you like it. Liu Feng grinned. Holding the heavenly dragon demon crystal, patted directly at the center of YY's chest. Teacher YY hasn't had time to say more. Next second, the magic crystal of Danlonggrantine was completely integrated into YY's body. YY only felt her head go round and round, and she fell asleep with a few swings on her eyelids. Tomorrow should be almost there. Liu Feng moved YY to Kuang and covered the quilt. Then next, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Now that he has promised to help this country of believers rearrange the formation, Liu Feng will not break his promise and will not delay. The night is over. The day is bright. 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. After sleeping for more than 10 hours, YY, who had initially integrated the celestial demon crystal, sat up and stretched out comfortably. Teacher, there seems to be a lot of great things in my head. YY rubbed her sleepy eyes and said in a daze. No respond. Teacher. YY looked around, but did not see Liu Feng. Upon seeing this, Vivi suddenly became anxious. She got up, bringing up a fierce air current that is not usually present. It's just that YY hasn't paid attention to this change in her body. At this moment, all she thought about was Liu Feng. After going around 7 turns and 8 turns, YY finally found Liu Feng, her old father and others in the palace square. Master Rain, thank you very much. After learning that Liu Feng had repaired and strengthened the formations for this country overnight, Cobra, Ikarim and others were already moved to tears and could not help themselves. In response, Liu Feng just shook his head helplessly. Teacher. At this moment, YY's pleasant voice of surprise came. At the same time, there was a sharp breaking sound. YY bends her knees slightly, and taps her toes on the ground, bringing up a gust of wind. There seemed to be an air pusher under her feet, pushing her petite figure forward quickly. It didn't take long before he crossed 100 meters and plunged straight into Luo Feng's arms. Ooh, teacher, I thought you were gone. It scared me to death. Why whimpered. Okay, this isn't there yet, by the way. Why, you should have already learned the sky's dragon-slaying magic. Luo Feng patted Wei's beautiful back and changed the subject. The dragon-slayer magic in the sky. Wai stroked the back of her head ignorantly, and nodded uncertainly. Sure enough, let's experiment, Luo Feng suggested. Okay, teacher. Wai obediently responded, leaving Luo Feng's embrace and standing on the square. After maintaining a fighting position for a while. Teacher, what should I do? Wai turned her head awkwardly, and looked at Luo Feng for help. Luo Feng. Chapter 9. Teacher, what should I do? Wai touched her head awkwardly, and looked at Luo Feng for help. Overnight, although her body and mind had completely imprinted the power of the sky's Dragon King magic, but how to use it in detail requires some enlightenment. After all, this is a power that Wai has never touched before. Plus card. Luo Feng spoke. Exist. Jackal Garka quickly stood at attention. Then you will be Wai's opponent next. Luo Feng Dao. What? Hearing this, Garka suddenly opened his mouth in shock. I'm the princess opponent. No, is this inappropriate? What is inappropriate? Are you underestimating my disciple? Luo Feng asked with a smile. No, how could it be? It's just. Garka waved hurriedly. If that's the case, get ready, and finally advise you not to have reservations, you will die. Luo Feng kindly reminded. I see. Garka nodded solemnly, took a deep breath, and locked his gaze on Wai. Princess, here I am. Oh, Wai responded hurriedly and set up a fighting posture. Swish. Garka's soles slammed on the ground, causing the ground of the square to shatter. With this reaction force, Garka rushed towards Wai like an arrow from the string. Teacher, under tension, Wai's brain couldn't help but go blank. Feel the power of the sky, take a deep breath, and release it in one breath. Luo Feng stopped drinking and guided. Yes, Wai nodded. Under the guidance of Luo Feng's voice, her mind gradually became clear about the activation method of the sky's dragon-slaying magic. With Wai's deep breath, the atmosphere within a radius of 100 meters was turbulent. In this astonishing scene, Cobra, Bell and others looked terrified. Garka, who also felt the atmospheric fluctuations, changed abruptly. The forward stature suddenly stopped. Roots of animal hair like steel needles emerged from his body. The animal dog fruit jackal form ability is activated, making it enter the strongest defensive posture. Dragon's Roar. Wai's small raised head suddenly moved forward, her mouth wide open. Next second, a horrible tornado of airflow spit out from Wai's mouth. It was like a real white dragon roaring in the world. Boom. Wai's dragon roared impartially and landed on the jackalized Garka. Even if he had entered the highest defense state, in front of Tanlong, the jackal Garka naturally had nothing but trembling. What in the yelling? Jackal Garka, whose soles were clinging to the ground, couldn't avoid the end of Danlong's roar. The terrifying tornado air brought Jackal Garka flying hundreds of meters, and finally smashed heavily on the palace wall. Boom. The courtyard wall collapsed. At this moment, the huge palace square fell into deathly silence. Cobra, Calum, and Bell all had ghostly expressions on the faces of the audience. The person involved, Wai, also widened her beautiful eyes. Her small mouth opened into an O shape, her face full of incredible. I couldn't believe that I had blown the kingdom's strongest warrior jackal into the air in one go. Teacher, did I really do this? Wai looked at Luo Feng with the dreamlike expression, seeking affirmation from the teacher. It's not you, who is it? Luo Feng smiled slightly, and raised his hand to touch Wai's small head. This is really amazing. Only one night, Master Wai turned out to be so powerful. Ikarim exclaimed. I can take the roar just now. Master Wai is like a real Tanlong. Bell of Hayabusa exclaimed. Ahem. In the ruins of the collapsed courtyard in the distance, Garka the jackal staggered to his feet with an embarrassing cough. I'm really convinced, Master YY, you really deserve to be a disciple of Lord God. I'm not an opponent at all. Garka smiled wryly. This is the mighty power of Lord God. It has transformed YY. The fact that YY can worship Lord Rain God is really the blessing of my Nefertiti family for thousands of years. Cobra once again sincerely bowed down to Luo Feng and thanked him. Yeah, Vivi, who confirmed that she was really stronger now, made a V gesture. YY, you are already an excellent dragon slayer in the sky, and you will gradually become stronger as long as you follow the memory exercises in your mind. Luo Feng Dao. Well, I got it. YY nodded heavily. I will definitely practice hard, and strive to become a strong man who can be alone, protect my father, and protect this country as soon as possible. YY squeezed her small pink fist firmly. It's good if you have this determination. If this is the case, I can leave with confidence. Luo Feng smiled and touched YY's little head. YY nodded subconsciously, and then reacted consciously in the next second. So the expression on YY's little face suddenly became stiffer. Teacher, are you going to leave? Alas. Chapter 10. Teacher, are you leaving? When Luo Feng mentioned leaving, the smile on YY's face instantly solidified. The whole person was stunned on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Don't worry, even if the teacher is not there, as long as you can follow the training course of Grantine step by step, you will definitely become an excellent dragon slayer. Luo Feng spoke gently, and his big hand gently brushed over the depressed YY's head. As the saying goes, the master leads the door, and the practice lies in the individual. What YY accepts is the Dragon King magic inheritance of Tanlonggrantine, as long as there is a memory projection in the magic crystal. The presence or absence of the nominal teacher of Luo Feng will not make much difference. So Luo Feng naturally came to leave. Luo Feng naturally wanted to experience the interesting world that Roger had created with his own life. The disciples' thoughts should not be wasted in vain. For teacher Luo Feng's encouragement, YY just lowered her head this time, her small mouth was pressed tightly, and she said nothing. Master Rain, are you leaving so soon? Cobra looked at the silent YY with concern, then turned to Luo Feng. I haven't seen you in 50 years, I want to see this world. Luo Feng Dao. In this case, I won't be able to keep it anymore. Cobra nodded, then walked to Luo Feng, bowing solemnly and saluting. Then Ikalam, Bell and Garka followed suit. Thank Luo Feng for everything he has done for this country. YY, don't be stunned. You also hurry up to say goodbye to the teacher. Looking at YY who was still silent, Cobra couldn't help but urged to remind her. Do not want. YY finally stopped being silent. Spit out the word Don decisively and resolutely. What not? Nature said goodbye to Luo Feng. YY, Lord Rain God also has things to do, and we can't trouble adults anymore. Cobra persuaded. Don't. It is obvious that I only met the teacher yesterday to become the teacher's disciple. Why do I have to be separated from the teacher in only one day? I don't want it. Absolutely not. YY raised her head, tears flickering in her big bright eyes. YY, who has always been the most sensible, has been willful for the first time in 16 years. Master YY. A distressed look flashed across Belle's face as she watched YY grow up. Well, YY, now is not the time to be willful. Cobra, who has always spoiled his daughter the most, is the first time his words have become harsh. Sorry father, please forgive my daughter's waywardness. I have already decided that I will go to sea with my teacher. YY spoke firmly with a face. More than a week ago, YY finally gave up going out to sea with her important companions, the Straw Hats, and chose to stay in her own country to tide over the difficulties with the people. Now, YY changed her mind. She decided to go to sea with Luo Feng. For the reason, even YY herself couldn't explain it clearly. In terms of time to get along, there are obviously more Straw Hats who have been with her along the way, and their feelings are deeper. In contrast, she and Luo Feng only met for one day. However, somehow, when she heard the news that Luo Feng was leaving, YY's heart was panicked. Every time she thinks of separating from Luo Feng, she feels heartache. The inner turmoil couldn't be calmed down, and even prompted her to pluck up the courage to put forward the wish that she wanted to say last time but had never dared to say it. Really? Why, you want to go to sea? Listening to his daughter's request, Cobra was stunned for a moment. Sorry, Father. Why lowered her head and apologized softly. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. Why, you have done enough for this country. Then let go and do what you like. This is also Father's hope. Cobra patted Wai's shoulder with both hands, opening his mouth kindly. Father Wai raised her head. Tears still hung on her face. Cobra smiled kindly, wiped the tears from the corner of his daughter's eyes with his rough big hand, and turned to face Luo Feng. Snapped. Cobra fell to his knees again. Please, Lord Rain God, now I am asking you not as a king, but as a father. Please take Wai out to sea. Cobra touched his forehead and asked sincerely. Father Wai's hand covered her small mouth, tears swirling in her eyes again. Master Rain, we too, Kalem, Bell, and Garka, who are also the most beloved of Vivi, have also learned a lot. All right. Luo Feng waved his hand to stop everyone from kneeling. What a big deal. I don't need to kneel and knock like this 3 times. Wai is also my disciple. Since she wants to follow, just follow it. Luo Feng looked indifferent. He originally thought that Wai's intention was to stay and protect the country, so he proposed to leave alone. Since Wai wanted to continue to follow, Luo Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. Of course, there is an important premise. Really? Teacher, can I really continue to follow you? Listening to Luo Feng's understatement, Vivi laughed suddenly. Sailing abroad is not comparable to life in a palace, but it's very boring. You have to think about it. Luo Feng Dao. What's the big deal, teacher? Let me tell you, before you came, I was undercover in an evil organization for 2 years. Sailing is a trivial matter to me. Sprinkling water. Wai held Luo Feng's arm affectionately and said confidently, it's fine if you have confidence. Luo Feng had a subtle smile on his face. In that case, then Cobra, you can help us prepare a boat. Luo Feng Dao. Yes. Cobra nodded his head. After an hour, Luo Feng, Wai, Cobra and others rowed the super duck troop straight to the coast of the Santa Dora River. In accordance with Luo Feng's request, the simple new-style dinghy is already ready to wait. Wai, you should try it on the boat first. Luo Feng Dao. The smile on the corner of his mouth became more subtle. Dragon Slayer magic is indeed one of the strongest magic types in the Monster Tale world. But it still has a fatal flaw called a weird! Chapter 11. Chapter 11. One Piece. Roger is my big brother! Seeking flowers. Evaluation through the Dragon King magic that adds the power of the dragon. It is indeed unparalleled. However, while gaining great power, it will also be affected by some negative effects. It's like the devil fruit ability of Pirate World is cursed by the sea and can swim for life. The dragon slayers who have learned the magic of slaying dragons will be cursed by vehicles without exception, and cannot ride them for life. Unfortunately, the most indispensable thing in the pirate world is the means of transportation such as sailing boats. After Wai knew that she couldn't get on the boat, she should stay obediently. Luo Feng thought so. However, the development of events is often unexpected. Even Luo Feng, who looks at the past, the present and the future like this, is considered to have no plan, occasionally because he forgot some of the prerequisites and missed his decision. As it is now, teacher, come up quickly. I have checked the boat and can set off at any time. Wai leaned against the boat rail and waved hello with excitement. There was no reaction from the dragon extinguishing sorcerer who stunned the vehicle. Snapped. Luo Feng patted his forehead. Sloppy. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Looking at Luo Feng, who was stroking his forehead with one hand, Wai couldn't help but tilted her head and asked with a puzzled expression on her face. Nothing. Come here. Luo Feng waved his hand, flashing onto the boat. Originally, he wanted to use the weakness of the Dragon Slayer to be cursed by Thievical to make Wai think about it. The basic idea is indeed correct. In the world of Monster Tale, Even the black dragon Akanurokia with the ceiling of combat power must be restrained by vehicles. When he was in the monster tail world, Luo Feng also used this weakness of the black dragon before finally conquering it. Finally, it was refined with powerful alchemy, and sealed in 7 dragon balls as Easter eggs for the disciples. It is true that no matter how powerful the dragon slayers are, they are no match for transportation. But the reverse is possible. In the Dragon Slayer, as long as you are weak enough, you can ignore this weakness. This is exactly what Vivi is now. Just like Wendy, the orthodox successor to the Celestial Grandine, before comprehending the profound meaning of Dragon Slayer magic and truly becoming Dragon Slayers, they will not be backlashed by transportation. This is Luo Feng's mistake. Even if he didn't expect for a while, one day, being weak would be good. But a mistake is a mistake. In the final analysis, this is still just a trivial matter. Master Rain, Princess YY, take care all the way. On the banks of the Sandora Canal, Calum, Bell and others waved towards the boat that was gradually going away. Sir Rain God, YY is pleased. YY, don't cause trouble to Lord Rain God along the way. Cobra exhorted. I see, Father. Goodbye everyone. YY stood at the stern and happily waved goodbye to Cobra and others on the shore. The boat was swaying in the waves, drifting away, down the Santadora River. About a quarter of an hour later, the small sailboat sailed out of the waters of Street Tin Island and came to the Great Sea Route. The climate of the Great Route has always been known for its unpredictability. In areas that are not covered by the stable magnetic fields of large islands, storms always come just as they say they are. It has just left the magnetic field of Shengting Island not long ago. Thick dark clouds condensed in the sky above the boat without warning. The wind is rising, the clouds are surging, and the waves are tumbling. Teacher, the storm is coming soon, shall we do something? I remember that Nami was in the storm. Why? Luo turned around a little at a loss. The cozy posture of sprinkling water when I was in the palace is completely gone. Luo Feng yawned lazily, lie comfortably on the deck of the cabin, waving lightly. Invisible, there seemed to be some absolute power spreading in all directions with Luo Feng as the center. Suddenly, the wind stopped. The waves stopped. The dark clouds above the sky suddenly receded at this moment. The storm brought a travel that just walked away. The sun was just right again, and the breeze was still not dry. YY gave a stunned sound and stared at the sudden change. It took a moment for him to come back to his senses, remembering what kind of character his teacher was. Calling the wind and calling the rain is the specialty of the teacher. Without the harassment of the storm, YY returned to her usual good mood again, and approached Luo Feng intimately, beating his back, squeezing shoulders, and knocking his thighs diligently. Teacher, where are we going to take risks next? YY asked expectantly. Next, I will take you to meet your big brother first, Luo Feng said casually. Big brother? Upon hearing this, YY's eyes suddenly gleamed very much. My big brother, the teacher's first disciple. Who is he? Where is he now? YY asked again and again. He, you know too, Luo Feng Dao. I know. YY tilted her head cutely, full of small question marks. Your big brother is Roger, One Piece King Gordy Roger. Luo Feng Dao. Nanny. YY's voice suddenly increased by more than 18 degrees. One Piece Roger is my big brother. Chapter 12. Your big brother is Roger, One Piece King Gordy Roger. Luo Feng said calmly. Nanny. YY's voice increased by more than 18 degrees. One Piece Roger is my big brother. Although he had long guessed that someone who could be accepted as a big disciple by the teacher Luo Feng 60 years ago, he must be an incredible big man until now. But YY never thought that her big brother turned out to be Roger, the one that conquered the Great Route and started the era of the great pirates with one's own power and peace. Gordy Roger! Exclamation mark. Why? Can't it? Can't I be One Piece's teacher? Luo Feng asked with a smile. No, I didn't mean that. YY waved her hand again and again. Or because of the teacher's teaching, Roger. Oh no. Big Brother will become the One Piece. Responsive YY quickly remedies it with a reverse rainbow fart. Liu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Hey YY scratched her head embarrassedly. But teacher, Big Brother ... Big Brother, he was dead 20 years ago. YY watched Liu Feng nervously, thinking that Liu Feng didn't even know about it. Contrary to YY's expectation, Liu Feng just nodded calmly, expressing his knowledge. Teacher, you have known it a long time ago, so are we going to Rotown to pay tribute to the Big Brother? YY blinked and asked. It is too boring to mourn the dead, and without my permission, my disciples can't die without authorization. Liu Feng said quietly. Teacher, what do you mean? YY seemed to have guessed something, and couldn't help holding her breath nervously. Now go and bring your Big Brother back from hell. Liu Feng grinned. As Liu Feng's voice fell, the deck suddenly fell into absolute silence. I don't know how long it has been. YY, who was deeply immersed in the shock of teacher Liu Feng's shocking words, let out a long breath. Is it really possible to resurrect the dead? YY whispered unconsciously. In the next second, I didn't wait for Liu Feng to say anything. YY shook her head suddenly. No, it can be done. If it is a teacher, it can be done, because my teacher is a god. YY nodded affirmatively. Haha. Liu Feng smiled and stroked YY's little head. Teacher, I'm really curious. Teacher, how do you plan to resurrect Brother Roger? YY blinked her innocent eyes, and asked curiously. For YY's inquiry, Liu Feng did not directly answer the explanation, but raised a question. Vivi, when do you think people will die? Is it when the heart stops beating or when the brain dies or something else? Liu Feng Dao, I know this. When I was on Magnetic Drum Island, I saw related problems with that very powerful doctor. YY quickly raised her hand. Now the medical profession regards brain death as the line of life and death, because when the heart stops beating, it can be recovered by manual compression. Teacher, am I right? YY blinked her big eyes, looking forward to Liu Feng's praise. Haha. Liu Feng just chuckled and shook his head. Oh, YY knew she was wrong. A person can die in the true sense only when they are forgotten by everyone in the world. Liu Feng gave his own answer. To be forgotten by everyone is to die, just as Chopper's teacher said. YY muttered to herself in a daze. At the same time, waiting for Liu Feng to continue to explain. However, Liu Feng did not continue. Life and death are always the biggest problems facing people. There is a great horror between life and death, and there is also a great mystery in the long journey of life. Liu Feng no longer knows how many worlds he has traveled. He has seen all the scenery in the world. All the states of life have been tasted. There are not many things in the world that can shake its heart. Along the way, Liu Feng can break through many mysteries. Life and death alone have been a major issue that plagued Liu Feng from the very beginning. Dedicated to unlocking the mystery of life and death and manipulating the power of life and death is the subject that Liu Feng is interested in and has been working hard on now. Every time he makes a little progress on this subject, Liu Feng's numb heart feels excited. Up until now, Liu Feng's footprints have spread all over the world. In various worlds, he has also come into contact with various bizarre methods of resurrection. For example, the wishing of the dragon in the Dragon Ball world, the natural teeth of the Inuyasha world to live 100 people, and the various methods of resurrection of the dead in the magical world, time reversal, resurrection of herbs, and so on. Of course, you can't forget the reincarnation art of the Reincarnation Eye of Naruto world, and the reincarnation art of the Filthy Earth performed by Liu Feng, who is familiar with the plot. Only after walking through all kinds of worlds, Liu Feng also understood the resurrection ability of each world can only exert its maximum effect in its own world. For example, the resurrection of the dragon in the Dragon Ball world requires the existence of a complete 6 reincarnations in the world itself, just like some fantasy worlds. There is also the reincarnation of the Reincarnation Eye, which also has its limitations. The souls of the people who died in the Naruto world were also one and did not dissipate, and they could even have a heart-to-heart talk with Dad in the underground Kakashi and White Fang. Each world has the boundary of each world. After coming to Pirate World 60 years ago, Luo Feng had already studied the hell of Pirate World in detail. The conclusion reached is that it does not exist. In this world, with the exception of those with the ability of Huang Quan fruit, everyone else will die after death, and the dust will return to the dust. The soul will then dissipate between the heaven and the earth and become a part of the heaven and the earth. In this way, the usual methods of spiritualism simply do not work. But Luo Feng also has his own way. So many years of research on life and death are naturally not in vain. Aiming at the realm of Pirate World, Luo Feng has already developed a feasible resurrection plan, and he has only to go to Roger Town to test it with Roger. Wait, Roger boy, this will bring you messy boy back from hell. Chapter 13 The Small Garden on Taiku Island. A seeking evaluation of flowers. Sincerely, my most important friend Severion from the Straw Hat Crew. I am YY, and now my life has opened a new page. On the 8th day after I was separated from you, I met my destined person. He is our Lord of the Rain God in the legend of Alabastan. After 50 years, Lord Rain God came to my country again. Lord Rain God can really call the wind and call the rain. He is like a god. I really want you to see it together, especially Nami, because the teacher is the best handsome guy in the world. Let me tell you one more news. I have now become a disciple of Lord Rain God. And as a teacher's disciple, I am very strong now, and I blow Jaku away in one breath. Also, the legendary One Piece King J.D. Roger turned out to be the teacher's big disciple. If you encounter it above the sea in the future, you must be shocked. Hee. Pata YY closed the diary. YY, come out, and train you to fight against the dragon today. Luo Feng's voice came from outside the cabin. Yes, here it is, teacher. YY answered with joy. Under Luo Feng's slender control, the small sailboat berthed steadily on the coast of an island. Look up. The island is full of virgin forest, the real virgin forest. Everything you can see where you can see are plants and animals from thousands of years ago. Creatures that have long been extinct in the world's cognition can be seen everywhere here. Under the influence of the special magnetic field of the Great Root, this island has never changed since ancient times. It still maintains the site of thousands of years ago. This is Taiku Island, a small garden! This island is a small garden. Pushing the door out, YY, who came to the deck, recognized the island in front of her with a breath of ancient and recklessness, because just a month ago, she had already been here with the Straw Hats, and experienced a series of thrilling adventures on this island. He even had a fierce epicking at each other with the senior agents of the Baroque Club and nearly died. This is naturally an unforgettable memory. Teacher, don't you want to go to Rotown to resurrect the big brother? What are we doing in the little garden? YY asked curiously. Don't tell me. Give you a lot of training for dragons, and the dinosaurs barely got a dragon character. Luo Feng Dao. Oh, it turned out to be like this. YY nodded clearly. But what YY didn't know was that training the dragon was just by the way. Luo Feng's real reason for coming here is to pick the rare herbs planted here more than 50 years ago. Giant Donglai and Brokey, they should have their herbs to take good care of me. Luo Feng whispered to himself, raising his foot to set foot on the Taiku Island first. Dragons Rotan Long's wing strike, dragons hook claw, dragons broken teeth, dragons wave wind in the dense virgin forest. The young girl's delicate shouts rang out one after another. At the same time, it was accompanied by bursts of violent air currents. Naturally, the new Sky Slayer, Dragon Slayer, YY, caused the power of the sky to boil and scatter. Under Luo Feng's guidance, YY became more and more comfortable with the control of the Sky Dragon Slayer magic. Various basic attacks have been mastered. Along the way, this ancient forest is in a mess. The brutal carnivorous dragon who was seriously injured and unconscious can be seen everywhere. Even the most ferocious ancient Tyrannosaurus on the island. Under the power of YY's Dragon King magic, There is no power to fight back, and she retreats once defeated. Having tasted the joy of killing Tyrannosaurus easily, Waiwai's interest has also become more and more high. Beautiful eyes glanced around, looking eagerly for a stronger opponent. At a certain moment, Waiwai, who came to the depths of the forest, flashed her eyes and pointed to the huge Diplodocus skirt not far away. Teacher, there is a huge dragon over there. Let's go over there. Wai exclaimed in excitement. And many more. Luo Feng raised his hand to hold Wai's restless little head. Those Diplodocus can't scream for you anymore, let them move next. Luo Feng Dao. Oh, that's all right. At the same time, the central area of the small garden on Teiku Island. The daily battle between two elbuff giants, who have lived on the island for 100 years, started with the eruption of the central volcano. Gaga, Brokey, the central volcano has erupted again. It's time for us to duel. You can't get up yet? Do you want to surrender? Loud laughter echoed over this ancient island, accompanied by the sound of shaking footsteps. The giant blue ghost Torai, wearing an old warrior armor, a helmet and a waist-length beard, walked up. Gabababa, Donglai. What are you talking about in your dreams? I've been waiting for a long time. This is our 73rd, 499th duel. I will definitely win. In the other direction, the broad and sturdy giant who did not lose the size of the blue ghost Donglai, the red ghost Brokey, came and laughed. The two giants gradually approached the central battlefield from both sides of the island. There was a calm and confident smile on his face, like old friends meeting together. And there was no way of seeing a duel at all. However, as the two approached, two powerful auras rose from the two giants. The invisible warfare was rising and turbulent, making the ancient creatures on the island tremble. The green ghost Donglai and the red ghost Brokey, the commanders of the two original giants and pirate regiments, have been fighting for 100 years, and they are still going on today. Even their respective swords, axes, and shields have been slashed away from the island goldfish and completely scrapped. After bidding farewell to the Straw Hat group, their battle still did not stop. As proud elbuff fighters, they also have their own fists. Gaba. In a burst of deafening laughter, the two giants waved their fists in unison. He hit the opponent's body without leaving a trace of his hand. There are dozens of sandbag-sized fists staggered in midair. Two diametrically opposed fist twins whizzed past, blowing off the sand all over the sky. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, the voice of the other two giants sounded without losing the weight of their footsteps. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Why? My teacher is the strongest. Seeking an evaluation of flowers. The small garden on Teiku Island. The duel of the captains of the two giants is also going on today at this time. Abnormal changes occur suddenly. Boom 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 boom. The voice of the other two giants sounded without losing the weight of their footsteps. The leader of the largest Diplodocus on the primordial island is running at a speed that he may not be able to reach in his life. Whether it was a big tree or a Tyrannosaurus in the way, they all flew under the hooves of the leader of Diplodocus. Donglai and Blow can basically turn their heads. Looking shocked at the leader of Diplodocus, who was in a state of running wildly, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Can't figure out what the Diplodocus leader is going crazy today? Obviously, these ancient creatures on the island avoided far away when they were in a duel over the past 100 years. Could it be a convulsion today? It doesn't matter if the Diplodocus leader is convulsed or not. Neither Donglai nor Brokey's fists would be retracted. Still unswervingly swung out. At this moment, a vague shadow flashed over the head of the leader of Lianglong. The speed is extremely fast, and the atmosphere bursts wherever it passes. Even the space seems to be distorted. Boom boom. Two violent roars sounded in succession. The giant Donglai and the giant Brokey were horrified to find that their fists did not fall on each other. When it is about to be touched, it is blocked by some powerful force, or someone. Haven't waited for the two giants to find out. The shockwave of the second wave of power struck, causing the two giants to retreat involuntarily. The solid ground cracked and collapsed under their footsteps. The dense virgin forest was all in a mess for a moment, raising countless dust. The leader of Diplodocus walked cautiously, his slender head gently holding up the godlike voice in midair. Suddenly there was a wind blowing between the sky and the earth, blowing away the rising dust in the sky. As a result, the two giants with their dumbfounded faces were finally able to see the faces of the people who came. You are the man 50 years ago. When seeing Luo Feng on the head of Diplodocus, the expressions on the faces of the green ghost Donglai and the red ghost Brokey were completely replaced by shock. Looking at the familiar faces always, memories of the past in their minds involuntarily emerged. Thinking of the shock this man brought to them in the past, their huge bodies were completely frozen. They are giants, and it is the best among the giants of Elbaf. The two heads of the giant soldier pirate group. In terms of power, they are born hundreds to thousands of times stronger than ordinary humans. Their punch is enough to sink a naval ship. However, the strength of the people in front of them is far above them, whether it was 50 years ago or now. As always, he suddenly appeared in the center of their confrontation. It understatement blocked their full attack and defeated them by counterattack. 50 years ago, they also agreed to become the guardians of the other side's medicine garden because of their defeat. Donglai, Brokey, the duel of the two of you is not over yet. On the head of Diplodocus, YY looked at the two giants in front of her with her hands on her hips. You are YY from the Straw Hat crew. It wasn't until YY spoke that Donglai and Brokey finally noticed another human girl who had arrived with Luo Feng. Take a closer look. The two giants' eyes widened, and they already recognized YY. After all, a month ago, they, YY, and Straw Hat were also partners who shared the sorrow and sorrow. Gubba, little girl YY, you are here again. Brokey the red ghost laughed happily. This is really a coincidence. Since you are here, the others in the Straw Hats should also be here. Gaga gaga gaga. Green ghost Donglai rode. No, Donglai, Brokey, this time I came with the teacher. YY said. Teacher? What? Hearing this, the two giants were dumbfounded again, looking at YY and then Luo Feng. They already knew who the teacher was in YY's mouth. Never expected that YY would become the disciple of this terrifying man after only 1 month of absence. Others will be discussed later. Donglai, Brokey, the medicine garden I used to open here should still be there. Luo Feng asked. Yes, it still exists. No one has been here these years. Brokey nodded subconsciously. That's good. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. And many more. Just as Luo Feng was about to order the leader of Lianglong to move forward, Green Ghost Donglai suddenly raised his hand to stop Luo Feng. Donglai, is there anything else for you? Luo Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. 50 years ago, when we defeated the alliance between the two of us, the man who was strong like a god told us to take good care of the place and never let anyone approach it. This is our duty. Although you and that man they look the same, but that doesn't prove that you are that person. Donglai was serious nonsense. Donglai, is your head stupid? No matter how you look at it, this man is the same man 50 years ago. Brokey scratched his head. Shut up, idiot Brokey. Donglai reprimanded, then looked at Luo Feng solemnly. So in order to prove your identity, you have to defeat us again before you can pass. Green Ghost Donglai spoke solemnly. Ah. Yes, I think so too. Speaking of this, even the dull Brokey reacted, slapped his head again and again. Ha ha. Luo Feng laughed and shook his head. Emotional Brokey and Donglai, you two just want to fight with my teacher. YY was also speechless. Fight if you want to fight, and fix these moths. That's it. Brokey slapped his thigh. In that case, come on. Luo Feng grinned, showing full confidence. He has never refused the challenges of real fighters. Gujiajiajiajia, great. We have become stronger again in the past 50 years. Green Ghost Donglai laughed. Gubba, our overlord has even split the giant goldfish with one blow not long ago. Little girl YY should have seen it. Brokey the red ghost winked triumphantly. YY nodded nonchalantly. Your trick is very powerful, but my teacher is the strongest. YY took it for granted. Chapter 15. The 15th chapter. A boxing defeats the hegemony. The giant surrenders. Seeking flowers evaluation. You are great, but my teacher is the strongest. YY spoke naturally. It seems to be telling the most normal common sense. After a moment of silence, skug gaga gaga gaba baba baba, the two giants looked at each other and laughed together, non-committal. Because of this, they had confirmed it as early as 58 years ago. But this time they still chose the challenge fearlessly. This is their arrogance as Elbaf fighters. Dong Dong. The giant warriors Donglai and Brokey, who were like hills, once again fought side by side. Guests from afar, I Dongli I Brokey, the two of us bet on the pride of the Elbaf warrior in the name, and challenged the Lord Luo Feng here. Bring it on. Luo Feng nodded calmly. With a light wave of his right hand, the leader of the Brachiosaurus immediately ran madly, daring not to stay here anymore, hiding away with YY on his back. Drink drink. Donglai and Brokey shouted out in unison. The two stood side by side, one on the left and the other. Their waists sank slightly, and they assumed the same fighting posture. On their sturdy arms, strips of blue veins appeared prancing as if they had a living life. The momentum of the two giants is rising steadily. In the end, the ground within a radius of a few miles cracked under tremendous pressure. The trees broke and flew, and an invisible aura formed between the two giants. Feeling the steadily rising invisible momentum, Luo Feng's face still did not change at all. From the very beginning, I embarked on a journey to the heavens. Compared with the flamboyant and gorgeous magic bombing, Luo Feng has always preferred box-to-fight power confrontation. This is a man's romance, warrior's romance. The fist is born from the heart, and the heart moves at will. Luo Feng, the deep-seated power hidden in his body, is recovering. Vaguely, there was a thunderous rumbling in his body. That is the blood in his body surging. Your Excellency Luo Feng, this is our strongest trick right now. Hegemony. Donglai and Brokey yelled in unison, waving their broken weapons together at this moment. Boom! There was only a loud air explosion, and the air exploded under the shockwave of fist force released by the two giants. A bright white light broke through all barriers in front of him. Wherever he went, no matter it was trees or rocks, they were all shattered. Facing the terrifying shockwave, Luo Feng did not rush to raise his hand. His right fist ran an arc in the air, and finally closed to his waist. There are no flashy techniques, and no long-term accumulating roars to vent. Some are just a punch from Zongzing. There seemed to be a meteor passing by between the sky and the earth, brighter than anything else, yet it disappeared into nothingness in an instant. The two giants, Donglai and Brokey's combined attack technique, the Overlord Shockwave, was swallowed up in an instant under Luo Feng's punch. What? The two giants uttered a painful cry, and were hit by the ensuing impact. The old armor on their bodies was completely shattered, and the huge body flew out like a broken kite. The victory is divided. After a long time, all the shockwaves converged, and the world returned to calm. Donglai and Brokey smiled bitterly at each other. Sure enough, the level difference between them and Luo Feng is too much. It's not a dimension at all. We lost. The green ghost Donglai and the red ghost Brokey stood up. Unanimously, they knelt down on one knee in Luo Feng's direction to show respect and surrender to the victor. Just as it was 58 years ago. Sure enough, the teacher is so handsome, even the giants are surrendered. On the back of the Brachiosaurus leader in the distance, YY murmured to herself subconsciously. When I looked at the volley figure in the sky, my eyes were full of stars of worship. For a girl her age, the attractiveness of a strong, handsome and gentle man can be called fatal. The soldiers' greetings ended. Then it was time to greet guests from afar. Donglai and Brokey were eagerly preparing various foods. Luo Feng took YY to the medicine garden he opened 58 years ago. After 58 years of growth, most of the herbs are close to the edge of maturity. Some have even gone through several rounds of withering. It took more than half an hour to harvest all the mature herbs that the medicine garden could use. Luo Feng brought YY to join the two giants. banquet time said. 2 hours later, the satiated Liu Feng took Wai Wai back to the boat and drove away from the small garden on the Taiku Island. On the coast, two tall giants sat side by side with their hands on their knees, watching the small sailboat drift away. Behind the two giants, Diplodocus, Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, a variety of ancient creatures that have been extinct in the outside world, sit in a row. I was also looking at the small sailing boat, as if seeing off the Emperor's departure. Chapter 16. Gemini Kappa. This is the origin of the Great Route, the origin of everything. Pirates in the four seas of East, South, West, and North want to go to the Great Sea Route. First, they must climb the mountain climbing canal in their respective sea areas to the highest point of the upside-down mountain. There, four mountain climbing canals converge, guiding the boat down the current, and finally arriving at the starting point of the Great Route, Twin Gapes. From ancient times to the present, countless pirates have been welcomed here, and at least hundreds of pirate ships set sail from this place every year. And since the Pirate King Roger started the era of the Great Pirate 20 years ago, the number of pirate groups that come here every year is more than 10 times that of previous years. On the Red Earth coast of Twin Gape, stands a lighthouse similar to a novice guide. A flower-like old man has stayed here for most of his life. At the same time, he was accompanied by a huge island whale. The scar on the whale's head is airtight, and there is also a picture crooked like a child's graffiti. It can be vaguely distinguished that it is a skull pirate sign wearing a straw hat. Now, Rab, today is also a rare good weather. On the red clay coast, the flower-like elderly lie comfortably on the beach chairs, enjoying the beautiful sunbathing. After the huge island whale Rab no longer did self-harm, the old lighthouse colloquers could finally live in the whale without having to live in it all the time. The island whale Rab made a happy cry. The water outlet on the back spouted a huge water column, leaving a gorgeous rainbow in the sky. 20 years. What a long time. Kurokas looked at the rainbow with emotion. That day, on that last island, the prophecy that Roger saw was fulfilled. In this era, I have already seen the Joy Boy who inherited the straw hat and the will of Roger. It's just. Kurokaston paused. A trace of confusion flashed in his old eyes. What about the other prophecy? Roger, what you asked me to keep, can I really wait until the day that person comes to pick it up? Rab the whale called again. The water column on his back poured accurately on Kurokas. Don't make trouble, Rab. I have no plans to take a bath yet. Kurokas laughed and cursed. Poor Rab's cry was a little quicker. Kurokas' complexion changed slightly, and only then did he finally notice the small sailboat anchored on the red clay coast at some unknown time. Wow! The refreshing sea breeze suddenly became stronger, causing Kurokas to squint his eyes. In the blink of an eye, a young girl with long aqua-blue hair came to Kurokas. Uncle Hua, I'm sorry. The aqua-blue long-haired girl bent over and bowed at 90 degrees, apologizing sincerely. Little girl, who are you? Kurokas looked dazed. Suddenly a cute little girl who didn't know appeared to apologize to herself. Anyone would have to be stunned by this kind of thing. Uncle Hua, I've been here on Miss Wednesday more than a month ago. Wai raised her hand and tied her loose hair. Oh, Kurokas suddenly recognized Wai. Haha, it turned out to be a little Baroque girl. I'm sorry, but the dress suddenly changed so much that I didn't recognize it for a while. Kurokas made a ha-ha. No, I should be sorry. I'm really sorry for doing such an excessive thing to you and Rab a month ago. Wai bowed again and apologized 90 times. Not long ago, when he learned that Liu Feng's next place was Gemini Gape, Wai was ready to apologize to Old Man Lighthouse and Rab the whale for her behavior a month ago. Although that was what she did for the undercover Baroque, not her intention, she did something wrong after all. Naturally, you have to admit your mistakes when you do something wrong. Little Baroque girl, you have really changed a lot from a month ago. Seeing Vivi, who was so different from the murderous agent Barbo a month ago, Kurokas was also surprised. Oh, Luffy and the others saved me. Wai nodded. Luffy and the others, this is really curious. Can you tell me about it? Kurokas asked with interest. I am very interested in the adventure of Joy Boy who inherited Roger's will in the prophecy. Yes, YY nodded. When it is to explain the ins and outs of everything to Kurokas. That's it, little girl. You turned out to be the Princess of Alabastan. You have been undercover in the Baroque work agency for the country for 2 years. What a great princess! Kurokas praised, with a kind smile on his face. No, I'm not so great, and I'm really sorry. Rab is also sorry. YY sincerely apologized for the 3rd time. Princess Vivi, you don't need to apologize anymore. The damage you caused to Rab is more serious than it hit the Red Earth continent by itself, Kurokas said. But Hallabus' happy cry attracted the attention of both YY and Kolokas. Today's Rab is really high. Kurokas didn't finish speaking but stopped abruptly, because he saw the figure standing on Rabus' head, seeming to be communicating with it. Little Princess YY. That person is. Kurokas suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at YY questioningly. That's my teacher, a very powerful person. When talking about Luo Feng, Vivi suddenly burst into joy and introduced to Kurokas proudly. Have you finished apologizing? On top of the whale Rab's head, Luo Feng stood up and looked at Kurokas. You are Roger's former ship doctor. I will come to you this time to get something. Luo Feng smiled. Chapter 17. You are Roger's ship doctor. I'm here to fetch some things. Above the whale Rab's head, Luo Feng looked at Kurokas, smiling. As Luo Feng's voice fell, the world seemed to be silent. On the red clay coast, Kurokas' old eyes widened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mouth was also shaking slightly involuntarily. You are. Seeing Luo Feng above the whale's head, Kurokas only felt a thunderous head, like being struck by lightning. In the depths of my mind, there were waves of stormy waves, rushing out all the long-term memories buried in the depths. That was the eve before the Roger pirates disbanded 24 years ago. When Kurokas took the box of things from Roger, he also learned a secret from Roger. An absolute secret that is even more shocking than the world secrets of Ravdru. The last island. Kurokas, please, our future is left to you. Someday in the future, someone will come to you to get these things. Who? My teacher. This is the last conversation between himself and Roger in Kurokas' memory. Kurokas remembered clearly. When mentioning teacher, Roger's face was so proud and so energetic. As a result, Kurokas knew that the teacher who taught his captain and deputy captains might be even greater than his imagination. 20 years ago, Roger was sentenced to death in his hometown of Rock. Kurokas has been waiting for the appearance of the legendary man. Now, he knows. I finally waited! The teacher who was once respected by his captain and deputy captain is really back. Excited emotions continued to emerge from the depths of Kurokas' heart like a tide. Ling's body was shaking uncontrollably. Uncle, like a flower, what's wrong with you? Seeing Kurokas, who was suddenly deaf, YY tilted her head in perplexity. For a while, even the question I wanted to ask was forgotten. Yes. In the next second, YY reacted. A big tree like a flower. The teacher said you are Roger's ship doctor. Are you also a member of the legendary pirate group? A partner of my big brother. YY's eyes widened in surprise. Never imagined that this ordinary old man from the lighthouse was still a hidden boss. Kurokas didn't hear of YY's surprised question. At this moment, all his attention is firmly locked on Luo Feng. Kurokas took a step and opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Light and shadow flicker. Next second, Luo Feng, who was originally on top of the whale's head, has already arrived in front of Kurokas. The things left by that boy Roger should still be there. Luo Feng asked, with a kind smile on his face. Exist. Kurokas nodded heavily in response, suppressing the shock and excitement in his heart. I have kept the things left by Captain Roger, waiting for the seniors to pick them up. Thanks. My ineffective disciple is giving you trouble. Luo Feng Dao. No matter where, I am thanks to Captain Roger for taking care of it. Kurokas shook his head again and again cautiously. The flower-like uncle is indeed a member of the legend. Why nodded clearly. Senior, I will take you to get it. Kurokas made a request. Luo Feng nodded, raised his hand and touched Wai's head. Wai, just play with Rab here for a while, practice the water battle by the way, and grab a few sea kings for later use. Luo Feng ordered. Good teacher, wrap it on me. Wai patted her chest and promised. Luo Feng followed Kurokas into the lighthouse. Kurokas walked into the narrow secret room with his waist, and took out a moldy old wooden box from it. Patting the dust on it, Kurokas opened the wooden box. Take out the spotless special metal box inside. This is a special item given to Baby Ard by Luo Feng before he left the pirate world more than 50 years ago. It is called the Box of Time Still. What is stored in this box? Its own time will stop. If you put a piece of food into it, it won't trot even in the past 50 years. And it will still keep its original appearance. 24 years ago, Roger gave Whitebeard the Dragon Ball that should have belonged to him. Naturally, the temperament of a Whitebeard will not be for nothing. This box is exactly what Baby Ard forced to give Roger in return. Senior, here Kurokas handed the metal box to Luo Feng with solemn hands. Luo Feng took the box. Open. 2 tubes of blood are neatly placed in a special metal box inscribed with time runes. Under the action of the Box of Time Stillness, the blood in the test tube still remains the same as it was just collected 24 years ago. This is what Roger prepares for himself and his partners. Senior, these 2 tubes of blood, one tube is Captain Roger's, and the other tube with a slightly darker color is my samurai translation Mitsuzuki meter. Kurokas explained. Okay, I know. Luo Feng nodded, already knowing. When he accessed world memory 4 days ago and looked back in the past, Luo Feng had already understood everything that had happened in the past. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Kurokas excited and trembling seeking evaluation of flowers 24 years ago. Roger successfully arrived at the last island, Ravdru, and completed the feat of conquering the Great Sea Route, and was recognized by the world as the king of pirates. Only after reading the records of Lavdru, Roger knew that he could not be the savior of this world. It will take more than 20 years for the subversive kings to truly recover. In this way, there is no need to continue the voyage that has been completed. Coupled with the good news that his wife Luju is pregnant and that he is about to become a father, Roger resolutely made a decision to disband the Roger Pirates. But before that, Roger knew he still had one important thing to do. Before the pirate group was disbanded, Roger, regardless of backlash, frantically used the vision of the future that Luo Feng gave him as his companions on the ship could break the future, because he knew that once the pirate group disbanded, the world government will never leave them alone. Who see the truth in the world will send killers to chase them to the ends of the world. That's why Roger exhausted all his energy to formulate risk aversion plans for all the 28 partners on board. Mitsuki mission is no exception. Through the eyes of the future, Roger really saw the miserable future of Guangyu Yushan under the oil pan. Roger did not conceal it, and directly told him what he saw, that Guangyu mission would be fried to death in the future, and the future of Wazaki Congress being invaded by pirates. He also proposed to solve the crisis in the country of Wano together, drive away the beasts of Kaido, and help the country of Wano to establish a country. As for Roger's proposal, Mitsuki Mita refused unexpectedly. Guangyu mission, who has not seen and experienced the future, naturally does not know how desperate the scene is. At that time, Guangyu mission experienced successively in the Whitebeard and Roger pirates, and he had absolute confidence in his own power and firmly believed that he was invincible in the world. Mita, who was so pretentious, didn't care about Roger's solemn admonition at all. Under Roger's repeated persuasion, Guangyu mission even uttered words like, "I already know how I will lose in the future. You don't believe in your partner." At this point, Roger has nothing to say. Finally, he dragged mission to Kurokas and kept a blood sample just in case. Only then can it be considered as giving up. As for the future of Guangyu mission, snapped. Luo Feng closed the box again. This box, I have already received it. It's hard work. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Yes, Kuroka's nodded heavily. At this point, a big rock that had been hanging in his heart for 20 years finally fell to the ground. He finally didn't have to worry about his failure to wait for Luo Feng's arrival and his inability to complete Roger's commission in case he died. Go out and have 2 drinks together. Luo Feng Dao. Thank you, senior. Kuroka's responded excitedly. When Luo Feng and Kuroka's walked out of the lighthouse, YY, dressed in a swimsuit, already uses the back of the whale rab as a slide, playing with the whale's water column. Of course, Luo Feng confessed her task, and YY completed it early. On the red clay coast, there are many kinds of marine fish upside down. There is even an 100-meter-long sea king. This. Looking at the sea king who rolled his eyes, Kuro Karsten was shocked and speechless. Obviously when he met YY more than a month ago, the other party was just a rookie. However, now even the Sea Kings can fight. What an amazing speed of progress. Kuroka's sighed secretly. However, after thinking that YY is Luo Feng's disciple and Roger's junior sister now, Kuroka's inner shock is also relieved. After all, there is a teacher like Luo Feng as the premise. YY's progress before and after naturally became a matter of course. Teacher YY, who was having fun playing with Whale Rab, noticed Luo Feng's return, and screamed with joy. He waved his hand to drive the air currents in the sky and pounced on Luo Feng, acting like a koala. Okay, what's it like? Hurry up and change your clothes, and bring some good wine. Luo Feng feigned angrily reprimanded. Okay, hee. YY didn't care about Luo Feng's painless reprimand, turning back to the boat. After half an hour, a bright bonfire was lit on the red clay coast. Luo Feng, YY, Kuroka's, and the whale rab, toasted with laughter. 2 hours later, Luo Feng took YY back to the boat. Then come here first today. I will come again. Luo Feng Dao. Kuroka's nodded excitedly, already hearing Luo Feng's implication. When I come again next time, maybe it's not just Luo Feng and YY. Thinking of that possibility, Kuroka's was involuntarily excited to tremble. Uncle like a flower, goodbye, Rab, goodbye. On the deck, YY finally waved goodbye to Kuroka's and Rab. Under the control of Luo Feng's power, the small sailboat traveled in the opposite direction, against the pressure of the horrible waterfall that turned the mountain upside down, and steadily moved up against the current. Seeing this miraculous scene, Kuroka's old face was already nothing but exclamation. Captain Roger, Deputy Il, the teacher you respect, I have definitely waited. He is really the most incredible man. Kuroka's murmured softly. Chapter 19. Downhill waterfall upside down the mountain. A small sailboat was steadily moving upwards in the turbulent waterfall torrent. Wow, the teacher is amazing. On the deck of the sailing boat, YY expressed great amazement at the fact that she was currently experiencing an unreasonable mountain climbing against the current. Suddenly, YY seemed to have thought of something. Her eyebrows frowned. Teacher, we are so retrograde. What should we do if we encounter someone who is about to come down and bump into it? YY raised her question. Ha ha. On the beach chair, Luo Feng chuckled, with a slightly weird look. Teacher, what are you laughing at? I'm thinking about this very seriously. YY pouted. Luo Feng did not speak, but only stretched out 3 fingers, bending one after another. It seems to be counting down 3, 2, and 1. YY crooked her little head in confusion. Next second, oh wow, a series of screams suddenly came from the sky above them, from the upper part of the waterfall. Teacher, the boat ... The boat is really here. YY stared at her beautiful eyes and exclaimed in surprise. A pirate ship with bells and whistles, with a clown flag flying on its mast, crossed the highest point of the upside-down mountain, and then sprinted down the water of the Great Falls. Die. Bucky, the big red-nosed big pirate, yelled without image. What the hell is going on with this mountain? It was up the mountain before. Is it the turn to go down this time? It's dangerous to turn the mountain upside down. I want to go back to the East China Sea. Mom, Looking for Mom. Almost all the little brothers of the East China Sea Bucky pirates were scared to pee. Just the first level is so dangerous. How terrible the Great Root should be. The captain of Thief Ipo, who joined the Bucky pirates, and the fruit-slipping ability Al Righter, was frightened. Misfortune never comes singly. At this moment, Al Righter heard the girl's exclamation from the other end of the ferocious wave. Passing through the barriers of the waves, what came into the eyes of Al Righter and Bucky was an unforgettable picture in a lifetime. An unsightly small sailing boat is climbing the mountain against the ferocious waterfall. Exclamation mark, what a shock this is. Exclamation mark, how terrible. Exclamation mark, Mom, I'm dying. So do you have hallucinations? On the other side, there is a mountain climbing canal. This is a new way downhill road. Impossible. I must be dreaming. Everyone in Bucky closed their eyes one after another, unwilling to accept the shocking facts they saw before them. Are you idiots? If you don't do anything, you are really going to die. At the critical moment, Captain Bucky is still very reliable. Seeing that the boat on the opposite side did not evade, it went straight forward. Bucky kicked the helmsman decisively and slammed his left rudder full. The bells and whistles of the Bucky pirate ship suddenly tilted into an arc that almost capsized. In the end, he avoided the collision of the two ships dangerously in the posture of blade overtaking, and ended up at the same time. Scared me to death. I thought I was really going to hit it. On the small sailboat, YY still patted the ups and downs in front of her with fear. On the beach chair, the corners of Luo Feng's mouth, who closed his eyes and meditated, raised a slight arc. The only awakener of overlord luck in the pirate world. It seems to be an interesting research material. At this moment, Bucky, who didn't know that he had been targeted by the world's most terrifying figure, had a surprise landing at Gemini Cape. When they came to the stable sea, everyone including Bucky and Yalita collapsed on the deck as if collapsed. Everyone's back and even the whole body are wet with cold sweat. What the hell was going on just now? That ship, and the people on it, Bucky said angrily. Are they going to die? They really don't evade. Chief of Staff Kabaji was so frightened that his mouth was crooked. Is this the focus of attention? The real focus is not why the ship is climbing against the current. Al Righter exclaimed in surprise. Is it really an illusion just now, or is it a ghost ship? Beast Trainer Mochi said faintly. All the members of the circus on the boat shivered abruptly. Idiot. What silly thing to say. Bucky shook his body. Anyway, we have come to the Great Root. It's okay. Harry. Wow. Bucky's weird cry echoed in the sky again. Baba. Captain Bucky, what the hell is this? Neptune. No, it's a whale. A huge whale. It's over. We are going to be eaten. Everyone in Bucky's group saw the huge island whale wrap suddenly bursting out of the sea. Shocking and terrified shouts came and went one after another. Bucky, who hadn't been scared to urinate by Upside Down Mountain before, was really scared to urinate by the sudden Rabu. How many times have you said it? Don't stand in the way of others. At the critical moment, an old voice sounded from the red clay coast. Ham Whale Rab responded and dived into the sea again. Go. Saved. Bucky, whose nose was 3 feet long, looked dumbfounded. Oh roar, that red nose, are you Bucky? On the shore, Kuroka's glanced intently and recognized Bucky's big red nose. Who? Bucky, who was particularly sensitive to the red nose, immediately forgot the whale's fear and turned his head angrily. The angry expression on Bucky's face froze instantly when he saw the flower-like old man on the bank. Are you Mr. Colikas? Bucky also recognized Kuroka's, who was once a fellow traveler. It's me, Bucky, haven't seen you for many years. Still alive? It's better to be so energetic than anything else. Kuroka's laughed. The next era will soon become interesting. At the same time that Kuroka's and Bucky recounted the past for a long time, the other side, Luo Feng and Weiwei's small sailboat finally reached the apex of Upside Down Mountain. What appeared in front of them was the terrifying ocean current where 4 mountain canals converged. In this regard, Luo Feng on the second deck remained unmoved, raised his right hand and gently waved to the left. The boat turned 60 degrees and sailed into the canal leading to the East China Sea. Obviously it was going down the mountain, but the boat was still going upstream. Under Weiwei's prayer, this time I finally did not encounter a pirate who happened to be up the mountain. The small sailboat sailed out of the entrance of the upside-down mountain canal without any surprises and came to a wide sea. The East China Sea is here, teacher. Will you go directly to Rotown next? Weiwei asked. Luo Feng nodded. The speed of small sailboats gradually increased. Finally, like a speedboat, it headed straight towards the town of Another hour. Luoj Town, Donghai, here it is! Chapter 20. Rogue Town, also known as the Town of Beginning and End. This is where Luoj, the king of pirates, was born. At the same time, it is also the end of the life of One Piece Roger. 20 years ago, the pirate king Roger, who had disappeared for 4 years, suddenly appeared and surrendered to the navy, shocking the world. Roger was unsurprisingly sentenced to a public sentence, executed in his hometown of Luoj Township. His words before his death opened this magnificent era of great pirates. Now 20 years later, Luo Feng returned to this town after a long absence. This era will tremble because of his arrival! It was almost noon. Another sailing ship greeted the coast of the port of Rogue Town. Wow, this is Luoj Town in Donghai, the hometown of Big Brother. You have to take a good look. Weiwei was holding on to the boat rail, looking at the town of Ron not far away, with great interest on her face. After all, this is the town where legends were born. It is the place where Luo Feng has been. Naturally, Weiwei will not let go of the opportunity to experience the same scenery as Luo Feng. Only Weiwei's good mood didn't last long before it was destroyed by a commotion. Ha 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 ha, this Rotown will be our sight from now on. Remember Lao Tzu's name? Lao Tzu is the weird-faced monkey Lishan with a bounty of 4 million Baileys. This new overlord of the East China Sea, a group of pirates with the skull banner of the big horse monkey came to Rogue Town and laughed arrogantly and wanton. As the saying goes, there are no tigers in the mountains, and the monkey is the king. East China Sea, who was recognized as the weakest, now really has no one who can do it well. After the Straw Hat Group went to sea, the top 3 in the East China Sea with a bounty of over 10 million are no longer there. Aaron and his gang were rearrested and imprisoned, Admiral Creek was defeated, and the last Bucky had gone to the Great Route just now. The younger brother who offered a reward of 4 million on the Great Sea Route, in the present East China Sea, can go wild and show off his might. When Colonel Smoker Smoke was still at the base of Rotown, he didn't have to worry about it. It's just that Smoke has returned to the headquarters, and the colonel who has taken over has not arrived yet. Just relying on the ordinary Marines of the Rotown branch, it was slightly difficult to suppress the riots of the pirates. Damn pirate, dare to make trouble in the hometown of Big Brother, can't bear it, teacher. I will go back. Weiwei clenched Xiofen's fist angrily. Then leave it to you. Luo Feng nodded. I will handle it. Weiwei saluted. The beautiful jade feet lightly tapped on the deck and leapt lightly. Wow! The sky was surging, taking Weiwei straight to the chaotic port. Dragon throw, ah, boom boom boom. The earth rang. Ah ah ah. The pirates screamed. Wow! A clear breeze swept across the deck of the sailboat. Luo Feng stepped forward, crossing the chaotic port, and went straight to the central square of Rotown. In the center of the spacious square stands the execution platform. A month ago, because of Straw Hat Luffy and Bucky the Clown, the execution platform collapsed in a lightning accident. Now, the originally collapsed execution platform has been renovated. The execution stand where Roger, the Pirate King, was executed, has almost become a symbol of Rotown, with extraordinary significance for the pirates. This is also of great significance. In the past, the pirates didn't dare to jump queue too much because of Smog's presence. Now he has no scruples. Ha 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 ha, look at it. World. Standing here, my uncle Shanu is destined to be above all the pirates. find the big secret treasure, and become the Pirate King. Another young man who arrived at the same time as the big macaque in the port stood on the execution stage and made a series of laughable bold ambitions. However, the ambition of the Shanghai thief on the execution platform did not last long before it came to an abrupt end. There seemed to be an invisible big hand swept across it, swatting the beam-jumping clown on the execution platform for thousands of miles like a fly. Akai didn't wait for the pirate group to react. Next second, the invisible domineering aura that was like a mighty sky suddenly spreading to every corner of Ro Town. As a result, the huge town of Ro was quiet. The whole world is quiet. It's finally quiet now. Luo Feng stepped forward and boarded the black and lightning strike wooden execution platform. Let's start. Luo Feng flicked his fingers. Rays of light bloomed from his fingertips, wandering along with his movements, forming a mysterious magical array. Snapped at a certain moment. Luo Feng's right hand slammed into the center of the formation. The line of the formation that was originally limited to the square inch of the execution platform suddenly expanded. A series of mysterious veins spread throughout Ro Town, then continue to extend overseas, as if to reach the ends of the world. Teacher, not far away, Wai Wei's shocked voice came from the roof. With a few light prances, Wai Wai came to Luo Feng's side. Teacher, what is this? It looks amazing, Wai Wai asked in surprise. It's not just that it looks awesome, Luo Feng said with a complacent smile. Immediately afterwards, Luo Feng untied the bronze coffin he was carrying and opened a corner. Several auxiliary items were taken out of it one after another. Finally, drag out a lifelike doll from it. This is a doll. Wai Wai squatted aside, poking her finger. This is a doll made by your senior sister from other worlds. Her doll skills are superb, Luo Feng said casually. Oh, senior sister from other worlds, who is it? What's the name of the senior sister? Wai Wai was even more curious. Oranges, Kangzaki oranges. Luo Feng Dao Chengzi, the top puppeteer of the Xinayu world, has no difference between the dolls she makes and real people, and her craftsmanship is superb. It was just that Luo Feng changed her destiny, but she was a little bit difficult in character. Far from being as cute as Wai Wai, Luo Feng was really a headache. Sister Chengtsai, I really want to see you. Here, Wai Wai sighed to herself. On the other side, Luo Feng also started the last step of resurrection. With the passage of time, the formation that covered the entire Ro Town gradually exudes a misty brilliance. The soul particles that exist between heaven and earth and in people's memory gather from all directions. Eventually gathered, manifested, finally consolidated and transformed on the execution platform. Brother Roger. Wai Wei's beautiful eyes widened, and she stammered in shock. As if hearing Wai Wei's call, the soul body in the air revived, slowly opening his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the corner of Soul State Roger's mouth opened a wide arc. Teacher, you are finally back. Chapter 21. Luoge Town, East China Sea. Now, a major event that can shock an era is happening. That was the miracle of the resurrection of the Pirate King Gordy Roger, who had been dead for 20 years. Only, fortunately, to be able to observe this historic scene, there is one and only Wai Wai, accompanied by the light of the mysterious magic circle spreading across the sky and the earth bloomed. The specific soul particles wandering between heaven and earth gradually gathered. In the end, it condensed into a faint human-shaped soul body. That is the soul of Roger One Piece. Wow, even if it has long been known that Roger will be resurrected by Luo Feng. But when he really saw the soul of Big Brother Roger appearing in front of her, Wai Wai was still shocked. A pair of bright eyes opened wide, and his small mouth was opened into an O shape, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Midair, the faint soul of Roger opened his eyes, and a confused color flashed in his eyes. Next second, when seeing Luo Feng in front of him, the confusion in Roger's soul gradually receded. His eyes gradually gleamed, and the corners of his mouth opened wide. Teacher, you are finally back. Roger opened his mouth and let out a silent call. Luo Feng nodded calmly. Roger, you kid should explain to me. Hey Roger scratched his head in embarrassment, and said nothing. Brother Roger from the side, Why, who had recovered a little, tentatively shouted. Hearing that, Roger's limited attention finally realized the existence of Why, and a little doubt suddenly appeared on his face. She is your junior sister Why, the disciple I just received, Luo Feng explained. Little junior sister. Hearing that he finally had a younger sister, Roger's eyes suddenly opened up again. I want to say hello to Why, but it is intentional and powerless. It's alright, forget it now, and wait for you to fully recover before saying anything. Luo Feng waved his hand. Roger nodded, suddenly thinking of something. Teacher, my partner Mida, Roger asked anxiously, died. Luo Feng Dao. No surprise. Roger's expression darkened slightly. After a while, teacher, I have one last request. Luo Jiaqiang took a sigh of relief and said solemnly, I begged for your head. I've been like this, why do you still ask for it? Luo Feng said in a bad mood. He slapped Roger on the back of his head with his hand, slapped and crushed his soul, and poured it into the doll. Then again from the library Luo Kazila to take some of the blood and soul of the liquid, pouring in solid doll body. In this way, the first step of the resurrection is complete. Then just wait patiently. After putting Roger's body in a special crystal coffin, Luo Feng did not rush away, but took out a doll from the bronze coffin again. Do the same. After a while, another faint soul body gathered and was born. That is Samurai Mitsuki Mida. It's just that compared to Roger, who was able to open his mouth and make expressions before, Guanyu Mission's soul was muddled, thin and almost invisible. This is also natural. After all, Roger Town is Roger's home field. Roger was born here, died here, and left countless legends here. If it were Wano country, the situation would be the other way around. Put the weak soul of Guanyu Mission into the doll as well, supplement it with its blood and potion, and pack it into the crystal coffin. This is the end. Luo Feng clapped his hands and got up straight. As a result, the mysterious veins that covered the world disappeared like a tide. Okay, get ready to go. Luo Feng Dao. Yy nodded in hindsight. Quickly follow Luo Feng. Speaking of which, teacher, everyone in Rotown suddenly fell down just now. Are you okay? Yy asked with concern. It's okay, just a little sleep, Luo Feng said casually. That's good, that's good. The kind-hearted Yy patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, where are we going next? Windmill Village. Luo Feng Dao. Windmill Village. Sounds familiar? Y's face was thinking, but after a while, she suddenly became stunned. I remember, Windmill Village seems to be Luffy's hometown. East China Sea, Windmill Village. This is a peaceful, calm, happy and peaceful village. Although it belongs to the Goya Kingdom, where the aristocracy is strictly hierarchical, this small village has not been affected by the poison of the class system. The folk style of the village is simple and honest. The villagers have maintained a farming life that has been working and resting since the sunrise. When I was free, I went to the only small bar in the village to drink a couple of small drinks and brag. By the way, the two beauties, big and small, at the bar are seductive. When Luo Feng and Yy arrived at Windmill Village, it was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. Most of the people in the village are still working outside. Occasionally a few naughty children can be seen on the road curiously observing the two strangers Luo Feng and Yy. 5 minutes later, Luo Feng took Yy to the only tavern in the village. The tavern at this time is very quiet, without a single guest. The bar sign lady who had been tired for most of the day leaned on the bar to have a nap. This is a woman with long curly light blonde wavy hair. A few faint finch spots adorn both sides of her nose. The slight frown between her eyebrows means that she is no longer young. But even though she was over 50, her appearance looked much younger than an ordinary woman. Comparable with a certain bar proprietress in the Chambord Islands. The Kanban girl in this tavern is one of the changes Luo Feng has brought to the world. Her name is Portkas de Lujiu, the mother of the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Kuo Quinace. At the same time, he is also the beloved wife of One Piece Gordy Roger. Chapter 22. Portkas de Lujiu is the wife of One Piece Roger, and also a great mother. In the original world line, terminally ill, Roger surrendered to the Navy, burning his last life to realize his dream. Roger is of great significance to the world. But for his wife Luju, Roger is not a good husband. It's just that Luju, who also loves Roger, has no complaints about her husband's choice. Even at the expense of his own life, he must preserve Roger's blood. For this reason, when the Navy carried out a search on Battery Island and executed all the babies born during that time period, Luju endured desperately and endured with her own life. Finally, Ace was born a year and 3 months after Roger's death. The price of giving birth to Ace was her own life. Such Luju is certainly a respectable and great mother. Fortunately, in this timeline, Luju never experienced such a cruel reality. With the ability of the Liuku immortal thief taught by Luo Feng, Roger is not troubled by terminal illness. After disbanding the pirate group, Roger took Luju secretly and hid in Kolbo Mountain. They lived a peaceful life of men farming and women weaving. 10 months after Luju's pregnancy, Esping was born safely. For the next 2 years, the family of 3 enjoyed themselves. Although the heroes of the Navy come to the door from time to time, in the face of Luju and Ace, there is not much conflict. The peaceful days lasted until the 1500s of the High Yuan calendar. That day, after taking over the bandit Dardan's family as a nanny, Roger had a showdown with Luju. After that, no matter how Luju and Ace cried to stay, Roger still resolutely walked out of the house. 20 years have passed since then. Windmill Village Tavern. Luju, who was still charming, sat on the bar and took a nap. With a faint smile on her quiet profile, she seemed to have dreamed of something good. The arrival of Luo Feng and YY did not disturb Luju's dream. Seeing how big Sister Kanban was sleeping peacefully, YY opened her mouth, and finally sat down quietly without making a sound. The silence lasted about 10 minutes. The Kanban girl Luju staggered and woke up in a daze. Little girl, a glass of rum and a glass of milk. Luo Feng just started to place an order. Suddenly there was a customer's order in the ear, and Luju, who was confused when she slept, immediately refreshed. "I'm really sorry." Luju hurriedly turned around, apologized, then turned around and took a bottle of rum from the shelf. "Guest, do you want to add?" Luju turned around and looked at the 2 guests who had entered the shop at this time. In just a moment, the expression on Luju's face was frozen and sluggish. Her eyes were firmly locked on Luo Feng, her pupils dilated, and she didn't even notice the wine bottle in her hand falling. Are you a teacher?" Luju opened her big teary eyes and stared at Luo Feng in front of her without blinking. The first time she saw Luo Feng, she had already recognized Luo Feng, the legendary godman teacher who knew that the man in front of him was her beloved husband. In the past 20 years, Luo Feng's name has also been included in Luju's list of concerns. For 20 years, she has been looking forward to Luo Feng's arrival all the time, because Roger had promised her the day he left. One day in the future, when his teacher returns, he will also come back. Now, the legendary godman teacher has really come. But what about Roger? Seeing that there was only a little girl who followed Luo Feng and did not have her own husband, Luju felt that her heart seemed to be broken. 20 years of spiritual sustenance fell in vain, making her almost desperate. "Sister Luju, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, the girl's tender voice suddenly came from outside. Magino, a young girl wearing a green headscarf, quickly stepped forward anxiously, holding on to the crumbling Luju. "Little girl, you just made your own conclusion without asking anything. It's not good." Between Luo Feng's smile, a finger fell on Luju's eyebrows, and Luju's turbulent spirit instantly settled down. Sister Luju Makino's face was full of worries. "I'm sorry, Makino, I worried you." "I'm fine." Luju opened her eyes faintly. Luo Feng's previous words echoed in his mind, and Luju seemed to have thought of something. The feeling of despair suddenly burst out with boundless hope. "Sister Luju, who are they?" Looking at the changes before and after her sister, Makino felt relieved, but a big question mark inevitably appeared in her heart. "He is a teacher." The look on Luju's face gradually became excited and uplifted. "Teacher?" The doubt on Mackinaw face suddenly became worse. Looking at Luo Feng's perfectly handsome face without blinking, an inexplicable sense of familiarity was born in his heart for no apparent reason. Not waiting for Mackinaw to ponder the source of familiarity, Lu Ju on the side finally couldn't hold back her excitement, walked out of the bar, and solemnly saluted Luo Feng. "Do you want to see him?" Luo Feng asked. Lu Ju nodded heavily. Immediately afterwards, under Magino's stunned gaze, Luo Feng was brought into her room. Click. The door is locked. 10 minutes later, Luo Feng left Lu Ju's room. Oncoming were the weird gazes of the two young girls, Vivi and Marchino. Luo Feng's eyes twitched suddenly. No, my teacher wouldn't do that kind of thing. Why shook her head first, and shook off all the cranky thoughts in her mind. That's right, this gentleman is so handsome, he must not be a bad person. And I always think I've seen it everywhere. Mackinaw whispered suspiciously. Little Mackinaw girl exist. The naming from Luo Feng interrupted Mackinaw's memory search again. From today to tomorrow morning, don't bother Lu Ju. You can only take care of things in the tavern. Luo Feng Dao. Okay, sir. Makino nodded. Although I don't know what's going on, it's always right to be obedient. Teacher, what about us? Where are we going next? Wai raised her hand and asked. There is still some time, so go and stroll around. Luo Feng Dao. Very good. Wai jumped 3 feet high happily. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Carp's teacher, Makino, shocked, seeking an evaluation of flowers after temporarily storing Roger's crystal coffin on Lu Ju's side, and explaining to her the key to the complete resurrection of Roger. Luo Feng left the tavern with an excited Vivi. From Alabastan to Windmill Village, Luo Feng spent most of the time on the boat. Although I passed many places on the way, almost every time I stopped for a short time to start again. This time, I have some leisure time. After spending half an hour admiring the view of the windmill in the village, Luo Feng took Wai up to Kolbo Mountain. Stop and go all the way. Wait until dusk arrives. Luo Feng and the two walked out of Kolbo Mountain. Across the chaotic and uncertain terminal station, you can see a huge bustling city standing on the ground from a distance. Is that the Goa Kingdom? When I attended the World Conference, I heard that Goa Kingdom is known for its cleanliness, but what is going on with this huge garbage dump? And those people looking at the messy, uncertain terminal, and the poor people at the bottom of it treasure hunting? Vivi, who has always been the most unsightly, trembled involuntarily. This is the darkness hidden under the prosperity, Luo Feng said quietly. Wai's small mouth was pressed tightly, and she was silent. Sorry, Wai, for showing you some bad pictures. It should have been a happy journey. Luo Feng said apologetically. No, where is the teacher? Wai waved her hand quickly. As long as I can follow the teacher, it will be a happy journey wherever I go. Wai said seriously. Luo Feng rubbed Wai's head with his big hands. Let's go, and give the hammer of sanctions to the aristocratic nobles. For Luo Feng, who has traveled through many worlds and seen everything in the world, only this level of Goa Kingdom naturally cannot make Luo Feng feel resentful at all. After many years of travel, Luo Feng has long lost his first youthful blood. The reason why the nobles should be sanctioned on a whim at the moment is simply because this scene makes Wai upset. For his disciples, especially the lovely female apprentices, Luo Feng has always loved him. Wai nodded happily. This night, the Goa Kingdom of Peace was in chaos. The highlands inhabited by nobles and royal families are even more turbulent. All the noble residences screamed again and again, almost turned upside down. Early the next morning, the girls' happy laughter echoed in the mountains and forests. Yeah, it's finally refreshing. Thank you, teacher. Last night was really fun. Wai embraced Luo Feng's right arm in her chest with both hands, and she did not shy away from acting like a baby. It's good if you are happy. Luo Feng smiled and touched Wai's little head. Wai squinted her eyes with comfort and enjoyment like a docile kitten. Another hour. Luo Feng took Wai back to the tavern in Windmill Village. Early in the morning. Naturally, there are no customers in the bistro. Well, Sir, you are back. Makino, who was preparing to open the store, screamed and hurriedly stepped forward to greet her. Luigi hasn't come out yet? Luo Feng asked. Makino nodded. Squeak. At this moment, there was a creaking door opening in the tavern. Teacher, please come over. Luciu's eyes are red and swollen, and dark circles are noticeable. Apparently, she has not slept since yesterday, and even kept crying. After instructing YY and Makino to wait outside, Luo Feng came to Luciu's room again. Under the missing of his wife Luciu, the soul of Roger in the coffin has grown several times. Is it enough? Luo Feng asked calmly. Enough. I can't slow down the teacher because of my own selfishness, and I know that only the teacher can bring Roger back to life. As long as he can survive, it is more important than anything else. Lucia grinned in a brilliant arc. Don't worry, it won't be long. This is my promise. Luo Feng Dao. Yeah? Thank you so much. Teacher. Lucia held back the tears of excitement, knelt on her knees, and bowed her prayers. Port of Kinderdick. The small sailboat that had stayed overnight restarted. Go away, that handsome gentleman. I don't know if I have a chance to see him again in the future. The girl Makino whispered to herself, watching the boat drifting away. Some feelings of melancholy were born in her heart. There must be a chance to see you again. Luciu nodded, filled with joy and longing, because she knows the scene in her dream, a picture of a family of 3 reuniting. Ace, do you know? Dad is really coming back. Luciu thought silently in her heart. At this moment, the stunned Magino suddenly appeared in a daze. What's the matter with you, Makino? Luciu asked. I remembered. Finally remembered. Makino shouted in shock. What do you think of? Luciu was puzzled. That gentleman, he. Makino's beautiful eyes widened. She remembered. She remembered why she was familiar with Luo Feng's face. That face. She saw it once when she was young. That was when she was helping Carp, who returned home to clean and tidy up the room. She happened to see old photos that Carp regarded as precious. At that time, Carp proudly pointed to the young man in the photo and said, that gentleman is Mr. Carp's teacher. Makino exclaimed with all his strength. Luciu smiled slightly. Yes, not just Roger, but also Mr. Carp, Mr. Rawley, and Mr. Newgate. That Lord Teacher, he is really the most incredible god in the world. Starting from the village of Fenk, all the way through a small half of the East China Sea. A day later, Luo Feng took YY to the entrance of the upside-down mountain again. The sky was covered with thick cumulonimbus clouds. The pouring rain poured down without warning, causing the sea to surge, wave after wave. Not long after, 2 towering walls of deep red continents appeared in Luo Feng's 2 sights. Between the red earth continents, a canal rushes up against the current under the pull of special magnetic force. The mountain climbing canal that upsides the mountain is a spectacle that will be breathtaking no matter how many times you see it. Let's go, Luo Feng whispered, controlling the sailing boat to enter from the canal impartially. 1 minute later, the sailing boat followed the current to the top of the upside-down mountain, and the boat smashed through the darkness, and the sky could be seen. So beautiful. Standing upside down at the highest point of the mountain and looking at the boundless sea, YY's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine. The boat descended down the waterfall. Another minute later, the great airway Gemini has arrived. Hey flower-like Uncle Rab, we are back. YY waved happily. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Qualification Certificate of the Slayer of the Dragon Slayer seeking an evaluation of flowers. The starting point of the Great Route, Gemini Cape. A small sailing boat moored quietly on the red clay coast. A young girl dressed in a swimsuit is riding a huge island-like whale, frolicking and playing. Lighthouse on the red clay coast. The lighthouse old man Colikas was full of excitement. His eyes widened without blinking, looking at the 2 crystal coffins laid out in front of him. Looking at the familiar face in the coffin, Kuroka's only felt his nose sore. His eyes flushed, and hot tears couldn't help falling. 26 years ago, the Roger pirates, who learned of the real Last Island from Xianxing Island, have returned to the origin of everything, that is, the Twin Capes, ready to take the route again and take everything from the previous journey to the end. At that time, Roger was not terminally ill, and naturally there was no need to ask Kurokas to get on the ship to stabilize Roger's condition. But that night, after listening to Kurokas talk about the fetters between the whale rab and the rumba pirates, how could Roger, who had always been enthusiastic, indifferent when even using his own vision of the future, he helped Rabu see the distant future, finally successfully locked the position of the last survivor of the rumba pirates. That is the Devil's Triangle of the Great Sea Route. When he learned that there were still people alive in the rumba pirates, Kurokazdan chose to follow the ship. It's just that the day fails. Even if a specific area has been locked, it is even more difficult to find someone in the vast ocean, especially the magical waters. Going around in the Devil's Triangle for a month, under the Fool of Fate, Roger and his team still failed to meet the dead Brook with only a handful of bones left. It didn't even matter if Brook was not found. Roger and his party happily encountered a mysterious creature hidden in that sea area, and nearly capsized the ship. After that terrible encounter, Kurokas also had to give up. After that, Kurokas did not leave the Rogers group, staying on the ship for 2 years, accompanied Roger and his team to the final island of La Vidra. It was not until Roger disbanded the pirates that he returned to Cape Gemini. Although it was only 2 short years of getting along with Roger and his gang, Colikas was already fully integrated into the Roger pirates. The 2 years of adventure with Roger and his friends on the ship are the most precious memories of his life. 20 years ago, on the day Roger was publicly executed, Kurokas went to Ra to see the captain off. For the next 20 years, he has been waiting at Gemini Cape, waiting for a certain man, waiting for Luo Feng's arrival. 3 days ago, as Roger predicted, the person he was waiting for really came. And now 3 days later, Luo Feng once again came to Twin Capes, and at the same time brought his friends who should no longer exist in the world. Okay, it's better to be back than anything else. I'm dead without regret to be able to see you again. In the lighthouse room, Kurokas was so excited that tears filled his eyes, and he couldn't help himself. Good moment. Kurokas finally calmed down his turbulent mood, and turned to look at Luo Feng with a feverish expression. Senior, what am I going to do next? Kurokas asked. I've heard Luo Feng say before that to make Roger and the others wake up, he still needs his power. Why don't you sleep with them? Luo Feng smiled. Aha. Kurokas was dumbfounded. Just kidding, just talk to them like that, just remember the past. Luo Feng Dao. The important thing is to extract the fragments of people's memory. It turns out, that's fine, Senior. Don't scare me, Kurokas said. Haha. Luo Feng laughed and turned to go out. 6 hours later, Kurokas will carefully review the past 2 years with Roger pirates. The soul body of Roger's puppet has grown again. Guanyu Mission's empty soul body is also gradually consolidating. Luo Feng untied the bronze coffin and put the 2 in the coffin again. Senior, a good journey. Kurokas wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and waved goodbye. See you later. Luo Feng waved goodbye to Kurokas, and set off again with the tired YY. Calculating the time, and within a few days of work, YY will be able to master the profound meaning of Dragon Slayer magic and become a true Dragon Slayer. By then, YY will experience the fear of being dominated by transportation. At that time, it's probably time to separate. Thinking about it, I'm still a little bit reluctant. Luo Feng grinned. Teacher, what are you laughing at? Looking at the smile at the corner of Luo Feng's mouth, YY's body trembled for no apparent reason. Nothing, let's go. The warm sun shone on the sea, sparkling. The habitual sea breeze is blowing in, bringing a hint of coolness to the people on the sea. On the Great Sea Route, this is a rare good weather. Only on this rare good day, a certain girl is experiencing the second uncomfortable thing in her life. No matter how gentle the sun in the sky, no matter how cool the sea breeze is, it can't smooth the twitches inside the girl's body. YY, hold on for a while, the island is already near. Luo Feng stood at the top of the mast, far away from the girl on the deck. She would never let YY have a second chance to spit out the rainbow in her arms. Teacher, I was very uncomfortable. I was dying. Well, vomit. YY hung her body weakly on the boat rail, her stomach tumbling, and a rainbow appeared when her mouth was open and closed. What silly thing to say, my stupid disciple. Your reaction now is proof that you have become stronger. You are already a qualified Sky Slayer, Dragon Slayer. Luo Feng nodded seriously. Really, teacher? Don't lie to me. Didn't I really keep vomiting because of food poisoning this morning? Akwai was pulling on the railing weakly. Hold on for a while, and you will be on land immediately. When you get on the shore, you will understand. Luo Feng Dao. Alright, YY responded weakly. 5 minutes later, Luo Feng controlled the boat to moor in the port of a resort island on the way. After a while, resurrection, leaving the vehicle. The Downtooth YY immediately resurrected. Chapter 25. Resurrection. On the famous resort island port of the Great Sea Route, the spiritual girl with the blue long-haired girl raised her hands above her head and cheered loudly. When her feet left the deck and her feet were on the ground, YY, who had fainted all the way and vomited all the way, was instantly resurrected with blood. No longer the sickness of the previous second. The speed of recovery is immediate. So what the teacher said turned out to be true. As soon as I went ashore, I was really fine. It was not a food poisoning. That's great. It's really great. YY, who had recovered completely, spoke with great gratitude. At this moment, she has not yet realized the seriousness of this situation. I said earlier, this is the proof that you have become a qualified Dragon Slayer. Luo Feng smiled. It is naturally not an easy thing to graduate from the Dragon Slayer. In the world of fairy tale, even Naz finally graduated after 10 years of arduous practice and became a qualified Dragon Slayer master who stuns transportation. Wendy, the Dragon Slayer of the Sky, who was personally taught by Dan Longrandine, finally became stronger in the later stage and fainted on a vehicle. However, at the moment, it only took YY just 1 week to successfully faint on the vehicle. If this speed is known by the Dragon Slayer wizards of the Monster Tale world, it will inevitably be shocked. Of course, the reason why YY was able to master the Dragon Slayer magic so quickly was naturally due to Luo Feng's precepts and deeds. The first is the celestial dragon demon crystal that YY fused, which itself was transformed and upgraded by Luo Feng. It is not just the various abilities of the Sky Dragon King magic. At the same time, it is an infinite magic power supply device, which is refreshing YY's body every moment without worrying about the consumption of magic power. What YY has to do is to adapt to the circulation of magic power in the body and open up a wide enough magic power output supply channel. This is the most critical step. But the presence of Luo Feng is not a big problem. These 7 days, every night after Vivi fell asleep, Luo Feng would quietly give her body a comprehensive upgrade. One upgrade is about 1 year of hard practice. In other words, it is 7 years. This is not too shocking. It's just for those things Luo Feng did for her at night. YY obviously didn't know it. Now I am complacent about my progress. Teacher, I passed so soon. Am I a genius? And how strong am I now? YY asked curiously. I think about it, defeating the high-level agents of the Baroque Agency is easy. And it is probably about the same as Crocodile's 5 uncles. Luo Feng smiled and said, real. Luo Feng said that he is now strong enough to fight Crocodile. YY was stunned. I felt like I was hit by a big bee, and my whole person was dizzy. I have only been with the teacher for a week, and I am as strong as the sand crocodile. It is incredible. YY whispered unconsciously, and suddenly shook her head. No, right? My teacher is a god. So it's a matter of course. I will have to work harder in the future, and I must not lose my reputation as a teacher. YY nodded to herself. Is this little Nizai not aware of the point of the problem, or does she think that the seasickness is only off? Luo Feng, who has been waiting for YY to ask questions, can't help but feel anxious for her. Speaking of which, teacher, I was dizzy just now. In response to Luo Feng's question, YY finally remembered how she had nearly died of fainting on the boat. However, before she could finish her question, Vivian suddenly moved her ears 10 times more keenly under the spell of the Dragon Slayer. Next moment, suddenly, There was a violent crackling sound from the resort island square inches the distance. The dazzling fire blasted into the sky with the smoke and dust of the explosion. Teacher, there is a situation over there. I will check it out. YY spoke in a hurry. Go ahead. Luo Feng nodded and agreed. Yes, YY nodded, turned decisively and galloped towards the source of the commotion. A lively little girl like YY will naturally want to do something after she becomes stronger. One is to test his current strength. Secondly, I want to use the power gained to practice my ideals and ambitions. At this moment, the central plaza of the resort island, the roar of the explosion caused chaos in the bustling square where people came and went. The two fighting parties were Colonel Tina, who happened to be resting on the resort island, and the remnants of the Baroque Working Society who happened to come here by chance. Miss Valentine's Day, Golden Week, Run Fast. The secret crime company Baroque Work Agency is a fugitive senior cadre. Mr. 5 Jim, who has the ability to explode fruits, yelled anxiously. While yelling, Mr. 5 frantically pricked his nostrils with his little fingers in both hands, popping booger bombs one after another, creating chaos and smoke, and covering his partner's retreat. Don't try to escape. The heroic and brave Navy headquarters Colonel Tina gave a quiet sigh, and waved a black barrier between them, trying to lock down the three senior Baroque cadres. Wow, the legal Lily Miss yelled during Golden Week, relying on her petite body to dodge the danger. Mr. 5 Jum also used his own bomb to blast Tina's black cage. However, Miss Valentine, who is capable of light and fluttering fruit, is not so lucky. She was not very agile, even if she was caught by Tina. His hands and feet were firmly bound by the black threshold, and fell to the ground feebly. Miss Valentine's Day, Mr. 5 Jum yelled anxiously. Don't worry about me. If you get caught here, it's all over. You go first, Miss Valentine said. Hateful Mr. 5 immersed in the dust of the sky holding the legal Lily Golden Week. Colonel Tina, the two Baroque guys are going to run away. Please order the pursuit. A Navy captain spoke quickly. No need. Tina waved her hand, with a faint smile on her lips. Chapter 26. No need. Tina lit a cigarette, calmly spit out the smoke ring, with an expression of Zizi holding her. But, Miss Tina, proceed with my order. And now an announcement is issued across the island. Before 5 o'clock in the evening, if the people from the Baroque Work Agency do not come to the coast to surrender, they will be publicly sentenced to Miss Valentine's Day. Tina said calmly. The arrested Miss Valentine was frightened. I thought that the worst result for me was to be locked up. Never thought that this beautiful-looking Navy colonel didn't play the card according to common sense, and was so frantic that she was going to execute her publicly. Colonel Tina, this is not compliant. The captain looked embarrassed. Needless to say, just follow my instructions. Tina's tone is slightly harsh. Yes, Captain, hurry up and follow Miss Tina's orders. Miss Tina's decision must have deep meaning. Not you can understand. Tina's two big licking dogs, Zhangao and Fen Budi, echoed in unison. Yes, Miss Tina. The captain nodded. No further objections. Just as the Marines were busy issuing public punishment notices to the whole island, YY finally rushed to the square where the commotion originated. That's Miss Tina of the Navy looking at the heroic female Navy on the square. YY's eyes lit up and she already recognized Tina's identity. Listening to the call not far after she came, Tina also turned around, waiting to see the equably long-haired girl flying by. Tina was stunned first, then her face moved slightly. You are Queen Vivi of Alabastan. Tina recognized YY. Yes, Miss Tina, this is YY. YY nodded. Mr. YY, why are you here? Tina asked. For some reason, I am following the teacher in practice, and accidentally came to this island to take a rest. YY explained briefly and concisely, and then asked, Miss Tina, what happened here before? What happened to that explosion? There in response to YY's question, Tina lifted her hand lightly and pointed to Miss Valentine's Day on the pillar she was able to sit on. That person is Miss Valentine, a senior cadre of the Baroque Job Club. YY, who has been undercover in Baroque for 2 years, will naturally not fail to recognize Miss Valentine's Day. As you can see, Princess Vivi, There are currently 4 people arrested in the Baroque Job Club, including the mastermind Crocodile, plus this one is 5, and there are 4 others left, Mr. 2 Von Cray, Mr. 3 Goldino, Mr. 5 Jim and Miss Golden Week. I have received news that Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 are now hiding on this holiday island, together with the 3 people who appeared before. The remaining 4 people have all gathered on this island. I have a plan and a chance. Catch them all at once. Tina spoke solemnly. Xiang Yi explained the current situation and her plan. Well, I already know the general situation. YY nodded solemnly. If possible, Miss Tina, can I assist you in arresting the people of the Baroque Job Club? YY spoke seriously. Princess Vivi, you. Tina opened her mouth. Her face looked embarrassed. In her information, although YY is not powerless to restrain the chicken, it is not too strong, and even a banana crocodile can't be defeated. This kind of strength will not only not be a help when catching murderous criminals, but will be hindered. But anyway, YY's identity is a princess of a country, and her identity is noble. It would be too sad to just persuade the passionate YY so bluntly, saying that she is too weak and will drag her back. Just let her stay. If the Baroque senior cadres catch the opportunity and in turn catch YY and threaten them, it will undoubtedly make things more complicated. For a moment, Tina couldn't help but be in a dilemma. Miss Tina, are you worried about my safety? How could YY, who had always been smart, didn't know the meaning of Tina's expression at the moment? Princess Vivi, your status is honorable. Let our navy handle you here. You just watch it from the sidelines. If you gamble on the glory of the navy, you will definitely arrest the wicked parties. Tina made a fist with her right hand in her heart, and solemnly promised. Miss Tina, maybe you won't believe it, but now I am completely different from before. The teacher said that I am already a strong person who can be alone. I will not delay the bet on the reputation of the Queen of Alabastan. Miss Tina, your hind legs. YY followed Tina's appearance, making a fist with her right hand and falling on the justice in front of her, earnestly guaranteeing. Seeing YY's serious appearance, Tina couldn't help but stunned, and then helplessly shook her head. YY had already said this, and she couldn't say anything more. At most, you should pay more attention when the war starts later. Things are getting more interesting. In the open-air cafe not far away, Luo Feng was sipping his steaming coffee without hesitation, with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 27. With the announcement of the public sentence ordered by Tina, the atmosphere on the entire resort island is gradually tense. Under the persuasion of the Marines to retreat, the tourists who came to the coast to watch the excitement all returned to their residences. The huge holiday plaza has entered a state of martial law. Time passed bit by bit. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 2 hours after the announcement of the public sentence. Papa, the sound of serial artillery battles suddenly exploded on the quiet coast, stirring up gunpowder smoke and dust in the sky. Coming. Everyone is ready. Tina gave a solemn cry. All the Marines clenched their weapons, staring at the smoke-filled coast with unblinking eyes. However, in the next second, a scene that made everyone dumbfounded happened. With the sound of wheels rolling, a trolley rushed out of gunpowder smoke and appeared in the encircling net of Marines. On the wheelbarrow, a man with a 3-character hairstyle was tied up by a big 5 flowers. That's Agent Number 3 Goldino of the Baroque Job Club. But what's going on? Is he here to save people or to deliver food? Why did you tie yourself up first? The faces of all the Marines were filled with doubts and incomprehension. Even Tina was a little dazed for a while. But since the other party took the initiative to tie the 5 flowers to the door, she naturally has no reason to refuse. Just as Tina was about to use her ability to bind Gardino, YY's sensitive ears moved slightly. Miss Tina, be careful. YY Jiao yelled and strode forward. At the same time, the Mr. 3 Goldino on the trolley suddenly violent, and the rope on his body untied spontaneously. At the same time, the conspicuous 3 prefix also instantly changed into a monster face. Surprise, it's not 3, it's the slave of two. Those who imitate the fruit's ability, Mr. Tu Von Klei exaggerated laughing. Gorgeous swan dance in ballet boxing! Feng Kelai relentlessly launched a stormy and ferocious kick at Tina, who was lagging for a moment. In a hurry, even Tina was caught off guard. However, in the next second, he didn't wait for the monster Von Klei to pursue him. A turbulent airflow suddenly rushed out from behind Tina and directly met his onslaught. Dragon's claw kick against kick. Wai Wei's slender jade feet were surrounded by a circle of visible air currents, and attacked Mr. Tu like a dragon's claw. The two powerful kicks touched, and the terrifying wind surged, stirring up dust in the sky. The surrounding marines retreated under the gust of wind. The stalemate was just a moment. Next second, under the shocked gaze of Tina and others, Mr. Tu, who was offering a bounty of 32 million Bailey, spun up and flew out dozens of meters, and then smashed heavily on the beach. Mr. Tu tied to the pillar, yelled nervously on Valentine's Day. It is rare to wait until her friends come to rescue her, but before she is happy for too long, the powerful friendly army is the first to deflate and get kicked. What makes Miss Valentine's Day even more shocking is that the person who kicked the powerful Mr. Tu will turn out to be Miss Wednesday, Queen of Alabastan. Why? Also deeply shocked by this scene were Tina and Mr. 3 Goldino, Miss Golden Week and Mr. 5, who were secretly observing in two directions. They knew the best of Wai Wei's strength, full of money, that is, the ability of cannon fodder intermediate agents. But what do they see now? Not long ago, Wai Wei, who was still a little chicken, now kicked the top 3 Mr. Tu Feng Kelai in the Baroque organization. This is beyond imagination. Puff on the other side, Mr. Tu Von Klei, who was kicked into the beach, coughed twice and vomited the remaining sand. Don't be afraid of little Valentine's Day, bet on the glory of the ladyboy, and the slave family will definitely rescue you. The affectionate and righteous ladyboy Von Klei comforted the flustered Miss Valentine's Day for the first time. After that, he finally turned his attention to Wai Wei, who had kicked herself away earlier. Ever since, after realizing it, Von Klei, who recognized Wai Wei, opened his eyes in shock, and his eyes almost jumped out of his sockets. Are you the one who kicked the slave home, Miss Wednesday? The fairy Feng Kelai exaggerated with a ghostly expression. You just know. Mr. 3, who was observing, secretly staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, someone pushed behind him at a critical moment, which didn't make him fall. Thanks Mr. 3 Goldino, thanks subconsciously. Welcome Liu Feng smiled. Aha. Listening to the sudden voice behind him, Mr. 3 finally reacted. A chill froze from the sole of the foot to the sky spirit cover, and the whole person was stiff and dumbfounded. You also go to play with my disciples, the voice behind him resumed. The next second, without waiting for Mr. 3 to turn his head to see who is sacred that suddenly appeared behind him, a strong force suddenly struck from behind, pushing his body to fly out of the grass and flew straight to the beach battlefield. Oh, in the strange cry, Mr. 3 Goldino's gorgeous head fell on the beach. Chapter 28. A tense, stagnant atmosphere hangs over the coast of the resort island. At this moment, the mutation regenerates. A figure suddenly popped out of the grass in the distance. Leaping a distance of tens of meters, finally fell a gorgeous dog to eat shit. The big 3 characters on the head indicate the identity of the visitor. Mr. 3 Goldino, Senior Agent Number 3 of Ballot Work Agency! That's Mr. 3 Naval Colonel Tina. Miss Valentine, who was arrested, and little Lolita, who was still secretly observing Golden Week, all exclaimed. Mr. 3, I know that you are also a man of love and righteousness. You just came here. Today we will join hands to rescue Miss Valentine's Day. The Shamal Von Klei moved. Ahem, poo. Mr. 3 Goldino spit out the sand in his mouth, his face full of tears. Do you think ghosts want to get involved in this mess? I was forced out by someone. I really didn't want to save people! Mr. 3 kept wailing in his heart. However, this is the end of the matter. Even if he is unwilling in his heart, There is nothing to make up for it. The arrow has to be sent on the string. Even if he wanted to retire now, it was too late. The Navy will never let him go. If that's the case, let's have a gorgeous fight. Mr. 3 patted the dust on his body, and stood on a united front with the monster Fenkeli. 2 have already appeared, so I will accept them unceremoniously. Tina finally recovered from the shock and took a step forward. Miss Tina YY suddenly spoke to Tina. "What's wrong?" Tina asked. "Miss Tina, can these 2 people be left to me to deal with?" YY said seriously. "Princess Vivi, you." Tina's pretty face showed a little bit of astonishment, and after a while, she nodded solemnly. Get a glimpse of the whole picture. From the previous brief confrontation between YY and the monster Fenkline, it was enough for Tina to see a lot. YY is now very different from the one more than a week ago. In just 1 week. How strong YY is, Tina is also curious about this. Tina knows it, then I'll leave it to you, Princess Vivi. Tina said. "Thank you, Miss Tina." YY smiled brightly. "Ho ho, Miss Wednesday, it's so courage to challenge our 2 high-level agents by a mere mid-level agent." Mr. 3 opened his mouth loudly. "Don't be careless, Mr. 3, Miss Wednesday is not easy now." The ladyboy Fenkeli who had fought with YY was tight. "First, I am no longer Miss Wednesday, I am Vivi, Princess Vivi of Alabastan, and second, the teacher said, I can easily defeat you now." YY spoke confidently. After saying that, before Galdino could say more, YY's figure suddenly rushed out, bringing up a burst of unrestrained air currents. Dragon's broken teeth candle wall Vivis Dragon's claw, which winds around the gust of wind, collided with Mr. 3 Galdino's solid candle wall defensively. Crack, click in the gusty wind. Mr. 3's proud candle wall defense heard bursts of overwhelmed clicks. Thin cracks appeared on the surface. Perceiving this, Mr. 3's proud face was instantly occupied by shocking emotions. "Don't be too careless after all," the ladyboy Fenkeli screamed. "Ballet fist eyelash boomerang!" Exclamation mark. The tough man demon Fenkeli throws out his decorative sharp false eyelashes like Ultraman launches a head dart. YY tapped her toes on the wall of the candle, turned her body upside down 360 degrees, and placed her delicate hand in front of her small mouth. The roar of Dan Long. As YY's breath swallowed, the air currents between heaven and earth gathered towards her little mouth, and then suddenly roared out. The candle wall that had eaten 2 Dragon King magics in succession finally burst open. The 2 high-level Baroque agents hiding behind also flew upside down in YY's roar. How is it possible? It's only a few days now. How could this YY become so strong? Mr. 3 yelled incredibly. This question, the slave family also wants to know, but now is not the time to think about this. 3. Don't keep your hands. The toe of the Shemal Fenkeli left a mark tens of meters long on the sand, entering a serious state. Shemal fist bursts swan dance Fenkeli shouted. The kick and burst as strong as a rifle shot. Xiang YY kept pouring out. For Fenkeli's fierce attack, YY confronted him without showing weakness. She is also in need of a hearty battle to test her progress. Shemal Von Clay and 3 Galdino are undoubtedly the best opponents. Resort Island Coast. The fierce battle between the Sky Sage Vivi and the Fairy Fenkeli started, and the Tina and the Marines on the sidelines were all dazzled and exclaimed. That YY turned out to be. If that's the case, I'm going to be serious. Mr. 3 gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and the Superman's ability to melt fruits was activated. Wax Museum. Countless white melted candle liquid scattered out, condensing wax figures of Mr. 3 one after another. Next is the candle gun hidden in the Wax Museum. Mr. 3 threw candle guns one after another at YY, in order to interfere with YY's fighting rhythm and assist the monster Fenkeli. Although Mr. 3's feint attack did not have much power, it did interfere with YY, who was inexperienced in combat. Shemal Boxing, a memoir of that summer. Fenkeli seized the opportunity and punched YY's staggered arms, flying it out. Even with the unwinding of the wind, a clear bruise scar still appeared on YY's arm. Princess Vivi, are you okay? Tina couldn't help being shocked. and wanted to intervene. "It doesn't matter, Miss Dina, I can handle it." YY nodded affirmatively. Are you still going to do it? A pampered princess like you should just go and stay aside. Mr. 3 uses the radical method. He who has always had the most brilliant mind, of course knows that the best escape method right now is to catch YY to threaten the Navy to release people. For this reason, we must not let YY get out of the fight. However, what Mr. 3 didn't know was that his own radical method didn't have any effect at all, because YY never thought of shrinking from the beginning to the end. I'm still far away. The current combat experience is still unable to defeat both of them at the same time. It seems that I have to try that trick. YY whispered to herself. What's the matter, Princess YY? Are you scared to be silly? Mr. 3 is still ignorantly stimulating. What's wrong? 3. The slave family has an ominous premonition. Fenkeli shuddered suddenly. What can you not? In the middle of Mr. 3's words, he stopped abruptly. The complacency on his face was instantly replaced by a thick horror. What the hell is that? Mr. 3 was shocked that his chin almost touched the ground. Huge tornado. Is Princess YY really a natural wind fruit capable person? The beauty of the Navy Colonel Dina, who was watching the battle, also changed drastically. Once again, she was deeply shocked by YY's strength. For everyone's shock and wonder, YY didn't have any extra emotions. The exquisite pretty face was solemn. Fully concentrate, follow the sky's guidance, and activate the profound meaning that belongs to the sky's Dragon King magic. Milong Upanishad shines through the sky and wears it. Chapter 29. Extinguish the dragon uprising, shine through the sky! Exclamation mark. The charming voice of the young girl echoed on the battlefield on the coast of the resort island. This is YY's final response to the 2 senior agents of the Baroque Agency. In order to become a qualified Dragon Slayer, Slayer's first round of Dragon Slayer profound meaning. Wow! The wind danced wildly between the heaven and the earth, with YY as the center. Intense convection occurred in the atmosphere. As the air moves, hurricanes are also generated. With the infusion of magic power, all the scattered wind gathered around YY form a wind barrier that is so powerful that it can penetrate the sky. The horrible fluctuations radiated out, and the expressions of Mr. 3 Galdino and the monster Fenkeli in Lingless body changed drastically. There is a great sense of crisis in my heart. Intuition tells them that if this is done they will die! Exclamation mark. 3 Fenkeli, the tough guy, shuddered and yelled loudly. I know Mr. 3 Galdino answered repeatedly. A pat with both hands. The Superman system is fully capable of melting fruits. Extra large service candle wall. A solid candle wall that was several times larger than the previous candle wall was born out of thin air, protecting both Galdino and Von Cray in it. It's not over yet, candle ball. Even so, Mr. 3 Galdino still felt unsafe, and added a candle ball to defend against them. Ended. YY's red lips slightly opened, and she uttered 3 words calmly. In the next second, the sky that had accumulated power to the extreme, Milong Upanishad, suddenly shot out. The Wind King barrier that was so terrifying that it could penetrate the sky swept out in an instant. In an instant, it smashed Mr. 3 Galdino's extra-large defensive candle wall. The turbulent wind engulfed the round candle ball into the sky. Under the terrifying cutting force of the Wind King enchantment, dense cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the candle ball. Mr. 3, who was dangling in it, could only watch the cracks on the candle ball expand, but could no longer concentrate on filling it up. Crack! Click. Only a few seconds later, Mr. 3 Galdino's last layer of candle ball defense also burst. The screams of the 2 high-level Baroque agents resounded across the sky, and both were defeated by YY's dragon extinguishing uprising. Wait until the Wind King enchantment disperses. Both Mr. 3 Galdino and the tough guy Fenkeli fell helplessly on the beach and fell into a coma. So strong. The Navy Colonel Tina Kiao, who witnessed YY defeating 2 high-level Baroque agents with a reward of tens of millions, was already shocked. At this moment, she finally knew the source of confidence that YY had bet on all her guarantees not long ago. With the strength that YY showed now, even she couldn't guarantee a steady win. It doesn't stop there. If that terrifying hurricane is really the fruit of natural wind, I will definitely not win, Tina said softly to herself. Miss Tina, fortunately not insulting her life. After calming down the undulating magical aura in her lower body, YY's face was filled with a bright smile again. Yes. No. I really helped a lot this time, Princess Vivi. After recovering, Tina nodded quickly. No, I'm going to join the war willfully. If Miss Tina would be able to win them faster. YY touched her head in embarrassment. Speaking of which, Princess YY, when did you master the ability of natural wind fruit? Tina asked curiously. As far as she knows, during the civil war in Alabastan half a month ago, Vivi definitely did not have such a strong strength. However, in just half a month, YY has become so powerful. This is simply a miracle. In this sea, the only thing that can achieve this level of power transformation is probably the powerful devil fruit ability. Tina believed so firmly. Feng fruit ability? No, Miss Tina, I am not a devil fruit ability person. YY shook her head innocently. Aha. Tina, who thinks her reasoning is perfect, is dumbfounded again. Miss Tina, I am able to become stronger in such a short period of time, not by some devil fruit. It is all the teacher's credit. YY grinned. Teacher? Tina repeated the sentence in a daze. Yes, it's the teacher. Ah, just right, my teacher is here. YY waved happily to the east of the coast. Tina turned her head mechanically. At a glance, it was the figure dressed in white that was locked not far away. Just a glance. Tina couldn't leave her sight anymore. Puff through Tina's heartbeat pulsed in an arc visible to the naked eye. The heartbeat that followed even more resounded in Tina's mind like thunder, and thunderous waves were set off. The face of the person who was walking slowly not far away seemed to possess some kind of magical power. At the first sight, it was the Navy elite like Tina who was deeply involved, unable to extricate himself from it for a long time. What the hell is going on? Could it be that I'm heartbroken? What a joke. Tina looked ridiculous. Chapter 30. Chapter 31. Colonel Tina is getting married with her boyfriend Feng Tsai. Seeking flowers evaluation. Teacher, how was my previous performance? Teacher, you must have seen them all. YY ran to meet Luo Feng, rubbing her small head against Luo Feng's big hand, with a hopeful expression on her face begging for praise. Well, I have seen them all. Well done, you are already able to master the profound meaning of dragon-slaying magic. Luo Feng smiled. Don't be stingy with this compliment. Vivi, who got his wish and was praised by Luo Feng, immediately smiled contentedly. By the way, teacher, introduce. This is Colonel Tina of the Navy, Miss Tina. This is my best teacher in the world. After being happy, YY quickly introduced Luo Feng and Tina to each other. He is Princess Vivis. Teacher. Tina said blankly. The tough spirit still guards the shackles of the curse of Theta of Love Mole, unable to extricate it. Little girl Tina of the Navy. Luo Feng thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. When I saw Tina, the information about her in my mind also appeared one by one. Little girl Tina, it's probably not the time to be in a daze. Luo Feng kindly reminded. Tina's expression remained stunned, and she tilted her head in confusion. Your warship seems to have been stolen. Luo Feng smiled. This time, Tina's sound was a little worse. At the same time, the whole person was aroused by Luo Feng's reminder, and he completely recovered. Suddenly turning around, looking at the empty coast and the warship disappearing to the sea level, Tina froze and she was stupid. Oh no, the big thing is not good. Miss Tina, our warship was stolen. Idiot. Praise. This is my line. I want to report to Miss Tina. Idiot FemD. Of course this kind of line is first come, first served. Tina's top-licking dog, Zhangao, fought with Fin Body. Black Threshold Tina threw two black barrier prisoners in her hand to lock Zhangao and Fein Booty tightly. The huge justice in front of her was ups and downs, and she was really frustrated by the idiot behavior of her subordinates. In addition, I cried stupidly by my own behavior. After all, the dignified Navy colonel was stole the warship in front of others. If it was spread out, her face would really be lost. Teacher, what is going on? Who stole the warship? Seeing Tina's expression, YY only dared to ask in a low voice. It's probably because of the shock that you gave little Tina and the others. YY, too much. Luo Feng said casually. Kuai's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She never thought that it had something to do with her dare to love. However, this is precisely the case. When Tina and the Marines were completely attracted by Viv's mighty dragon-slaying uprising, two other senior Baroque agents, Miss Golden Week and Mr. Five Jim, who secretly observed, also took the opportunity to quietly rescue Miss Valentine's Day. Later, relying on the black strategy of little Lori Miss Golden Week's superpowers betrayal, she turned against the seamen who guarded the ship and escaped. Ahaha, Miss Tina, it doesn't matter, at least I caught two big fish this time. YY comforted. Tina nodded. The stolen warship must be taken back, Tina firmly said after a short introspection. Tina has also recovered from her loss. After all, he is an excellent head colonel, and his mental ability is naturally extraordinary. Seeing Tina regaining her calmness, YY also exhaled in her heart. In that case, Miss Tina, I will go with the teacher first, and see you next time. YY waved goodbye to Tina, and quickly followed Luo Feng's pace. See you next time. Tina's eyes stayed on YY for a while, and then she locked onto Luo Feng's back without blinking. Compared with the stolen warship, she is now more curious about Luo Feng's identity. In less than half a month's time, YY's strength could undergo an earth-shaking transformation. It's not relying on the power of the devil fruit. This ability is definitely not something ordinary people can do. In addition, watching Luo Feng gradually leave, Tina's heart was touched fiercely for no reason. Who is that person? Tina's right hand fell on her heart unconsciously. Feeling the unusual heartbeat in her chest, the expression on Tina Kieo's face gradually became confused. What the hell is this feeling? It's obviously the first time we met, but why is that person's face so clear? I never believe in love at first sight, but seeing Luo Feng disappearing from her field of vision gradually away, Tina felt empty in her heart for no reason. It seemed that part of the heart had also left with Luo Feng. Miss Tina. What are we going to do now? The spare warship is ready. Do you want to pursue it? Tina's Marines gathered one after another. Ask the chief Tina for instructions on the next step. However, Tina, who has always been vigorous and resolute, seems to be lost at this moment, as if she didn't realize it. Miss Tina, what's the matter with you? Zhang Gao, who didn't notice anything wrong, asked with concern. I seem to fall in love with that person at first sight. Tina replied subconsciously. What? The hypnotist Zhang's voice increased more than 18 degrees. The whole person stood in place as if struck by thunder. Zhang Gao, what's the matter? Another Marine asked. Miss Tina. Miss Tina is in love. Zhang Gao yelled deeply and couldn't accept this reality. What are you talking about? Colonel Tina has a boyfriend. Another licking dog sea soldier yelled. Huh? Did Miss Tina finally agree to be my girlfriend? Fendi said. Go to yours. Go and eat your peaches. Zhang Gao kicked Femdi's somersault. The topic of Tina's love intensified. As the spread continues, the version becomes more and more exaggerated, to the end. Colonel Tina, although I am not reconciled, I still congratulate you. Happy wedding. A veteran who had been under Tina for 5 years. Tina, who finally recovered from the influence of Luo Feng's departure, said with a dazed expression on her face. Miss Tina, you are pregnant now. I have already reported to the headquarters. I believe your maternity leave will be granted soon. Please don't work too hard before the baby is born. Take care of your body. The resolute Marine Liaison Officer solemnly said. What are you talking about? Who is pregnant? Who needs maternity leave? Tina collapsed again in a daze. A few minutes later, I have to understand all the causes and consequences. Tina's fair and pretty face instantly turned red. Steam evaporates from the top of the head. Idiots! Tina clenched Xiu's fist and caught Zhang Yao and Feng Budi in a fat beating. Great. Miss Tina has no boyfriend yet. Everything is a misunderstanding. Femdi, who was beaten into a pig's head, spoke happily. The angry Miss Tina is as beautiful as ever. Zhang Yao, who was lying in a row with Femdi, looked intoxicated. These two people no help. Really? These idiot subordinates will have to go to the house if they don't fight for a day. Even this kind of rumors dare to spread. But, on the other side, Tina gritted her silver teeth and returned to the warship angrily. No, 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 where is love at first sight in this world? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Anyway, it is necessary to report this incident to the headquarters. Tina came to the captain's room of the standby warship and dialed a special phone bug that could directly reach the Navy headquarters. Chapter 31, Marine Headquarters, Marine Fodor Headquarters Building, Marshal's Office. The Navy Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General he worked hard and worked diligently to deal with important tasks both inside and outside the Navy. On the wall opposite the office door, Lieutenant General Karp Damascus, who has the name of a naval hero, sits. Buckle his nose, and accurately bounce the booger into the water cup of the serious working Marshal Warring States. Then he took out a pack of senbai from his arms. The creaking sound of creaking creaked instantly. The cracking sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet office. That was the broken pen in the hands of the Marshal Warring States. Kapu, you bastard. I have tolerated you for a long time. What are you going to do? The Warring States period pressed his inner anger and gritted his teeth. Puff ha 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 ha, don't be so excited, Warring States. As long as you give me a warrant for free movement, I will immediately get out and disappear from your eyes. Karp laughed. Impossible. Don't even think about it. The Marshal Warring States decisively refused. Since you don't give it, then you can't blame me for being polite. From now on, I will report here every day. I will bounce my booger into your water glass every day. I won't give you any piece of these delicious senpai. Karp challenged the Marshal Warring States like a child in anger. Kapu, you can stop for a while. There is no evidence yet. The person who appeared in Rocktown and Goya Kingdom is that person. Everything is your instinct. How can you conclude that that person must have returned? Lieutenant General, he finally couldn't help but speak. The teacher and I have a special connection that you outsiders don't know about. The breath of a week ago, I know, that must be the teacher's return. Besides, Xio, step back 10,000 steps and say, even if my intuition is wrong, can the people in Rotown faint in an instant, and also disrupt my hometown Goya Kingdom? Can it just leave it alone? Karp said quietly. You king, the East China Sea is my hometown, and Feng Village is even within the kingdom of Goya. Yili, ordinary Marines can't deal with strong men of that level, so let me go out here to be safe. Don't worry. Well, my words are absolutely fine. Karp made a rare serious analysis. It is justified and well-founded, and it is impossible to refute it. Even though he was as witty as Lieutenant General Crane, he couldn't find a reason to say more for a while, and he couldn't help but look at Karp with admiration. Little Crane, what are your eyes? Don't watch the old man joking with you, talking about it. He is hiding my strength. After all, I am already so strong. If you are smarter, you and the Warring States period will really not be able to play. It's up. Karp looked triumphant. Lieutenant General Crane, hidden strength. Ha ha, ha, your big-headed ghost. The Warring States could not help but slander. What are you talking about, Sengoku? Karp raised his eyebrows slightly. Even the task of escorting a small branch colonel can be messed up. You say how I can safely leave those two important things to you? Warring States pouted. Puff ha 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 ha. At that time I was busy breaking down the record of the longest time to eat senbai without sleeping, which was careless. Cack. The joyful laughter accompanied the crisp sound of senbai from the office. Karp, you fellow, Are you embarrassed to laugh? The blue veins on the forehead of the Navy Marshal Warring States were violently jumping, and his right hand was covering his heart, and he was so angry that his liver hurt. The ranks in the Navy are clear. The colonel in each branch is 3 ranks lower than the colonel in the main branch. Compared with the lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters, there is a difference of more than dozens of levels. If compared with the legendary lieutenant admiral of their Navy, the hero Ka, it is simply a difference. One sky, one ground. You can never get it. However, between the two people who had a difference between heaven and earth, there was an unfolding that could be called dog blood. In the operation of escorting a small branch colonel, the legendary Lieutenant General Karp of the Navy missed his hand to make him escape. Even being defeated by it, bloodshed all over the place. This kind of thing that can be called a fantasy and a story that no one believes has actually happened. If it were spread, it would discredit their Navy's prestige. Whenever thinking of this, the Marshal Warring States had an urge to vomit blood. Especially when I see the person who still doesn't care about it now. Don't care about such trivial things, Sengoku. When everyone missed, I was really careless this time. There was no flash. The young man in Menka did not speak martial arts, and openly attacked my 76-year-old senior. The Navy hero Karp gags. Puff Warring States' chest is undulating. On the other side, Lieutenant General He, Chief of Staff of the Navy, also shook his head helplessly. Leave the matter of Munku aside. Let's talk about another thing now. The Marshal Warring States, who was slowing down, patted a reward order in front of Karp. Oh, who did I think it was? It turned out to be my lovely grandson. Karp laughed. You know it's your grandson? The Warring States rolled his eyes helplessly. I've said it a long time ago. I asked you to bring this kid to the Navy headquarters for training earlier. It's better now. Grandpa is a Navy hero. Grandson is a pirate, and son is... What is this? Your family there isn't a Y-free one. Warring States stared at Karp with a grimace. Hey Karp Dammer sits whistling and picking up his nose, as if it doesn't matter to him. Warring States. Don't change the subject with me. Talk about these useless... Quickly give me a warrant. If you don't give me, I will go straight away. Then you will wipe my ass. Karp shrewdly turned the topic back. You seeing that the topic failed to transfer successfully, Zengo couldn't help but his eyes widened, no longer depressed. Karp, you should know best, but 50 years ago, what a heinous crime that man committed in Mariajoa. That man is a wicked party. The Warring States voice said solemnly. What did you say? Karp, who has always been cheerful, couldn't help getting furious after hearing the words of Warring States. Warring States, do you have the ability to say it again? It's just that you have killed a few innocent dragons. My teacher is doing justice. It is for the people. Kapui yelled angrily. How many? He killed Mary Jo's dragonite in half. Just tell me just a few. Chapter 32. How many? He killed Mary Jo's dragonite in half. Just tell me just a few. The roar of the Marshal Warring States echoed in the office. He was really frustrated by Karp's understatement. After all, the tragedy that took place in the Holy Land Mariajoa more than 50 years ago is simply unheard of. The 800-year-old Holy Land was almost destroyed. The world's noble Tanlong people are even less numerous. Karp still didn't care about the anger of the Warring States period. He looked like a shameless skin. I don't care anyway. You apologize to me. Now, immediately, Cap sneered. Resolutely do not apologize. The Warring States period was firm. Arsehole Sengoku, don't force me to open the doors to you. Karp rolled up his sleeves. You drive. I'm really driving. Don't run if you have the ability. Who runs and who is the dog? Enough, Lieutenant General. He drew his dignity and ended the farce of the two old children. Xio, you must be on my side. After all, you treated the teacher back then. Shut up, Karp. Lieutenant General Crane's eyes were quick, and he blocked Karp's big mouth with Senpai. Marshal of the Warring States period. At this moment, the green-haired Brigadier Branu's anxious cry came from outside the door. Coming. Warring States Road. Branu, What's the matter? Panicked Lieutenant General Crane asked. Marshal of the Warring States. Mr. Carp. Lieutenant General Crane, this. Bruneu stared at his eyes and handed an expedited vacation application to the 3 veterans of the Navy in the office. The big marshal's office was quiet. Next second, huh? Tina is pregnant? Which bastard did it? Carp cried. Bruneu, is the source of this information accurate? Lieutenant General, he questioned. The news came from the liaison officer on the Captain Tina's ship. It's not clear how it is. Let's not talk about this. Now the Navy headquarters has been fried because of this news, Brandy said anxiously. This is the main purpose of his coming here. The leave application of a Navy colonel was not a big deal at all. Even if it is to be sent to the Warring States for processing, it must be queued slowly. It's just that if it's a leave application from the Navy, especially when it is learned that the reason for the leave is marriage leave and maternity leave, then it's a different matter. In the Navy's 3 acres of land, there have always been more wolves and less meat. The beauty and strength of the beautiful Navy are even rarer. Hajim's appearance is the collective goal of all single Marines. Even if the position is just a colonel, Tina's appeal and influence are far beyond the ability of ordinary colonels in this department. As the dream lover of many Navy academies and even generals, the news that Goddess Tina is suddenly going to be married to her son is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for them. The moment this leave application appeared, today's Navy headquarters was doomed to not be peaceful. Mr. Warring States, the chaos outside is a bit too much now. You hurry up and think of something, Brandy urged. I see. Warring States nodded silently. Blue without waiting for any orders from the Warring States. The phone worm on the table suddenly rang. It was Tina's contact. It happened to ask that girl what's going on. Carp urged. Warring States nodded and connected. Mr. Warring States, I have something to report. Tina calmed down on the other side of the phone worm. We already know about your maternity leave. I approve it. Warring States Road. Aha. Tina was dumbfounded. 1 minute later, after learning that the outrageous rumor had gone viral throughout the Navy headquarters, Tina was stupid. After a long silence, wow, from the other end of the phone worm came the cry of Tina's collapse. Calm down, Tina. Tell me, what is going on? Lieutenant General, he snatched the phone bug and gently soothed. Woo, sister, no, really no, it's all those guys talking nonsense. It's really just the first time I met that person. Really nothing happened. Tina spoke aggrieved, crying in her voice. Good innocence, it was so ruined. Even a sassy colonel like Tina couldn't stand it at all. Well, I see. We will clarify the rumors later, but who is that person in your words, Tina? Lieutenant General, he asked curiously, not without gossip. From Tina's previous words, she drew 2 key points. A rumor is naturally that Tina is pregnant. As for the other one, this pregnancy turmoil does not seem to be groundless. Under the comfort of Lieutenant General Crane like a sister, Tina's spirit of nearly collapse finally calmed down. Sister, do you believe that someone can train an ordinary person with a strength of 10 into a Superman with a strength of more than 1,000 in less than half a month? Tina spoke a little calmly. How is this kind of thing possible? Regarding Tina's question, Lieutenant General he and Marshal Sengoku Kiki denied. Only Carp had a thoughtful expression on his face. Sister, Mr. Warring States, I witnessed a miracle today. Tina took a deep breath when even the changes of Princess YY in just half a month, and the teacher who brought her tremendous improvement in strength, it was revealed. Teacher? Hearing this term, the highlights of Carp's eyes suddenly increased. Little Tina, please tell me, does that person have any distinguishing characteristics? Carp asked hurriedly. It's so handsome anyway. Tina thought for a while and described it decisively. Handsome. The brightness of Carp's eyes increased again. Anything else? Lieutenant General, he asked nervously. Also, there are people in white clothes with a weird box behind their backs. Tina recalled. The marshal's office was dead. The eyes and mouths of Carp, Sengoku and Lieutenant General he opened wide. By the way, that person also has a mole on his right eye. In short, He is very handsome. Tina emphasized one side again with a look of intoxication. Puff ha 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 ha. Cap's loud and exaggerated laughter suddenly exploded. What's wrong with Mr. Cap? Suddenly laughing so loudly, it frightens me. Tina covered her ears. Quick, little crane, stop him. Don't let Kapu that bastard run away. Then what came into Tina's ear was the anxious cry of the Marshal Sengoku. Then there was a ding-ding-bong. Mr. Ka, don't take the door of the office away in any hurry. The green-haired Brigadier General Brandy shouted at Carp, who had stolen the door. Puff ha 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 ha. Carp, who had really caught the door, let out a wanton laugh like a villain. The Navy headquarters, which had been chaotic due to Tina's pregnancy incident, calmed down. Puff ha 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 ha. Teacher, here I am. Chapter 33. Navy Headquarters. Because Tina's Fengtsis marriage rumors and Carp's excitement confuse, there is a jitter, and there is no peace. Resort Island Coast. Colonel Tina, a beautiful Navy girl, collapsed because of random rumors from his subordinates. At the same time, YY, who is also on the resort island, is also facing the biggest dilemma in 16 years. Yeah, today is really enjoyable. I didn't expect that I would have such a wonderful battle one day. It's all thanks to the teacher. The famous ice cream shop on the resort island resumed operations. While speaking, YY spit out her little fragrant tongue and tasted the sweet ice cream in her hand. Thank you for the ice cream, sir. Do you want a bite? YY is like a couple, holding Luo Feng's arm affectionately, and at the same time handing Luo Feng the ice cream she has eaten. You can eat it yourself. Luo Feng resolutely declined. YY didn't care. She took Luo Feng and wandered around the busy holiday streets with her own beauty, enjoy sightseeing in a rare couple atmosphere. 3 hours later, the setting sun went down. Evening falls. Luo Feng and YY walked on a secluded path, and the setting sun dragged two long and narrow shadows behind them. Are you happy today, YY? Luo Feng asked with a smile. Well, very happy. YY nodded happily. If I'm so happy. Luo Feng had a subtle smile on his face. Teacher, what's the matter? YY tilted her head in confusion. It's impossible to be happy forever in life, Luo Feng said without beginning and ending. What? YY nodded blankly. YY, there are two choices before you now. Luo Feng put out two fingers. Huh? First, continue to travel with me. Second, I will send you back to Alabastan. Luo Feng continued. Now I am far from mature enough, so I choose to continue to travel with the teacher and wait until I become stronger before going back. YY did not hesitate to make a choice. Are you sure you want to do this? The smile on Luo Feng's face became more subtle. Of course. There is no doubt that I must and definitely follow the teacher, YY said seriously. Even if you have to suffer from seasickness every day? Luo Feng smiled. The expression on YY's face was momentarily stagnant. It was not until Luo Feng reminded that she finally remembered the nightmare experience this morning. She was on the boat suddenly experiencing seasickness for some reason. That was that she absolutely didn't want to have a second painful experience. Teacher, what exactly do you mean? Vivi asked anxiously. This morning, I said that your seasickness is a proof of becoming a qualified dragon slayer, but I'm not lying to you. Luo Feng said quietly. Teacher, what the hell is going on? Don't sell it. YY was anxious and nervous, swaying Luo Feng's arm, and asked coquettishly. I teach you the sky dragon slaying magic, which is actually attaching the power of the dragon to your body. Naturally, there will be some collateral effects. I have helped you solve the problem of body dragonization, but the power of the dragon controls you semicircularly. Even I don't have a cure for once and for all. Luo Feng tans his hands. Just as those with the devil fruit ability are cursed by the sea, and cannot go to the sea in your life, you who become the true dragon slayer has been cursed by transportation. After listening to Luo Feng's explanation, Vivi's eyes widened in surprise. After all, being cursed by vehicles, this weakness is really strange. If you don't believe it, that's right, then try it. Luo Feng pointed to a carriage that just passed by. Oh, brother, Do you want to take a car? My carriage is the most stable on this island. There will never be the slightest shake. The owner of the carriage boasted complacently. Then try it. Luo Feng nodded and motioned Wai to feel the curse from the transportation. Seeing the carriage that she had ridden countless times, Wai was now nervously clenching Xiaofen's fist, her palms full of cold sweat. It's okay, it's just a carriage. How could it really curse me? Wai comforted herself in her heart, then took a deep breath and calmly boarded the carriage. 1, 2, 3, just 3 seconds later. Violent vomiting sounded from the frame of the car. The carriage hadn't even moved at all, and Wai was defeated. Get off the bus as soon as possible. It wasn't until the feet were down to the ground that the feeling of spinning in my mind finally relieved. Upon seeing this, the smile on the face of the complacent carriage driver suddenly stopped. Looking at Luo Feng and Wai, the gazes gradually became bad. I thought these two young people weren't playing him, right? He hasn't even moved the car yet. I'm dizzy. The bad eyes of the carriage driver immediately became kind because of a golden leaf. Trouble. Luo Feng flicked a golden leaf into the driver's hand and nodded. No trouble, no trouble. Ah ha ha, brother, you are really a dragon and phoenix, and you are so magnificent. I know at a glance that you are definitely not an ordinary person. The good-spoken carriage driver's mouth spit out one after another rainbow farts like fried beans. It wasn't until Luo Feng called to stop that he finally put away the golden leaf happily and drove away in the carriage. Oh, what the teacher said is true. It wasn't until the carriage walked far away that Wai finally came back to her senses and opened her mouth whimperingly. Ha ha. After his misstep a week ago, Luo Feng, who finally made fun of his disciple's success, smiled happily. Wai, don't be too sad. Although you can't take the boat or carriage, but Karoo, who you regard as your partner, will not curse you, so in the land of Alabastan, you can still ride Karoo. Luo Feng comforted. Wai's eyes lit up. Teacher, do you mean I can continue to ride Karoo? Luo Feng nodded. Then what if I ride Karoo on a boat? Wai asked on a whim. Luo Feng, are you leaving this card bug? Exclamation mark. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, I accidentally crashed Hawkeye's boat Sea Flowers for evaluation. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Seeing Luo Feng shaking his head to deny her cleverness, the flame of hope that had only risen in Wai's heart was immediately extinguished by a basin of cold water. Wai, what you have learned is the magic of Tanlong. Tanlong's domain is the sky. When your Dragon King magic goes further, you will be able to fly freely in the sky by then. Luo Feng Dao. Really? Wai's dim eyes suddenly lit up. Certainly. Luo Feng smiled. Wai nodded confidently. Then, choose again. Luo Feng Dao. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the secluded road was quiet again. The silence lasted for a moment. Wai suddenly reached out and grabbed the corner of Luo Feng's clothes, never relaxing again. There was a brilliant arc on her fair, delicate and pretty face. Hee, I really still want to continue adventuring with the teacher and to see the outside world together. Wai grinned. Have you really figured it out? The seasickness journey is not easy and beautiful at all. Luo Feng solemnly warned. It's just seasickness. I will definitely try my best to overcome it, Wai said confidently. Moreover, there is a teacher next to me. I will definitely master the flying skills quickly. When the time comes, the teacher will be on the boat, and I will be able to follow it in the sky. It must be possible, teacher. Wai opened her innocent eyes and looked at Luo Feng with expectation and hope. With eyes facing each other, Luo Feng grinned as he felt Wai's unshakable determination. The disciples devoted all their enlightenment to the decisions made, and Luo Feng, as a teacher, naturally had only support. Just like Roger's move to start the Great Pirate Era. Even if he died, Luo Feng would not have a word of reprimand. Wai, I've seen your determination. It's just that it's one thing to have a heart, and another to your body, so next is the final assessment. As long as you can stay on the boat for a day, I won't oppose it anymore. Luo Fengdao. Very good. YY jumped 3 feet high happily. After half an hour. At the turn of day and night, Luo Feng took YY straight back to the small sailboat in the port. The moment the sailboat moved, Vivi suddenly knelt on her knees uncontrollably, holding the boat rail with one hand, and tightly covering her mouth with the other. Girl, this is hell ahead. Luo Feng grinned cheerfully. For his own disciples, especially lovely female disciples, Luo Feng is naturally pampered. Just occasionally teasing cute female disciples is also one of the pleasures Luo Feng found in his long life. The moon sets and the sun rises. The bright morning light in the eastern sky shone through the mountains and rivers. 12 hours night passed. Why? Do you want to persist? Luo Feng asked. It's okay. Go ahead, teacher. This level of hell is far away. YY brazenly asserted herself. This is my disciple. Luo Feng nodded, very satisfied with YY's spirit of never giving up. Of course, satisfaction goes to satisfaction. It is said that the assessment time of 1 day will not be reduced by a single bit. The small sailing boat sailed again in the morning sun. Time passed bit by bit. The enthusiastic sun once again occupied the sky, and then slowly sank to the west. On the deck, Luo Feng looked up at the sun. It's almost time. Luo Feng whispered to himself. Get up. Walked to the side of YY, who had already passed out completely. The green light with immense vitality radiated from Luo Feng's right hand, quietly flowing into YY's body like the sound of a clear spring. YY in a coma let out a cry. Her long and narrow eyelashes trembled, and slowly opened her dim starry eyes. Teacher, this is under the baptism of the power of life. YY's mind quickly awoke. No, it has to last a day. YY picked up the wooden stick in her hand while she was speaking, and she was about to give her head again. Enough. YY, congratulations, you have passed the assessment. Luo Feng raised his hand and stopped. Oh, a huge surprise came, and YY felt her head dizzy for a while. Teacher, I'm not dreaming. No, great. Saying that I'm on the boat now. Why don't I feel dizzy at all? Is it my perseverance that prevents the curse of transportation? Are you stupid? Hee. I knew it was the teacher who helped me solve it. The teacher was the best to me. Don't be too happy, the effect of the treatment is only temporary, and when the time is up, you will still feel dizzy. It's okay. At that time, the teacher will send me another post. YY didn't care. Luo Feng. What is a call? This bad line. Teacher, where are we going now? YY asked. Puji, the city of gourmet food. If you haven't eaten anything for a day, you are starving too. Luo Feng Dao. YY's belly cleverly responded with a voice. The shy YY quickly covered her belly. Her pretty face flushed. Only 10 minutes later, a pyrotechnic island appeared in the sight of the two Luo Feng. There is Puji, the city of food. Teacher, I have been with Belle and the others several times before. I am familiar with it here, so I can just take care of finding a place to stop the boat. YY patted her chest to make sure, and began to steer. I don't know if it was because of being cursed by the ship that she wanted revenge. YY's enthusiasm for steering was extremely high. Bounced the boat all the way, riding the wind and waves amidst the screams of passing ships. Teacher, the ship's position is found. YY glanced around and locked a blank area in the port. Let's lean in, then. Luo Feng comfortably lay on the beach chair and said casually, okay, teacher. YY decisively supplemented her own Sky Dragon King magic, and manipulated the airflow to show off. The hull rotated 360 degrees, and finally steadily stopped into the port. The operation is really perfect and amazing. YY, who was just too devoted, missed one thing. That is the only small boat parked in the blank area, just like a small fisherman's fishing boat. Because it was so small, YY didn't notice it for a while. So the small sailboat rolled over from the coffin-like boat gorgeously. The sound of caca. The broken ebony hull drifted along the current. Oh, sir, I seem to have accidentally pressed something. Vivi gave a chuckle. Luo Feng got up and glanced at the fragments of the boat. I instantly restored its original appearance in my mind. In the next second, The expression on Luo Feng's face gradually became subtle. Coincidentally, the ship that YY had just pressed just now happened to be the travel car of Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. More coincidentally, now the owner of the boat is walking towards the port. Chapter 35. Agaga, teacher. Am extremely sorry, this time I seem to have really gotten into trouble. YY folded her hands together with an apologetic expression. It's okay. It's just a small matter. Don't take it too seriously. Luo Feng raised his hand and gently rubbed YY's head. But, teacher, it doesn't seem to be a trivial matter. YY's ears moved. Under the transformation of dragon power, her hearing now far exceeds that of ordinary people. Even if 100 meters away, the whispers of others can be heard clearly. That's why. Only then did YY realize that the boat she had hit this time didn't seem to be an ordinary boat. Its owner seems to be something incredible. Because of the fear of the owner of this boat, this area is so empty. No one dared to park the boat near this small boat. Mom, teacher, things seem to be really big. YY spoke nervously, hearing people in the distance sighing and saying, it's not saved or it's over. YY couldn't help but pick up a small heart. It doesn't matter. Who do you think the teacher is? Luo Feng grinned confidently. Yes, YY was stunned. Then shall we wait here for the boat owner to return, and then discuss with him about compensation? YY asked. Probably don't have to wait. Luo Feng Dao. YY tilted her head. The other party has come. Luo Feng raised his chin calmly. Follow Luo Feng's line of sight. YY also saw a man walking slowly from a port not far away. He has short black hair, yellow eyes as sharp as an eagle, and a short beard on his chin. He wears a black top hat with white fluff and a burgundy patterned top. The most eye-catching thing is the huge black cross knife that is the same height as his height, which represents his identity. He just walked peacefully, but an awe-inspiring sword intent radiated from his own, making all the pirates resting in the harbor unconsciously hold their breath. He is. You can't go wrong. This look. The dark sword. The 7 warlords of the sea. The world's #1 swordsman. Jericho Mihawk, accompanied by the low exclamation of countless people, Hawkeye Mihawk calmly walked towards the port step by step, towards the direction where he stopped the ship. Gudong around the port, people swallowing saliva one after another. It also includes YY. At the first glance at Hawkeye Mihawk, YY just felt a little familiar, but didn't think of it for a while. But her hearing is very good now, so she could hear countless whispers following this man. In those whispered discussions, YY finally learned the terrifying identity of the man here. Like Crocodile, the world's #1 swordsman in Kyuhai Hawkeye Mihawk! I accidentally hit the Iliad boat to pieces. It is the worst situation. Tap footsteps approached. Under the tense gaze of YY and the people in the harbor, Hawkeye Mihawk came to the left side of the sailboat, looked down, frowned slightly. Then he silently came to the right side of the sailboat, and lowered his head again. So the folds between his firm eyebrows and eyes became more and more profound, and there was a hint of ominous premonition in his heart. After a moment of silence, Hawkeye returned to the left-hand side of the sailing boat, and his eyes as sharp as a falcon finally landed on Luo Feng and YY on the boat. Perceiving the sight from Hawkeye, Vivi suddenly lowered her head with a guilty conscience. Your Excellency, have you seen my boat? Hawkeye asked politely. If it were for weekdays, the Hawkeye, who has always been domineering and selfish, would have hacked people with a knife. But at the moment he saw Luo Feng, Yin suppressed his impulse. Years of fighting instinct tells him that the man in front of him is not an ordinary person. No, I haven't seen it yet. To Hawkeye's polite question, Luo Feng also answered with a kind smile. Just as Luo Feng's voice fell, the last few fragments of the coffin boat floated from the bottom of the boat with the surging of the water. Looking at the familiar fragment, Hawkeye's eyelids suddenly jumped. The ominous premonition in the heart has really become reality. He didn't see his boat. It's not that he remembered it wrong. It's that his own ship has been crushed by the sailing ship in front of him. The reality is in front of him, and then he thinks of Luo Feng's previous expression. Hawkeye Mihawk was uncontrollably angry. Obviously he crashed his boat, but still said that he hadn't seen it. He even looked at him brazenly and laughed. Is this underestimating him? Or maybe it's a provocation. Either way, Hawkeye has decided to make the other party pay for his actions. Hawkeye's backhand slowly pulled out the supreme sharp knife Black Saber Knight behind him. Wow, the big thing is not good. That eagle eye is finally going to make a move. Of course it is. After all, it is an eagle-eyed boat. That ship and the two hapless guys are about to end. The people who were watching from afar shook their heads. Luo Feng hadn't heard of everyone's pessimistic view. His sight was just looking at Eagle Eye's supreme sharp knife. What a good knife. Luo Feng sighed to himself. With the world's largest swordsman, Eagle Eye Mihawk, he has personally cultivated the supreme sharp sword made for decades, supplemented by Luo Feng's divine machines and hundreds of refining, coupled with the forging method of the death god Zanpaku. Under three-face addition and multiplication, how far can Hai Dao Yi transform? What will the born sword spirit be like? Luo Feng was very curious about this, and he rarely showed interest in it. Teacher seeing the eagle eye slowly drawing the knife and the indifferent teacher, YY finally couldn't stand anymore. Tap your toes lightly on the deck. YY landed in the port and plucked up the courage to face the terrifying world's #1 swordsman. Chapter 36. The Port of Buke, a gourmet town. The atmosphere was almost stagnant with the silence of Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye. Under the awe of the world's largest swordsman, no one in the entire port dared to move, or even dared to make a sound. However, at this moment, a certain girl moved and came to Hawkeye Mihawk in response to the terrifying sword intent. Hawkeye Mihawk, I'm really sorry. I accidentally crashed your boat. It has nothing to do with the teacher. The teacher really didn't even see it. I will definitely find a way to compensate. YY apologized seriously. However, she mustered up the courage to apologize. Not only did not calm the anger in Hawkeye Mihawk's heart, but instead became more vigorous. In Yin Yan's view, Luo Feng's disgrace to let the female disciple take responsibility for this behavior. Oops. Seeing that my apology didn't work, Hawkeye still insisted on doing something with the ship and the teacher, and YY was also anxious. It doesn't matter, this is the basket I stabbed out, and I definitely can't hurt the teacher. YY made up her mind secretly. The small mouth opened wide, and he took a deep breath. Dragon's roar along with YY's small mouth, a terrifying storm airflow emerged out of thin air, rushing towards the eagle eye. The eagle eye, who was always locked in Luo Feng, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Half turning his body, the supreme sharp knife Black Knife flashed a bitter cold light in the night. A green sword chi flew out from the blade of Hai Dao Yi, cutting away YY's sky dragon roar. After that, the prestige remained undiminished, and he cut straight to YY. Now that the opponent has already started, whether the opponent is a woman or a child, Hawkeye will kill without hesitation. Seeing Eagle Eye's sword energy cut off her attack, YY didn't have much surprise, and quickly entered a fighting state. The original turbulent mood is also calmed at this moment. Relying on the instinct of their dragon, YY dodges gracefully, avoiding the slash of the eagle eye. Then attacked again. Dragon's wave wind YY through a tornado while waving her hands. The sword light flickered. The tornado was still easily torn apart by the green sword light. Tan Long's hook. The gust of wind wrapped around YY's beautiful feet. But this time, before YY could play, the move suddenly stopped. Relying on the intuition of dragon power, YY knew that if she really waved the hook to Hawkeye, then her feet would be torn this time. Excellent intuition. The corners of Hawkeye Mihawk's mouth raised a slight arc, expressing approval for Vivi's keen intuition. Thanks. YY thanked her calmly, her pretty face becoming more solemn. Even if you are a person with natural wind ability, if you continue just now, I will definitely have my feet cut off, Hawkeye said. YY pressed her small mouth tightly without answering. You are not my opponent. Let your teacher come, Hawkeye Mihawk kindly reminded. It's not over yet. Naturally, Why wouldn't give in. For the horror of Kyu High, she had already learned from Crocodile. This time is the second time. But she didn't have the slightest fear in her heart. There was only a swelling intent to fight. Why wanted to know how much difference there was between herself and Kyu High as Luo Feng became stronger. Exterminating dragon, profound meaning. Wei's body squatted, her right foot stretched to the extreme, and the magic factors in her body boiled with her will. Photo break sky, where, boom, along with Wei's charming voice, she fell. The world suddenly gave birth to violent waves. The endless terrifying wind swept across. Even the clouds in the sky rotate with it. Impressive. Who is that little girl? It's amazing to be able to fight with that Hawkeye Mihawk. With this turbulent wind, is she a natural ability person? Monster. That little girl is also a monster. But her opponent is that Hawkeye. Amidst the shocking uproar of the crowds watching at the port, Vivian's sky exterminating dragon's profound truth, which had risen to the limit, finally came out. The endless turbulent wind king barrier completely enveloped Hawkeye Mihawk. If it were an ordinary person, at this moment, the wind would inevitably be swept into the sky, and the body would be torn apart in the wind barrier that was as sharp as a knife. But as people say, Wei's opponent is Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman. Even in the Kiwu Sea, it is absolutely the strongest. The crisp sound of knives came from the Wind King enchantment. Next second, Wei's Dragon Slayer profound enchantment suddenly solidified and expanded. The invisible and colorless wind was suddenly stained with green brilliance. That is countless green sword energy. Boom! Amid the terrifying roar, Wei's exhausting Wind King barrier was crushed and broken by the endless sword light of Eagle Eye. The scattered green sword light blocked all Wei's retreat routes. And here, Chapter 37. Chapter 37. The challenge of Hawkeye Mihawk seeking evaluation of flowers end here. Just as the terrifying sword light was about to leave wounds on Wei's smooth body, Luo Feng's voice suddenly sounded in the field. With the appearance of Luo Feng, an astonishing scene happened. The terrifying sword light that easily pierced the Wind King enchantment solidified in midair without warning. As Luo Feng passed by, they shattered one after another. Teacher, I'm sorry. Wai lowered her head and apologized softly. Is there anything to apologize for? You have done well enough. You have already shown your own style, and you have to make persistent efforts next. Luo Feng patted Wei's head, encouraging. Listening to Luo Feng's encouragement, Wai nodded heavily. Crack. At the same time, the remaining solidified sword light in the field was all shattered. Countless green light spots surround Luo Feng and Luo Feng like elves. The people of the port were amazed by this dreamlike scene. Hawkeye Mihawk, my naughty disciple is causing you trouble. So let's use our boat to get the boat you lost. Don't look at this boat as ordinary. In fact, it's self-confidence that has been reformed by me. I will never let you down. Luo Feng smiled. Without waiting for Hawkeye to say anything, he turned to look at Wai. Go to the boat and take off your luggage. I won't take the boat anymore. Okay, teacher. Wai obediently responded and went back to the boat to pack her clothes. At the same time, between the heaven and the earth, the sword roar was clear. It's your turn next. With sharp eyes, the black knife pointed at Luo Feng. Hawkeye boy, are you sure? Luo Feng smiled slightly, and took a random step. Boom! With Luo Feng's step down, a terrifying sword intent powerful enough to overturn the world suddenly burst out. To a pure swordsman like Hawkeye Mihawk, of course he must respond with a sword. Although swordplay is not Luo Feng's specialty, after so many years and so many worlds, he has come into contact with swords a lot. For example, there's Anpaku knife in the world of death, and the X-Curry stick of the King of Mob in the Moon world, the gem sword Zelrich of Gemweng, and so on. If you have more contact, you will naturally enter the Tao. Luo Feng's kendo attainments, who have been accumulated over a long period of time, have long been extraordinary and point straight to the road. In the many worlds he has traveled, no one can match him. Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman in Pirate World, is naturally not good either. When Luo Feng released his sword and his own way 100 meters away, Hawkeye Mihawk's body also reacted involuntarily. The turbulent and powerful sharp sword rushed out like a tide, and he wanted to challenge Luo Feng. The invisible terror sword intent clashes the sky to split a deep gully. But only for a moment, not even a moment. The sword intent of Eagle Eye, standing at the top of the world, was completely crushed and collapsed by Luo Feng's sword intent. It's not an order of magnitude at all. The condensed sword intent was dispelled, and Mihawk snorted involuntarily. What happened? Who can tell me what happened before? Why is the sky cracking? There was an uproar in horror from the people in the port. What a strong sword intent. Not only Hawkeye Mihawk, the young man is also a great swordsman. A great swordsman who can be compared with Hawkeye. No. Even stronger than Hawkeye. A sword tyrant in the port yelled out loud. What did you say? What a joke. A great swordsman stronger than Hawkeye. Is he the #1 in the world? How can this kind of thing be possible? More and more people couldn't help but yell out. What happened next was even more shocking to everyone. Jura Mihawk, are here to bet on the honor of the world's largest swordsman to challenge your excellency. Please enlighten me. Hawkeye Mihawk speaks. The face that has always been calm and determined is a rare excitement at this moment. At the same time, as Hawkeye Mihawk's voice fell, the crowd onlookers at the port finally boiled completely. The noise resounded across the sky. What did they see? As the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye took the initiative to challenge others, and it was a battle to bet on the name of the world's #1 swordsman. Perhaps they want to witness history. If Hawkeye loses this battle, the position of the world's largest swordsman will change. After the previous yelling of the sword tyrant, people knew that Luo Feng was also a great sword tyrant who could not leak. But people never expected that he could let Hawkeye take the initiative to challenge. In Pirate World, only the weaker party will take the initiative to challenge. Is it true that, as the swordsman said, Luo Feng's kendo realm is still above the Eagle Eye? Oh, for Hawkeye Mihawk's sudden challenge, Luo Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Again, Luo Feng asked, come after seeing the gap between yourself and your opponent. I still want to come when I know I can't win. Come in response to Luo Feng's rhetorical question. Hawkeye Mihawk just nodded heavily. I thought I was already at the apex of kendo, but the appearance of your excellency made me understand what is beyond the sky, and let me see the path to continue upward. Therefore, I have no regrets about defeat. Hawkeye Mihawk said calmly. That's it, I understand. Luo Feng nodded calmly, expressing acceptance. As soon as the voice fell, unprecedented cheers broke out in the port. The battle for the title of the world's #1 swordsman is about to start. And there will be witnesses! Exclamation mark. How lucky this is! Exclamation mark. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. The new world's #1 swordsman seeking evaluation of flowers. Bring it on, Yin Yin said solemnly. His heart boiled, but his hand holding the sword was unusually stable. It's been a long time since I felt this way. It was the excitement of seeing the sword again. Among the swordsmen in this world, no one can match him for too long. Only when he is playing against Red Hair can he really enjoy himself. It's a pity that the red-haired Shanks lost his habitual left arm in the East China Sea 11 years ago. Since then, Hawkeye Mihawk has never confronted him again. The red-haired Shanks is no longer a close opponent. Seeing the sea, there is no swordsman worthy of his all-out effort. But now, he has encountered the strongest kendo opponent in his life. It even made him unable to see the slightest chance of winning. But so what? How about losing the title of the world's greatest swordsman? From the beginning to the end, all he thought about was just a thing of the sword. Now, the avenue is right in front of you. How is there a reason not to pursue it? Don't you have a sword? Hawkeye Mihawk urged. In his opinion, the bronze box that was carried by Luo Feng should contain Luo Feng's sword. On this point alone, Hawkeye is indeed right. All Luo Feng's belongings are stored in the bronze coffin, and naturally there is more than one sword among them. Only it's a little troublesome to find. Luo Feng thought. Teacher, What's wrong? After packing, YY carried the suitcase and returned to Luo Feng. Feeling the tension in the room, my face was suddenly puzzled. YY, it just happened to be here to break a branch for the teacher, Luo Feng said casually. While listening to Luo Feng's freehand words, the whole port was in an uproar again. What does he mean? Branch? He is facing the world's largest swordsman. It's too big. Such a person is likely to be slapped in the face. Teacher, is this all right? At this moment, YY returned with a branch about 1 meter long more or less. Luo Feng nodded, making YY back away. Come on, now you can start. More than 100 meters away, Mihawk was silent for a moment while looking at the perfunctory tree branch in Luo Feng's hand. If you need a knife, I can grab one for you, Hawkeye Mihawk said. As a result, the onlookers at the port with knives all changed their faces, and backed back again and again, for fear of being targeted by a horrible existence like Hawkeye. Hawkeye Mihawk, if you want a knife, why don't you grab it, unknown great swordsman? I borrowed you this big knife. The crowd first saw that Luo Feng's strong swordsman laughed sharply and threw his beloved saber to Luo Feng. No need. Luo Feng waved lightly. The famous sword that flew out tens of meters instantly turned back and accurately fell into the scabbard on the sword's waist. The audience was silent for a moment. Luo Feng's face was calm. Mihawk, why do you think I don't have a sword in my hand? That's just a branch. How could it be a sword? Hawkeye answered subconsciously. Before he finished speaking, he was taken aback for a moment, and then fell into contemplation. For a long while, Hawkeye looked up again. This time, his eyes returned to calm. Even his sharp aura was somewhat restrained. I once saw his guesses and deductions on the highest level of Kendo in the Handbook of Kendo Predecessors. The real Kendo Supreme Man has no sword in his hand. As long as there is a sword in his heart, everything can be a sword, and everything can be. Break it with one sword. This is everything with one sword. Hawkeye Mihawk spoke calmly. Oh, the smile on Luo Feng's face was a bit rich. I will do my best. Hawkeye didn't say more. He wanted to experiment with his sword. See if Luo Feng has really reached that legendary realm. His gaze was erected, and his sword intent and strength rose to the peak in an instant. The sharp double pupil of the eagle-like version has sword light blooming. Anyone who sees those eyes will involuntarily tighten their hearts, and their hair will burst. Even the breathing seemed to stagnate. Next moment, even more terrifying things happened, accompanied by the improvement of Hawkeye Mihawk's sword intent. The world has changed. The clear sky is replaced by night. The sky is overcast with clouds. Then it was cut to pieces by endless sword intent. I have been in love with the sword all my life, and smiled at Hawkeye Mihawk, who was climbing to the peak of Kendo, and laughed happily. This blow brings together all of his decades of life. With this blow alone, he is enough to rank alongside the Emperor and General at the top of the world. Hawkeye Mihawk, shoot. A simple chop, but it came with the night. Next second, a little light suddenly lit up in the dark night. The night was torn apart by the bright light of the knife. With a pressure several times that of the dark night, he fell towards Luo Feng. It was a gleaming light that couldn't even stop the entire night. Extremely fierce, and terrible to the extreme. Whether it is an island or the sky and the sea, it seems to be divided into two by this knife. What a funny kid. Luo Feng smiled slightly, and raised some interest after a long absence. Facing the junior's consciousness of betting on everything, all he can do is respond. At the moment when Hawkeye Mihawk's night slash is approaching, Luo Feng finally moved. The right hand holding the branch sword lifted easily. One of the simplest and most basic actions. In Luo Feng's hands, he used the effect of turning decay into a magical effect. A simple pick is also a sword for everything. Ding-along. Crisp moan took over people's ears. Everything in the world is stagnant. The rolling sky, the boiling sea, the trembling earth, and the thinking in people's minds are all counted in this moment of stagnation. Everything disappears into the invisible, whether it was the night that hadn't completely torn apart, or the sword light that had cut the night away. Everything triggered by Hawkeye Mihawk was silently annihilated. bass. The soft sound of the blade rubbing against the air was so clear in the silence. People with stagnant thinking follow the prestige, and the pupils of their eyes shrink unconsciously. They saw the 12 work of the supreme big sharp sword with chaotic blades and heavy-shaped characters fall of Hai Dao pierce straight into the ground. The sword of the world's largest swordsman has been released, and now there is a branch across his neck. What does this mean? The result is already clear. The victory is divided. I lost. Hawkeye smiled bitterly and shook his head, accepting his defeat calmly. Wow! The entire port of Puke was in an uproar and tremors. At the same time, he is cheering for the birth of the new world's #1 swordsman! Exclamation mark. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Zan Pokadao, Black Sword. Zan seeking evaluation of flowers. Oh, awesome. It's too much. Where is that man sacred? Won. He really won. That Hawkeye Mihawk lost. Complete defeat. The new world's #1 swordsman is born. We witnessed history. Hundreds of people who were fortunate enough to witness this historic moment in the gourmet town of Pukeport screamed and screamed, and they were already shocked beyond words. Yeah, the teacher won. The teacher is amazing. YY jumped forward like an elf, cheering happily. Fool Luo Feng hit Xia YY's head with the branch in his hand. Is this something to be proud of? Hey, that's what I said. The teacher will win. This is not a duck, of course. YY stuck out her tongue playfully. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly, and turned to look at Hawkeye Mihawk, who was kneeling on the ground. Hawkeye boy, your kendo talent is not under mine, all you lack is time. Luo Feng Dao. Hearing this, the eagle eye, who had been dull for a long time like petrification, looked up. The gloomy eyes suddenly burst into an astonishing look. I see. Yin Yin nodded his head heavily, got up, pulled out the black sword knight not far away, and walked towards Luo Feng again. YY opened her mouth wide. Hawkeye Mihawk shook his head silently. He held Black Dao Yi in both hands and handed it to Luo Feng. Luo Feng raised his brows slightly. Thanks to your guidance, I have seen the true pinnacle of Kendo. 3 years. 3 years later, I will take this branch to challenge your excellency again, and then I will get back my black sword. Yin Yin used his supremely sharp knife Hai to replace the ordinary branch in Luo Feng's hand. Why could it be that the world's largest swordsman was stupid by the teacher? Actually exchanged the most precious supreme sharp knife for a branch. It's not just YY. Luo Feng also has a weird expression at this moment. I said earlier that he lacked time was just a polite. Who would think that this honest boy should take it seriously? 3 years. Even 30 or 300 years will not work. Isn't this for nothing? Hawk-eyed boy, you have to stop thinking about it. This is a black knife for your life. It is equivalent to a natal weapon. Luo Feng reminded. No. I have decided, Hawkeye resolutely said. Luo Feng said slightly. I always feel like a profiteer who deceives children's most precious toys. If this is to let the old guys in other worlds know, you can't laugh at him. Wait, Kid Eagle Eye. Seeing Yin Yin raise his foot to leave, Luo Feng quickly stopped him. Sir, I really don't need to think about it anymore. Hawkeye Mihawk shook his head. I know. But the branches are tokens. With your current state, it is far from good to use them well. If you fight with others, it won't be good if you break them. As Luo Feng said this, he untied the shrinked bronze coffin behind him, opened a corner, and dived into it with his right hand and started rummaging. About a minute later, yes, there is one left. Luo Feng smiled and fumbled out a primitive wooden knife from the bronze coffin and threw it to Hawkeye. This is Hawkeye Mihawk solemnly took the wooden knife. This wooden knife is called Demon Sword Starbreak. Luo Feng Dao. Hearing this, Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes lit up, and he felt that the wooden knife in his hand seemed to be heavy. Only no matter how he looks at it, this is an ordinary wooden knife. Luo Feng coughed. Don't underestimate it. This is a knife made from a 10,000-year-old tree that grows on the border. It is a powerful wooden knife that can destroy anything, whether it is a rock or a meteorite. Luo Feng solemnly repeated the advertising slogan for the wooden sword of Jintawa World's Lake Toya. Listening to Luo Feng's intriguing introduction, Hawkeye Mihawk couldn't help holding his breath, and was stunned for a while. That's fine, so that I can take your black knife more safely. Luo Feng nodded. What? The Elite who came back to his senses was stunned again. Is this wrong? He obviously kept Hai Daoyi temporarily on Luo Feng's side. But I will get it back later. Why did it happen like this? But there is a kind of exchange rush. Is my black knife going away? Can't get it back again? At this moment, Hawkeye suddenly panicked. Let's get here today. The ship will be given to you as well. If you explore it yourself, you will be able to master it proficiently soon, and that's it. Luo Feng turned his hands and put away the supreme big knife Hai Daoyi, and took Wai straight away. Ha ha ha, maybe not. Watching Luo Feng go away, Hawkeye's mouth twitched, and he smiled reluctantly. The storm at the port of Puke Town ended with the departure of Luo Feng and Yin Yin. But this does not mean the end of the event. On the contrary, the turmoil of the world's #1 swordsman alternation that happened here has just begun and is getting worse. It's just that neither Luo Feng nor Yin Yin cares much about this. After taking Wai on the streets and alleys of the gourmet town of Puji to search for various kinds of food and fill his stomach, Luo Feng headed into the hotel and began to forge. What is forged? Naturally, it is the second Zanpaku knife in Pirate World. Zanpaku knife based on the supreme big sharp knife Haidao as the material and foundation. After forging for a whole day and night with great skill, Luo Feng leaves the customs. Zanpaku knife black knife Zan success! Teacher. How is it that Hawkeye Mihawk's black knife? Wai hurried forward and asked curiously. See it for yourself. Luo Feng waved his hand. Tong, the loud and high-pitched bird song exploded. A sword-sharp falcon rose into the sky from the bookshelf. The wings flew across the air, and the atmosphere was cut apart. Okay. So awesome. The sword has turned into an eagle. Wai's eyes gleamed. Just when Wai was shocked and Black Blade Knight changed. The world trembled because of the events that took place in the port of Puke! Chapter 40. No professional reporter was present, and he didn't take even a corroborating photo. What is in the newspaper is only the eyewitness testimony of a full 536 witnesses of history. The alternate event of the world's largest swordsman that took place at the port of Puji, a great sea route food town, shocked the world! Navy headquarters. Marshal's office. Is it in the town of Puke this time? Marshal Zengo held his forehead with his right hand, his old face twitched, and he felt a headache. The world's #1 swordsman above the eagle eye. Of course that person deserves this title. Everything has just begun. This era is called Luo Feng. Lieutenant General he of the Navy General Staff sighed with faint emotion, with a trace of longing on his face. It's not clear what that man did in Rotown. Now, Xio, I feel bad. I always feel that something big is about to happen. The Warring States voice said solemnly. The return of that person is the biggest event of this era. Maybe something that didn't happen 50 years ago, this time is finally coming. Lieutenant General he guessed. The world is going to be overturned. A drop of cold sweat slid down the forehead of the Warring States period. Up to now, no amount of countermeasures will be of any use to that person, because he is a real god. Just let the flow go. At least we still have Carp here, right? Lieutenant General Crane rode. That bastard Carp, it's good not to go directly to the enemy. Warring States pouted his lips, slandered. Ha ha, Lieutenant General, he chuckled lightly. But with Carp's mind, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find that person in a short time. In the second half of the Great Route, the undercurrent is surging into the New World. This is the sea area where only the real sea powerhouses can set foot. Kingdom of New World Dressrosa. One Piece World Newspaper King, Kiyuhai, Dan Yasha Don Quixote do Flamingo. Today, as always, read the newspaper in the open-air swimming pool of the palace. Fur. Interesting. It's really interesting. The unique fur laughter that belongs to Doflamingo echoed in the sky. Now, Dover, has something happened? Asked Terepol, a nasty snotty man covered in slimy. The #1 in the New World. The most interesting thing in the recent paradise is one thing after another. I knew that, so I will stay there for a few more days. More than a week ago, Doflamingo was invited to attend the Kibuhi meeting after Sand Crocodile was arrested. Afterwards, they dealt with the newcomers Bellamy, who were named Don Quixote, in the pirate town of Magic Valley. Before and after that, he once felt the destroying aura that originated from Alabastan, which made his heart tremble. Foo-fur-furu, I have a hunch that unimaginable monsters will appear in this sea. Doflamingo laughed and guessed. The New World. The peaceful and tranquil Sphinx Island. The huge whale boat is moored quietly on the coast. At a certain moment, real or fake, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Beaster's exclamation sounded abruptly. Looking at the news report in the newspaper, Beaster stared at his eyes, with an unbelievable expression on his face. "What's wrong, Vista?" asked Jaws of the 3rd Division. "Hawkeye, that Hawkeye Mihawk has been defeated. The New World's #1 swordsman is born." Beaster's voice increased by more than an octave. As soon as I said this, the entire Whitebeard pirate group was alarmed. "Hey hey hey, fake it. The New World's #1 swordsman? Who?" everyone in Baituan exclaimed. "Do not know." Beaster shook his head. "I fell!" One after another fell to the ground from the deck of the Modibuk. "Vista, are you kidding us?" asked Yazang. "But the girl wrote in this newspaper. There is not even a photo." Beaster wrong. "Come on, fake news." "It must be fake news." Recently, there are more and more unscrupulous media. The gathered white group pirates dispersed. "Marco, Dad, do you want Dad to see and tell the truth?" Beaster asked. "Stop it, I don't know what's wrong these days. Sitting on the top of the mountain every day in a daze. Is it really related to the legendary grandfather?" Marco muttered to himself softly. "What are you talking about?" "What grandpa?" Jaws looked dazed. "No. Nothing. You got it wrong." Marco hurriedly concealed it. "Ahaha, I'm going to bring wine to Dad." Same in the New World. A snowy island. One of the 4 most terrifying forces in the New World, the 4 Emperors red-haired pirate group is now stationed here. The lively banquet dilutes the severe cold from the snowy sky. Ha 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 ha, it hasn't changed at all. That old man. The 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks laughed. "It's not a funny thing, boss." Newcomer to the red-haired pirates, Lockstar, who was ordered to deliver the letter to the Whitebeard pirates, looked dissatisfied. "Give me a little more time. It's the first time I have suffered such a big humiliation." "Hey, what do you want to do?" "Let's forget it. After your hard work, you should come back directly." Red-haired Shanks persuaded. But where can I put my face like this?" The Rockstar Road, which perfectly inherits the tradition of face saving. "Your life is more important than face. This is no longer a problem you can solve." Red-haired Shanks said solemnly. "Boss, are we going to leave?" The carder of the red-haired pirate group in a star cloak, Jesus Boo, grinned. Boss, not waiting for the red-haired Shanks to answer. The members of the red group who stayed behind the red 4th suddenly shouted anxiously, bringing some shocking news to the carders at the banquet. "Nanny, Eagle Eye is defeated. The world's #1 Hawkeye actually lost in Kendo. The world's #1 swordsman has just made a hasty substitution." Hey, it's real." "Just kidding." The carders of the red-haired pirate group such as Jesus Boo, Lakillo and others were shocked and lost their voices. "Shanks, what are you thinking?" Deputy Captain Ben Beckman noticed the slight changes in expression on the redhead's face. "Wooden knife." The red-haired Shanks looked at the red 4th on the coast. "A wooden knife is also hung in his captain's room." That was what Roger, the former captain of the pirate, left him. The name of the wooden sword, Lake Toya. Not a big sharp knife, let alone a supreme big knife, but the unprecedented Zanpaku knife! Hawkeye, who on earth did you meet? It won't really be the one, right? The red-haired Shanks whispered to himself. Chapter 41. An uninhabited island on the Great Sea Route. A pirate ship with scars and various unprofessional patches stood quietly at the top of the mast. A skull flag wearing a straw hat flutters in the wind to represent their identity. Straw Hat Pirates. 4 days ago. To end the farce with the silver fox Foxy, leave the Straw Hat Group of Long Island and pass through an uninhabited island. While landing on an uninhabited island to collect supplies and explore, the Straw Hat Group encountered the strongest enemy since going to sea. The highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, General Green Pheasant. A fierce battle. Even with the power of the whole group, it still failed to hurt the General King Pheasant. Even if it was Captain Straw Hat Luffy who had defeated Clockdell, there was a huge gap between him and the General. In the end, Straw Hat Luffy and the target of the Green Pheasant, Nicole Robin, were completely frozen by the ability of the Green Pheasant. This sudden disaster ended with the release of the War 2 by the General Green Pheasant. For the next 4 days, the Straw Hat Group has been resting on the island. Finally set sail again today. Miss Robin, how is your health? Is it okay? The curly brow chef Sanji circulated graciously and presented Robin with a hot and delicious broth. Thank you, Sanji-kun. I'm almost done. Robin smiled and thanked, grudgingly. There was always a shadow in her heart that could not be brushed over. Yozai, little ones, set sail. The energetic Captain Straw Hat Luffy ordered. Usopp, Chopper and others responded in unison. The energetic Golden Mary set sail. After half a day, Newsbird sent reports on major events in the port of Puke. Sauron, hurry up. Nami suddenly exclaimed. What's the matter, Nami? Sauron, who was sleeping on the stern, woke up and asked in a daze. Don't ask, come here. This newspaper says that the world's #1 swordsman has been defeated. Hawkeye Mihawk is no longer the #1 in the world. Nami screamed in shock. What did you say? Hearing this, the entire Straw Hat Group was alarmed. Even the idiot Captain Straw Hat Luffy, who is lacking in his brain, hurried over. Everyone on board except Chopper is familiar to Hawkeye Mihawk, especially Luffy, Sauron, Sanji and others have met in the East China Sea 2 months ago. Sauron, who challenged Hawkeye at the time, was almost hacked to death. Hawkeye Mihawk is no longer the #1 in the world. When he heard the news, Sauron was stupid. After all, he has been targeting Hawkeye Mihawk since 10 years ago. Miss Nami, who is the new world #1? Sanji asked quickly. This Nami looked through the newspaper carefully, and finally shook her head. No, the newspaper didn't say who defeated Hawkeye. Hey, Nami, this one. Luffy, who rarely read a report, pointed to a few lines on the news. This girl with long aqua blue hair, isn't it YY? Luffy guessed with his eyes wide open. How is it possible? Idiot. Everyone in the Straw Hat Group roared and retorted. Vivi must be in Alabastan now. Usopp roared. And it's not that I'm complacent. YY and I are equal in strength. Nami hands on hips. Even if I like Miss Vivi very much, I don't think Miss Vivi has the ability to fight against Hawkeye Mihawk. Sanji pressed his finger against his forehead, and said distressedly, "Ahahaha, that's what I said." Straw Hat Luffy smiled silly. I don't know what YY is doing now. Sincerely, everyone from the Straw Hat crew. I am fine now. I wonder if you have seen the news this morning. Although it is the teacher's home court, I am also a little bit more active. Hey, looking forward to seeing you in the sea. Snapped YY closed the diary. YY, let's go. Outside the door, Luo Feng greeted him. Okay, come right away, teacher. YY Jiao answered. The gourmet town Puke. As the name suggests, this is a famous gourmet town, gathering specialties from all over the world. Aesthetic food and love cannot be disappointed. Luo Feng has been a senior glutton since a long time ago. Whenever you come to a new world, you will inevitably not miss its special cuisine. Luo Feng once stayed in the world of halberd eating spirits for 30 years, setting the longest stay at that time. 60 years ago, Luo Feng, who came to Pirate World, also came to this gourmet town with admiration, and took Roger and them to stay here for several months. This time can be considered a revisit to the old place. In addition to a variety of specialties, this time Luo Feng came here, There is another thing that he has not done before to experience. That is to take a sea train unique to Pirate World. This Orme town is also one of the coverage areas of the sea train, a major maritime project centered on the water capital. This is also one of the reasons why Luo Feng generously sent the ship to Hawkeye, eat and drink all the way, such as 3 days later. Luo Feng took YY aboard the sea train. The sea train designed by the Merlick craftsman runs smoothly along the track. Inside the carriage, YY sat on her knees, her head buried near Luo Feng's abdomen. Teacher, hurry up. Hurry up. I can't do it anymore. Hurry up and send me a post. YY said some terrible lines intermittently. Luo Feng's eyelids throbbed. He hurriedly met YY's request and gave her a balance cure. If I were to slow down, I would be thrown up all over the rainbow, and the passengers would have to call the police if I didn't look at them. All his life's clear reputation was almost planted in the hands of this little apprentice. YY, I can't hold back and say earlier, don't be aggressive. Luo Feng Dao. Hey, don't I want to try to overcome it again? After recovering, YY stuck out her tongue playfully. After half a day, the sea train stopped at the station and came to the next island, the town of Street Poplar, the Queen of Spring. From Street White Poplar and then down, is the birthplace of sea trains, the capital of water. However, when YY was eagerly planning to go sightseeing in the legendary city of water in one breath, she was informed by the station staff of unfortunate news. Due to the advent of the gods of water, all trains have been suspended and no longer go to the water capital. Teacher, what should I do? I heard from the residents on the island that the tsunami of the gods of water seems to be quite powerful. There is no way. We can only stay here for one night and leave tomorrow. YY sighed lightly. The gods of water come just right. Beyond YY's expectation, Luo Feng was rarely interested in this news. YY, get ready to prepare. Your target of practice tonight is the gods of water. Luo Feng Dao. Oh. Chapter 42. The night is deep. The sky is gloomy. Thick dark clouds layered upon each other, covering the entire sky, like a beast overlooking the world. The violent gale blows the sea, making the sea undulating. The turbulent waves were stacked one after another, and it was several tens of meters high in no time. However, compared to the terrifying tsunami of kilometers coming from far and near that obscured the sky and the sun, small winds and waves of tens of meters are naturally nothing. Tonight is the annual super tsunami in the capital of water, the day when the gods of water come. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the gloomy sky, Luo Feng and YY stood on the backs of an eagle falcon about the size of the big eagle in the Condor Heroes, watching the terrifying tsunami approaching in the distance. Teacher, how can I stop a tsunami of that level? Looking at the extremely oppressive water gods from a distance, YY shook her head in fear. It's true. It's really hard for you to build a wind wall to stop the tsunami. Luo Feng nodded. That means, teacher, let's go quickly and find a place to wait for the tsunami to pass. YY quickly agreed and nodded. Even after killing her, she didn't want to face the terrifying natural disaster tsunami head. With her small arms and legs, she would definitely be swallowed up by the tsunami in an instant, without any suspense. Then reduce the difficulty a little, YY. As long as you can make a passage in the tsunami, you are qualified. Luo Feng Dao. Oh, compared with blocking the tsunami, this task has been countless times easier. Even so, YY still feels frustrated. You are my disciple, YY, don't be afraid, believe in yourself, now you have enough power. Luo Feng encouraged. Hearing that, the last trace of panic on YY Kyao's face also disappeared. Yes. Teacher, I see. I absolutely must pass. YY raised her arm and said decisively. Next second, YY tapped her toe on the eagle's back and rose in the wind. In the windy weather when the gods of water arrived, her Sky Dragon King magic was greatly assisted, and even long-distance flight was completely not a problem. Seeing YY greet the tsunami confidently, Luo Feng nodded. Naturally, he knew best about the power of his disciples. There is no problem with YY, but what about the other side? Luo Feng turned his head and looked to the right. On the sea thousands of meters away, a sea train was galloping. That was the first generation of sea train rocket man designed by Shipmaster Tom. On this stormy night, on the night when the gods of water struck, the rocket man was dispatched, carrying the Straw Hats, Frankie's family and Gara's shipmasters straight to the Hall of Aeneas, Judiciary Island. Away they are going to rescue their partners, their elder brothers, and give notice of dismissal to the traitors. The Judicial Island incident is interesting. Luo Feng whispered to himself. Even if he didn't have the fate with Ohara, the Island of Scholars more than 50 years ago, since he ran into it, he would naturally go tonight. The profound meaning of extinguishing dragon illuminating through the sky. Just as Luo Feng was thinking about it, YY had already challenged the gods of water. The magic in the body is boiling. Extinguish the dragon's profound meaning is fully open. Coupled with the help of nature and sky. YY's body was surrounded by a drill-like wind enchantment, and her body was wrapped around her body and plunged into the tsunami. A rush, and passed. Great. I did it. Teacher, I did it. YY cheered happily. Just as Vivi broke through the tsunami, a few kilometers away, the whistle of the sea train rang suddenly. Oh 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 oh, the people's nervous and scared yells resounded across the sky. 300 rubber trouble siege cannon! Exclamation mark. Rocketman's front, Straw Hat Luffy and the three Zord-style pirate hunter Zora's combined siege cannon exploded, opening a huge hole in the terror tsunami that was large enough for sea trains to pass. The sea train passed the tsunami safely. Oh oh oh, the sound of the siren became louder and louder. Even with the obstruction of heavy storms, it is still clearly audible. Teacher, is there the sea train over there? Just kidding. Is it still running in this weather? YY's eyes widened in surprise. In the next second, YY's eyes narrowed slightly. Teacher, I'm not dazzled. I always feel that the two people standing on the front of the train seem to be my acquaintances. They are Luffy and Sauron. YY, who vaguely recognized the two Luffy in the front of the car, suddenly raised her voice more than 18 degrees. I couldn't believe my eyes. You read that right. The people on that train are indeed the Straw Hat group. Luo Feng smiled. Oh, it turned out to be Luffy and the others. Great. I didn't expect to meet so soon, right? YY was overjoyed. After a while, he shook his head quickly. No, it's so late. Luffy, what important thing happened to them? They chose to travel on such a dangerous day. Teacher, I want to go and see. YY looked at Luo Feng anxiously and hopefully. No. You'd better not go this time. Luo Feng Dao. Why? YY is puzzled. It's too troublesome to explain. You'd better see it for yourself. Luo Feng Dao. He raised his hand and pointed at the center of YY's eyebrows. Regarding the cause and effect of the Judicial Island incident, it turned into a stream of information and flowed into YY's mind, making YY stunned. For 2 hours, just like watching a fast-forward video, YY finally knew the reason why the Straw Hat group appeared here tonight. At the same time, I also learned why Luo Feng did not recommend her to go. After all, the person the Straw Hats are going to rescue this time is one of the prisoners who caused her country to be almost taken by the pirates, Missile Sunday Nicole Robin. Now, do you want to go? Luo Feng asked. YY's small mouth was pressed tightly. After a good moment, I'm going. YY raised her head calmly and firmly. It's true that I can't forgive Nicole Robin for what he did to Alabastan, but one size fits the same size. This time I just helped Luffy them. I definitely didn't save her on purpose. YY said. In addition to this reason, there is one thing that YY didn't say. That is, after knowing that Robin took the initiative to go into hell for the safety of the Straw Hats, YY was also deeply shocked. And the tragic childhood that Robin experienced also made YY deeply touched. Seeing YY's firm expression, Luo Feng shook his head helplessly, and raised his hand to touch YY's head. What a good boy. Let's go. Luo Feng Dao. Tong the sword beast Nighthawk crowed, spreading its wings and soaring. 43. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. The Judicial Island Incident. Robin's tearful monologue. Seeking Flowers Evaluation. Judicial Island Aeneas Hall. It is tied with the Deep Sea Prison Advance City and Marine Headquarters Marine Fodder. One of the three major institutions of world government, because there is no night on this island, only day. It is also known as the island that never sleeps. The outer layer of Judicial Island is surrounded by an iron fence. The entire island can be divided into four parts, namely the former island, the main island, the Tower of Justice and the Bridge of Hesitation. There is also the Gate of Justice at the back of the island. At this moment, Robin and Frank crossed the waterfall through the suspension bridge and came to the third part of the Judicial Tower. After 5 years, the 8 members of the World Government Secret Espionage Organization CP9 gathered again. This Judicial Island has never been breached because it has been guarded by powerful killers from generations to generations of CP9, and the myth of invincibility has been achieved. Ha 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 ha. Lucky, Cuckoo, Bruno and Khalifa, haven't seen you in 5 years. Thank you for bringing back such a wonderful gift for me. The purple-haired man wearing a mask, Spandam, who is known for his sinister, cunning, selfish and self-confidence, greeted him with a laugh and gave the 4 returning heroes a hug. Yuxing harassment. Khalifa, who wore a black suit skirt and her long legs wrapped in black silk, pushed his glasses. He raised his leg high, and the black high heels on his feet stepped mercilessly on the face of Chief Spandam. Spandam took 2 steps back painfully, rubbing the bridge of his red nose, but he didn't jump like thunder as usual. After all, today is really a good day. Spandam turned his attention to the 2 prisoners brought back by the 4 of Lucci, Nicole Robin, and the disciple of Tom the Smelly Fishman, Katie Flam. I really want you to die. I have not slept all day and night in order to wait for your arrival. A triumphant smile appeared on Spandam's face, looking mockingly at Robin and Frankie, who were bound by Yellowstone handcuffs. Dead Panda, seeing the insidious man who killed his mentor, Frankie, who was fairly calm along the way, finally showed an angry face for the first time. However, his anger is useless at this time. Boom! Spandam was arrogant, and while Frankie was locked up, he kicked him viciously, and then turned to look at the silent Robin. Nicole Robin, son of the devil, the only survivor of the Ahura slaughter order 20 years ago. While smiling treacherously, Spandam carefully took out a golden phone bug from his arms. Look at what this is, Nicole Robin. Spandam ostentatiously waved the golden phone worm awarded by the General Green Pheasant in front of Robin. Waiting to see the golden phone bug in Spandam's hand, the silent Robin's expression changed drastically. 20 years ago, the tragic picture that took place in her hometown of Ahura involuntarily came to mind, causing Robin to chill and trembling uncontrollably. That is the deepest shadow buried in Robin's heart. Seeing the fear from the inside out on Robin's face, the arc of Spandam's mouth gradually expanded. That's it. This is the way to do it. What I want to see is your scared expression. The more scared you are, the more excited I will be. Ha 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 ha. Spandam let out a sickly arrogant laugh. Nicole Robin, do you still remember the picture of the demon slaying order 20 years ago? Do you want me to press this golden phone bug, let you review it again, and see the power of the demon slaying order again? I clicked ... I really pressed. No ... No, don't. Robin closed his eyes and yelled in pain. Sir Spandam. At this moment, an anxious and horrified cry of seamen suddenly came from outside the office. The sudden shout made Spandam staggered. The finger placed on the golden phone bug is only an inch away from pressing it. Fuck. What kind of idiot is it? This uncle almost really launched the Demon Slayer order. Bastard. Spandam, who was already scared to pee, yelled angrily. Sirs, the big thing. The big thing is not good. The pirate wearing the straw hat has invaded the island. The seaman reported in horror. What did you say? Spandam was shocked again, almost hiding under the table. The straw hat. Is it Luffy? Robin's pretty face gradually became dull. What an idiot. That Straw Hat boy. Safang-Nose CP9 Cuckoo calmly said. Obviously, I had already let them go once in the City of Water, and even fell into the net. The dumb Bruno spoke. It's so stupid, Nicole Robin. It's not that we didn't keep our promise. The blonde Califor puts on black gloves. Ha 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 ha. Yes. This is the Judiciary Island. It doesn't matter who comes here. Just grab them and send them to Advance City. Lucky, this task is left to you. Spandam came back to his senses and was no longer afraid. CP9 Rob Lucy, the strongest in 800 years, did not speak, but looked at the turbulent island indifferently. After an hour of fighting, a group of 6 people in straw hats came to the roof of the trial house on the island. On the top of the judicial tower, the CP9 organization led by Spandam and the Straw Hat Pirates are separated from each other by a rift waterfall. At the same time, Robin's inner voice finally broke out. The more I want to be with you, the more you will be affected by my destiny. No matter how long I walk on the sea, there are huge enemies that cannot be thrown away, because my enemy is the world and its darkness, either the green pheasant, or the matter. This time, I have already involved you twice. If this kind of thing keeps happening, no matter how good you are, one day you will regard me as a burden and betray me. Abandon me and leave. This is what I fear most. So I don't want you to save me at all. I'm going to die anyway. I want to just die here. Nicole Robin, the black-haired Imperial sister in a black uniform, confided in her heart the words deeply buried in her heart. What kind of despair should this be? Only then can she say such words. Ha 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 ha. For Robin's tragic experience, Spandam, wearing a half mask, did not have the slightest sympathy, but laughed more and more wildly. So that's the truth. You are right. No idiot would be willing to be dragged down by you. Look at the flag, pirates. That flag is the 4 seas and the Great Sea Routes. More than 170 franchise countries. The symbol of the formed joint organization. This is the world. Spandam laughed triumphantly. I finally know who Robin's enemy is. On the roof of the courthouse, the youth in a straw hat looked calm as usual. Sniper King, shoot that flag through. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirate Group, Monkey D. Luffy, said calmly. Learn long-nosed Usopp calmly responded. As the dazzling fire flashed, the flying government flag was pierced. This represents the declaration of war by the Straw Hats on the world! Exclamation mark. Chapter 44. Chapter 44 URYY. Nami was stunned. Seeking flowers evaluation. Woo woo woo. The high-pitched and loud train whistle sounded unsuitably in the interior of this judicial island. Pirate kids on the Rocket Man of the Sea Train number 0, which is shaped like a shark. The drunken old man Yukikalu shouted loudly through the phone worm with the spirit of drinking. It's Granny Cocolo's voice, and Rocket Man. On the roof of the courthouse, the thief cat Nami said in surprise. The top priority now is to get Sister Robin as soon as possible, but the suspension bridge is only halfway down. How should we get there? Sanchi anxiously said. Enough. Half is enough. Kokoluo laughed. Pirate kids, take out your adventurous aura and rush out with the Rocketman. The countdown counts down 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the gate of the trial hall was severely smashed by a sharp shark head. The full-powered Rocketman jumped high using half of the suspension bridge as a springboard. Ha 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 ha. Straw Hat Luffy understood the meaning of Kokra's words. Amidst the horrified expressions of all the partners, he stretched his hands, and led them to jump down in one breath. Boom! The first-generation Sea Train Rocketman completed its last leap in the world, and a group of straw hats rammed into the Justice Tower. Spandam, who had thought that the other side would never be able to get through, was so startled that his eyes were about to jump out of his sockets. Hey, CP9, pirates. The pirates are here. You hurry up and fight them back. I will take Nicole Robin to the Gate of Justice. By the way, Lucci, you also follow me. You must take good care of me as an officer. Zanwu's Spandam gave orders to CP9 in a panic. A few minutes later, the last and most critical battle of this judicial island incident that started in the capital of water, The all-out war between the Straw Hats and CP9 has officially started! ! 3 Zord-style pirate hunter Oronoa Saron confronted Cuckoo, the square-nosed CP9, second only to Rob Lusai, because he abides by the knighthood and was defeated by Khalifa, Sanji Blackfoot regroups and fights fiercely with Gabra, the third-line werewolf in CP9, the navigator of the Straw Hat Regiment. The little thief cat Nami succeeded Sanji and became Khalifa's opponent. The rival of Tony Chopper, who sells cute pets and serves as a spare food, is the lion Snuggle that has mastered the return of life. After licking 2 Ramba balls one after another and still unable to win the lion's Snuggle, Chopper took out the 3rd Ramba ball. I made the reindeer when I should do it. Chopper plucked up the courage to take the 3rd blue ball. The reindeer go wild! CP9's well-known big-mouthed Charbobin No Owl is responsible for Frankie, the 8th man in the Straw Hat Regiment who has not joined the team. Finally, Rob Lucy, who was in charge of protecting Spandam, got his wish and met and fought again with Captain Straw Hat Luffy with the help of the little girl Zymoni. This is the beginning of the bloody fight to the flesh. Kianman, the main island, and the Judicial Tower. The Judicial Island, one of the 3 major government agencies in the world, has completely turned into a battlefield of blood and fire. At this moment, a small black spot suddenly appeared on the horizon of the Judicial Island, with an extremely fast speed. It didn't take a moment. The tiny black spot on the horizon gradually enlarged. That is a huge eagle. 2 people stood on Juning's back. This is the Judicial Island. It has already started. Luffy and the others. YY had an anxious look on her face. Teacher, I know. Let's go. Luo Feng comforted Weiwei's hair. Junying waved his wings and went straight to the deepest Judicial Tower. 1 minute later. The Judicial Tower is here. Teacher, I'm leaving now. YY greeted and jumped straight down, wanting to help the Straw Hat group. In the previous Alabastan incident, the Straw Hats did their best for her and Alabastan, and it was almost destroyed. Now is the time for her to give back to these good partners. Nighthawk, go and have fun by yourself. Luo Feng faced Jun Yingdao at his feet. Yuta the eagle made a long cry, and his figure gradually shrank, chasing the breath of the sword away. On the other side, Luo Feng's figure in the sky suddenly disappeared with the wind. Inside the Justice Tower, the battlefield of women. The battle between Straw Hat Regimental Sailors Nami and CP9 Bubble Fruit ability Khalifa is in progress. Compared with the fighting of men, the confrontation between women is much more elegant after all. Of course, the premise of this elegance is that there is a huge power gap between the 2 sides. Just like Nami and Khalifa, compared with the arduous practice of the world government. Since she was a child, the Superman Khalifa who has mastered the 6 forms and has more than 600 powers, Nami's 3-legged cat kung fu is naturally not enough. The battle was one-sided from the beginning. At the terrifying speed of Khalifa's 6-style shave, Nami didn't even have the opportunity to touch the corner of the opponent's clothes, and could only be passively beaten. Fortunately, for weak opponents, Khalifa didn't go all out at the beginning, but with the idea of playing tricks, and Nami was able to persist stubbornly. It's a pity, she's a little girl, but her skin is so rough. Califana's faintly playful breath sounded in Nami's ears. Listening to the devil whispering after she came, Nami couldn't help being startled in a cold sweat, and hurriedly kicked in a roundabout. It's a rare big sister who kindly wants to take care of your skin. Don't be so excited. Khalifa clasped Nami's ankles calmly. Golden Bubble. The Bubble Fruit ability is activated. Khalifa's slender hands started from the back of Nami's instep and swam up smoothly all the way. The picture is beautiful at once. In the blink of an eye, Nami's long legs were as if they were covered by a layer of gel fat, shining with the light of colorful soap bubbles under the light. Well, I can't use my feet. I can't stand up, Nami exclaimed. The feet became so smooth that they couldn't even stand. Don't be afraid, little sister, let the big sister give you more love next. With a relaxed smile on Khalifa's face, she drew closer to Nami. At this time, dragons are accompanied by the girl's tender voice, The powerful airflow suddenly penetrated the wall. Dragon's broken tooth, a blue shadow galloped through the fragments of the sky all over the wall. The dragon's claws that surrounded the strong wind easily shattered the ground. Nami, I'm here. There is no need to worry anymore. You are. Why? Nami was stunned. Chapter 45. It's okay, Nami, because I'm here. Vivi, the equably long-haired girl who violently broke through the wall and came to Khalifa's boudoir, waved her small hand, and her black rain-shielding robe rattled, showing her sassy and heroic appearance. At this moment, suddenly joined the battlefield and came to Nami. Why, who spoke handsome lines, was like a brave who rescued the princess at a critical moment in the story. For a while, CP9 Khalifa's boudoir battlefield fell into absolute silence with the arrival of Vivi. Khalifa, who was forced to retreat with the dragon's claw by YY, supported the ground with the slender finger of her right hand. The slender right leg wrapped in black silk fishnet stockings extended backwards to the extreme, maintaining a half-squatting posture. The eyes under the gold wire glasses stared at the girl in front of her unblinkingly, her muscles tightened, and her pretty face was extremely solemn. Instinct told her that the little girl in front of her was definitely not easy. Under that seemingly thin body, there is an unimaginable power hidden. It's not just Khalifa. Same. At this moment, Nami's eyes, who was guarded by YY, also watched unblinkingly and suddenly appeared, protecting her girl. Familiar long aqua blue hair, familiar figure, familiar smell and that familiar voice, all the familiarity gathered and reorganized in Nami's mind in an instant. What finally emerged was that his face was Ryu. YY. Nami's beautiful eyes widened at a speed visible to the naked eye, her small mouth gradually opened into an O shape, and her whole person was stunned on the spot. We the brave YY smiled and finally turned around. That's right, Nami, it's me. With a brilliant arc on YY's face, she greeted the stunned girl in front of her. Oh, Nami's cries of surprise echoed throughout the Justice Tower. YY, it's really YY. Is it really you? YY, I'm not dreaming. Nami rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and held the girl's delicate hand in front of her. It's really my duck, Nami, you read that right. You helped me and my country last time. This time it's my turn to help you. I will tell you in advance that I am very strong now. YY raised her arm to show off her small muscles. It turned out to be true. Nami, I've wanted to ask since just now, what's the matter with your feet? Why are they so smooth? YY's gaze fell on Nami's unnatural feet, and a look of doubt appeared on her face. This is the woman's ability, be careful. YY. Nami quickly reminded. Ability? Hey, could it be that what I saw below is similar to Sanji? YY thought of the broken and smooth doll she saw on the first floor a minute ago. That's Sanji, who was also changed into that by her ability. Nami pointed to Khalifa. That's it. I know, Nami, just watch it now, then leave it to me. YY bears well and turned to face Khalifa. Here comes another little sister. You guys had a very hot conversation before. The corner of Khalifa's mouth raised a curve. Even though the heart is extremely vigilant, it is naturally impossible to show face. I really don't like fighting, so as long as you restore Nami's feet and Sanji obediently, I will let you go today. YY is full of confidence with her hands on her hips. What an unlovable little sister. Who do you think I am? I'm the Superman of CP9. Shave. When the voice fell, Khalifa's figure suddenly blurred after her debut. YY, be careful. Don't let her hand touch her. Nami, who hid in the corner, repeatedly reminded her. It's a little late. Khalifa, who came quietly behind YY at the speed of 6 shaves, smiled confidently. The gold bubble flicked past. The result was nothing. Don't underestimate the intuition of the Dragon Slayer. Vivi, who dodges Khalifa's assault by her instinct, fought back. The right hand wrapped in the sharp gust of wind fell towards Khalifa's lower abdomen. Chill. Khalifa's tight-fitting special attack suit tore at the sound, revealing its smooth lower abdomen. At the critical moment, if Khalifa did not retreat fast enough, it was definitely not just the clothes that had been torn before. What a little monster sister. The calmness on Khalifa's face was no longer. In this case, I won't keep my hands anymore. Khalifa's face suddenly became cold. The next second, a strange scene happened. A large number of soap bubbles suddenly rushed out of Khalifa's body, occupying a small half of the room. Master of Bubbles soap sheep under the covering of countless bubbles, Khalifa turned into a big fluffy fat sheep at this moment, and even the horns were reproduced. Vivi, those bubbles can't be touched either, they will be sucked away, Nami reminded. Anyway, just blow it all off. YY nodded, taking a deep breath without hesitation. Before Khalifa released the relaxing bubbles around her body, a dragon roar blew through. Wow! Unparalleled turbulent winds whizzed past. As a result, all the bubbles surrounding Khalifa's body were blown away, revealing Khalifa's strange posture. In order to imitate a sheep, Khalifa's body arched downward. Her arms bent in a funny posture on both sides of her body. That's it. The previous horns are your arms, Nami said with a left fist and a right palm. Puff. What kind of weird posture is this? Do you need to imitate it so seriously? YY couldn't help but chuckle. Listening to the laughter of Vivi and Nami, Khalifa, who was still in a funny sheep pose, immediately flushed with shame. Don't get too smug. It's just two little girls. Khalifa, who was ridiculed brutally, was angry. Shave. Land feet. Death finger gun. With the bonus of shame, Khalifa launched a series of 6-style combos. However, it was still unable to hit YY. Ming YY's speed is not as good as hers, but she is always able to dodge at critical moments. After 3 minutes of high-intensity fighting, Khalifa was also very tired. It's me now. YY smiled slightly. Extinction of the dragon, profound meaning shined through the sky. Exclamation mark. 46. Chapter 46. Extinction of the dragon, profound meaning shined through the sky. Exclamation mark. YY, who had passively dodged for a long time, finally started to fight back. Starting the hand is the strongest secret magic of slaying dragons. Feeling the strong threat from YY, Khalifa's expression changed drastically. She forced herself to take a breath, and she was about to preemptively use 6 shaves again. However, in the next second, Khalifa noticed something was wrong. I don't know when. This room is dissatisfied with various small air currents, blocking all her attack and retreat routes. In the previous 3 minutes of lightning confrontation, YY was not unprepared for anything. It's over. YY spoke calmly. Dragon slaying Upanishad big move bursts. Iron block at the juncture of life and death. All Khalifa can do is to fight hard with iron. However, under the profound meaning of the Dragon King magic, Khalifa's iron block is still not enough to see after all. Amid the screams, Khalifa's slender body danced with the wind barrier. After tens of seconds, the enchantment of wind dissipated. Already unconscious, Khalifa fell to the ground feebly. The tight-fitting special attack suit and black silk fishnet stockings were torn apart under the gust of wind. Only a little cloth is left to cover the vital parts. Ding, the key between the justice hidden in front of Khalifa fell and picked it up for Nami. 1. YY turned around and gestured to her good sister Nami with a big smile. So amazing. Really amazing. Witnessing Vivi's powerful combat power to defeat CP9 Superman, at this moment, Nami's heart is nothing but a sigh. Obviously a month ago, YY was still an ordinary girl like her. She couldn't even beat a banana crocodile. But now, only separated in less than a month, YY turned upside down. Strength is not the same. What happened in this? No, I forgot to ask her to help you and Sanji recover. Supporting Nami to stand up hard, YY finally realized the problem. Fortunately, she did not kill her. Khalifa only fainted temporarily. Patience for a while. I'll wake her up, YY said. At this time, boom, suddenly, a violent roar was heard on the outer wall of the judicial tower. What's wrong? Is it an earthquake? YY was puzzled. Next second, the terrifying explosion recurred. The walls of Khalifa's boudoir were once again destroyed by violence. A huge monster reached into it with the palm of his hand. Make a mess in the room. The bathtub was blown away and the water pipe buried in the room burst. The splash of water washed away the soap bubbles on Nami's feet. My feet are restored. So it's water who can wash away this state. Nami was stunned. This is great. But Nami, looking at the huge monster that suddenly appeared in front of her, the expression on Waiwai's face gradually became unnatural. What's wrong? Nami asked. Hey, Nami, look at this monster. Does it look like Tony-kun? Waiwai pointed at the violent monster and said in a daze. Oh, Nami's eyes rounded instantly. That horn and the hat are really Chopper? But why? Why did Chopper become like this? Nami exclaimed, panicking for a while. Nami, what should I do next? I don't want to fight Tony-kun. Waiwai said at a loss. Let me think about it. Calm down. Nami bit her thumb tightly. After eating 3 blue balls, Chopper roared in pain, and waved his giant claws to destroy everything in front of him. Oh, if the teacher is here at this time. Waiwai hugged Nami and quickly dodged. Ah, I thought about it. I have a way. Nami suddenly yelled, seeming to have thought of something. What did you think of? Waiwai asked. Water. Still water. Chopper is a capable person. As long as he touches the sea, he will be relieved of his abilities. Waiwai, now you will be able to do it. Nami said. I understand. I will try my best. Waiwai nodded firmly. Putting Nami down in a safe place, Waiwai went straight forward and faced Chopper. Sorry, Tony-jun, I'm going to be on it. Waiwai's footsteps gradually accelerated. Tenryu no Nami. The relatively mild tornado wind swept out, staggering Chopper's head in the runaway form, and suddenly fell backward. Swish. Waiwai followed closely and jumped down from the judicial tower. At the same time, all the manifestations of the Dragon King magic that he has learned so far have caused the monster Chopper to float continuously, and finally fall into the sea amidst the thumping sound. Impressive. In addition to Nami, who had the honor to witness this scene, there was Frankie the Iron Man, who was slapped to the ground by Chopper. Who is that woman? Enemy or partner? No matter what, let's go and see first. Frank stepped forward quickly. Frankie rushed to Chopper's fall point. Waiwai has already fished Chopper out of the sea. Hold on, Tony-jun, I will treat you right now. A soft blue light spread from Waiwai's hands to heal the seriously injured Chopper. The Lost Sky magic is also outstanding in its healing power. However, in just a few seconds, most of the wounds on Chopper's body have recovered. Are you Waiwai? Chopper opened his eyes and looked at Waiwai, who was treating herself. The expression on her face was gradually shocked and dull. What an amazing little girl. Now, look at your outfit. Maybe not those guys' partners? Frankie asked. Waiwai turned around and looked at Frankie, who had a strange body, raising her hand to a wind blade. What are you doing, bastard? It's going to die. Frankie scolded, avoiding the wind blade in a lazy donkey rolling posture. You pervert must be Luffy's enemy. Waiwai decisively judges people by appearance. That's not right, idiot. Although there have been festivals before, but now I am a partner. A partner, Frank said. Vivi, Frankie is not a bad person. Chopper spoke weakly, as evidence for Frankie. Hey, Waiwai looked disgusted. What is your look? Do you want to fight? Frankie, angry. Just when Waiwai held Chopper and returned to the judicial tower to meet Nami. The other side. The waterside terrace room on the heights of the Justice Tower. The battlefield where the 3 Zord-style pirate hunter and the CP9 giraffe fruit-capable person suddenly broke into an uninvited guest. That is an eagle with a sharp aura as a sword! Exclamation mark. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. The Eagle Who Knows the Sword. Sauron and Cuckoo are stupid. Seeking flowers. Evaluation on the upper floors of the Judicial Tower, a room on the Water Pavilion. The fierce confrontation between the second-in-command of CP9 and the giraffe form ability Shanfing Cuckoo and the second-in-command of the Straw Hat Group, Pirate Hunter Sauron is underway. Ultra-nosed gun unicorn shot Skull Cuckoo, who turned into a giraffe, shrank his slender neck into his chest cavity in one breath, and then suddenly fired like a cannonball. The square-nosed gun, stronger than the finger gun, slammed into Sauron mercilessly. 2 swords flow and 2 cuts should go upstairs. Jumping into the air, Sauron, who avoided the nose gun, swung his swords cut down to Cuckoo's stretched neck from top to bottom. There are no dead ends in the iron block. Cuckoo, the giraffe, with its neck retracted at the speed of light, turned his slender body into a short square shape like a transformer. Although this type has 4 corners, it does not have any dead corners. Asshole, I'm so annoying. What kind of plane are you doing? Just be a little serious. Seeing Cuckoo's funny defensive posture at this time, Sauron couldn't help but roared. Roar Noah Sauron. The old man has always been very serious. Besides, who told you that this form can't be attacked? Cuckoo's old-fashioned way. Come on, Lan Jiao, Kirin Shigyur. Cuckoo sitting on the ground with no dead ends with an iron block. His 4 hands and feet shook suddenly, kicking countless feet in the sky. The chopping wave suddenly reflected after hitting the ceiling, and turned back, like a sudden downpour, completely covering the area where Sauron was. Next is the final blow. When Sauron was still struggling to deal with the unicorn rain, Cuckoo lifted the dead-end iron block. He saw his right hand supporting the ground, and the long and narrow giraffe's neck suddenly rotated at high speed. Lan Jiao, Zuduan. The strongest extension technique of Cuckoo's 6-style landing foot, Zuduan, bursts. Seeing the giant Lan athlete's foot blade that hit, Sauron couldn't help being startled in a cold sweat, and quickly rolled around with a lazy donkey. Boom! Cuckoo's Lan feet fell on the tower of the judicial tower. After the violent roar, there was a moment of silence. Immediately afterwards, the huge judicial tower was cut off in the middle, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Even if I avoided it, there were 2 things. Cuckoo nodded in approval. In the next second, the battle between Cuckoo and Sauron was restarted. Tong! There was a loud eagle chirping, and Ling's Cuckoo and Sauron turned their heads at the same time. If it's just a simple eagle, it is naturally not worthy of their response. What really made them unable to ignore was the terrifying sword intent that followed. Under the wide gazes of Cuckoo and Sauron, Lei Ying's figure gradually became clear. What's the situation? What's wrong with that eagle? Cuckoo and Sauron screamed in unison, and they ceased the war tacitly. Tong! Under the ghostly expressions of Sauron and Cuckoo, the Nighthawk of the sword beast of the supreme big knife Black Sword Knight stood on the pavilion in the room. The sharp eagle eyes passed over Cuckoo, and finally locked on Sauron. Roar Noah, did you bring this wrong eagle? Cuckoo asked. Who knows? I don't know, Sauron refuted excitedly. When he was locked in by the Nighthawk's gaze, somehow, the wound in front of him that had nearly killed him turned out to faintly aches. It will be fully healed tomorrow morning. With the arrival of an eagle, the atmosphere of the battlefield of Shuexi Pavilion gradually became more subtle. After a good moment, Cuckoo took a deep breath and moved his gaze away from the body of the Nighthawk. Roar Noah, leave it alone, let's continue. Kakadao. While speaking, Cuckoo suddenly jumped up. The heavy land-foot dragon's Duan kicked out suddenly and flew towards Sauron. 2 swordsmanship and 2 demon slayers. Sauron's singing stopped abruptly before it ended. Keng! There was a loud crackling of gold and iron. Cuckoo's land-foot dragon Duan was suddenly smashed by a green sword aura flying out of the diagonal thorn. It was the Nighthawk on the pavilion waving its wings. Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, both Cuckoo and Sauron were completely stunned. 1 or 2 of them had their eyes rounded, and their eyeballs almost jumped out of their sockets. What did they see? An eagle swordsman? An eagle with wings that can wield sword aura! Exclamation mark. What kind of monster is this? Sauron and Cuckoo felt that the worldview was about to collapse. I see, this eagle must be a capable person. The animal is a bird and fruit-capable person. He must have hidden the knife in his wings. Cuckoo surely guessed. Hearing this, Sauron couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Among the people he knows, there are indeed those capable of transforming into a falcon. That's Falcon Bell, the deputy captain of the king's army in Alabastan. Could you be Bell? Although it was different from what he remembered, and the size was not very consistent, Sauron still asked tentatively. The result is naturally ignored by the gorgeous. There was another long silence. Sauron, who was disregarded, refocused on his opponent Cuckoo. Two-knife quicksand pattern Sauron issued an inverse cassock diagonally downward. However, before Sauron's blade touched Cuckoo, a dangerous warning came into being, forcing Sauron to turn around and block with his sword. When the sound of the transfer of gold and iron resumed, the sword aura of the sword beast Nighthawk's left wing shook Sauron for several meters. "Asshole, if it's an enemy or a partner, you have to make a statement," Sauron scolded angrily. This time, Saber Beast Nighthawk finally did not ignore it. The two wings moved together, like a person's hands, making a provocative move towards Cuckoo and Sauron together, as if to say you go together. Aha! Both Sauron and Cuckoo were dumbfounded. By the way, is that something wrong with journeying? Is it saying let us go on together? Cuckoo understood the gesture of the Nighthawk. In response, Sauron nodded in sympathy. At the same time, infinite absurdity could not help but give birth to in my heart. His dignified pirate hunter Sauron, the big pirate who offered a bounty of up to 60 million Baileys, was provoked by an eagle today! Chapter 48. Chapter 48 Sauron, damn it, this eagle's Kendo realm is still above me. See flowers for evaluation. The battlefield of the Water Pavilion Tower. With the arrival of an eagle, the atmosphere of the original serious duel gradually became unsound. Under the contempt and provocation of the Nighthawk, Sauron was angry, and Cuckoo was also angry. "Asshole, whether you are Bell or not, you will definitely take off your wings today and grill it for wine." Sauron was holding double knives and stepped forward angrily. "It's also an old one." Cuckoo, who was also enraged by the provocation of the Saber Beast Nighthawk, also moved calmly. On the way forward, his neck gradually retracted and his body shortened. The relatively short limbs gradually stretched out, and finally approached a human form. The two people who were originally hostile to each other and fought to the end, but now because of an eagle, have come together and share the same hatred. "It's just an eagle, with such a small wing, it's not old enough to eat." Cuckoo sneered, and the two knives in his hand staggered with a spark. The pavilion tens of meters away seemed to be responding to Cuckoo's provocation of not enough food. The body of the sword beast Nighthawk grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In Sauron and Cuckoo's ghostly expressions again. The eagle, which was originally only a baby size, rose up against the storm. It didn't take a moment for it to turn into a missile sculpture that was as tall as a person. Boom! The pavilion on the small artificial lake collapsed because it could not bear its weight. Dong dong! Amid the heavy footsteps, the Nighthawk in the form of their divine carving sword beast stepped out of the dust domineeringly. Seeing the scene of Xioni Aaron and Lori suddenly turning into a muscular macho, the corners of the eyes of Sauron and Cuckoo twitched, especially Cuckoo. He just said earlier that the other party's wings were too small to eat. As a result, the other party directly became huge and satisfied his request. Cuckoo had an urge to cry. The previously petite form of the Nighthawk sword beast has given him a lot of pressure. The current form of the muscular sculpture is even worse. For the mood of Cuckoo and Sauron at this moment, the Nighthawk of Saber Beast obviously wouldn't care at all. Not long ago, Luo Feng let him move freely for fun, so it came here, ready to have fun with Sauron and Cuckoo. Nothing more. Wow! The muscular divine sculpture's wings like a big sword flared at will. A terrifying scene happened. The ground cracked suddenly with the spread of its wings. What kind of monster is this? Sauron's eyelids jumped wildly. Up until now, it's only going to happen. Cuckoo's heart was crossed. His eyes squinted, and he launched an attack as expected. Four blades Nilin. Cuckoo's original foot extension technique is activated. While the two knives in both hands were swung, the feet that vacated in the air also kicked out abruptly. Double knives plus two birth blades, like four knives at once. It's more than that. This move is not only off, but a continuous launch. With the continuous swing of Cuckoo's double knives and feet, the foot attack like a violent storm greeted the muscular divine eagle. Ha ha ha, how's it going, you monster? Leave me torn apart, Cuckoo shouted proudly. However, in the next second, the smug expression on Cuckoo's face suddenly solidified. and it was replaced by a thick shock and disbelief, because, faced with the four swords, he went all out. There was no response from the muscular divine eagle. Yes, not only was there no attack, but even the defense was too lazy to defend. Just let Kuku's four swords fall on it one after another. Even more weird, and what made Kuku unable to believe, was that no matter how violent his four swords flow, he could never hurt the opponent's hair. He attacked with all his might, and even the feather of the muscular divine carving was unable to cut one. Only countless sparks splashed around. Does his attack seem to be hitting iron? Do not even if it is iron, it should be cut off by him. Could it be said that the body of this great eagle is stronger than iron? Kuku thought, shocked. If he knew that the ugly big eagle in front of him, whose true identity was the supreme great knife, I am afraid that he would not be so shocked. If anyone can cut off the supreme big knife Black Blade Knight, then Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, can't do it for so long. The tinkling sound of iron strikes lasted for a minute. At a certain moment, accompanied by a cracking sound, the short knife in Kuku's right hand shattered. Can't continue. This eagle definitely has a problem. Kuku had this idea in his heart, and retreated decisively. At the same time that he was retreating, the muscular divine sculpture finally began to fight back. I saw its broad wings fluttering suddenly. A huge green knife light burst out suddenly and fell on Kuku's body. Only for a moment. Kuku's proud iron defense was smashed. The body was bowed into shrimps. His eyes burst out. His mouth was wide open, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. There was a loud bang. Kuku's figure fell heavily into the ruins of the wall. The giraffe shape receded, his eyes turned white, and he was completely injured and unconscious. The huge water pavilion battlefield is extremely quiet. Sauron just widened his eyes and looked at Kuku, who was unconscious, in disbelief. Just a blow. Previously, he tried his best but failed to defeat. Even the opponent's defense was defeated by a powerful enemy who could not completely defeat it! What a damn it is. More importantly, Sauron was sure this incredible eagle that will grow bigger and shrink is really a swordsman. No, or a swordsman. This is a swordsman eagle, and his Kendo realm is even higher than himself. Thinking of this, Sauron was stunned. However, the things that made him even more dumbfounded were yet to come. Beat Kuku's muscular god-carving paws with a spiritual kick. Another knife originally held by Kuku was kicked and flew up. I saw the muscular divine eagle open the beak and bit the hilt of the flying knife with one bite. At the same time, its wings are also open, making a good fighting posture. This is ... 3 swords style? I at %. I went to the hell today. 49. Chapter 49. Broken judicial tower on the first floor of the battlefield. Vivi, who succeeded in preventing Chopper's runaway, reunited with Nami, who went downstairs. Vivi, how is Chopper? Nami stepped forward anxiously. Nami, I'm fine, and my body is much better than I thought. Chopper spoke up, lying on Frank's head. Huh, great, really great. Nami exhaled and looked scared. Hey, hello, Nami from the Straw Hat Group, can you tell me what is going on now? Is this strong and excessive little girl also your partner? Frankie exaggerated loudly. Yes, YY is also our partner. Chopper and Nami agreed. Tony-kun, Nami YY's moved nose was sore. The X on the back of the hand is proof of a partner, isn't it? YY. Nami caught YY's delicate hand and drew an X on the back of her hand. YY nodded heavily. By the way, YY, why are you here? And you are so amazing now. We were separated in just 1 month. How did you do it? My head is about to explode. Nami was finally able to relax, and the doubts accumulated in her mind so far burst out of her mind. Yeah. YY, what the hell is going on? I still have a dreamlike feeling now. Chopper also asked repeatedly. Well, calm down, Nami, Tony-kun. In short, I will explain to you bit by bit. It's too early to be shocked now. YY smiled mysteriously. YY, speak quickly. Nami hugged YY's arm and urged again and again. Actually, I am. Miss Nami. Before YY finished speaking, a flattering shout suddenly came from the second floor. With the scarred Straw Hat chef, Sanji Heizu slipped down the stairs gracefully. Sanji, where did you go just now? I just wanted to rescue you with water, Nami said. Miss Nami, is this worrying about me? I'm really so happy. Even in a severely injured state, Sanji was still happily twisting the Yanko. Be a little serious, bastard. Nami hurried decisively and punched Sanji to the ground. Yes, Miss Nami, in fact, a bathtub suddenly fell down and hit me before. The water in it happened to help me wash away the bubbles, and then I took the time to solve the lying werewolf opposite. Sanji Road. That's it. It's Chopper's credit. Nami figured it out in an instant. Sanji's problem is already clear. Then you can continue to talk about YY. Nami said. YY nodded, her red lips slightly opened again. However, this time YY couldn't even say a word. Base Sanji, who was knocked over by Nami's punch, suddenly grew up like he had eaten a soul-recovering pill. I heard Miss YY's name just now. It's really Sanji, whose eyes were full of only Nami, finally parted his gaze and fell on YY's body. Oh, it's really Miss YY. Sanji's voice increased more than an octave. Ha ha ha, Sanji, long time no see. I will help you heal your injury later. YY greeted. Miss YY. Sanji let out an enthusiastic cry of goosebumps, and hurriedly moved to twist Yanko beside YY. Snapped. Nami decisively kicked Sanji again and trampled him under her feet. Even so, Sanji still looked happy. Unexpectedly, I can still see Miss YY. I am still trampled underneath by Miss Nami. I am so happy. Is this heaven? Sanji enjoys the self-talk. Yes, yes, YY, please ignore this idiot and let's continue, Nami said. YY looked around and confirmed that no one would suddenly jump out again before finally speaking. Actually, I am practicing with my teacher. When I was practicing at sea last night, I happened to see Nami and your sea train passing through the tsunami. I learned everything from the teacher, so I came to help as soon as possible. YY used the fastest speech speed, and she finished talking about the causes and consequences in just a few seconds. The first floor of the huge Justice Tower fell into absolute silence as YY's voice fell. Whether it was Nami, Chopper, or Sanji or Frankie, the expressions at the moment were all dumbfounded. Too much information. They couldn't digest it for a while. Follow the teacher to practice. Whom did you apprentice YY to? Nami captured this key point of information. Well, my teacher is the greatest person in the world, YY proudly said. Practicing at sea last night? Hey, I remember the days of the gods of water yesterday. Fran cried strangely. Yes, the spiritual mission the teacher gave me is to defeat the gods of water. YY answered naturally. Nanny. My god. Frankie slapped his forehead. So amazing. Really amazing. YY. Chopper's eyes sparkled. No, nowhere. I'm still far behind. YY touched the back of her head shyly. Wait a moment. Sanji, who was stepped on by Nami, suddenly raised his hand and paused. In other words, Miss YY, you have been apprentices and learned art in less than a month, and now you have become stronger than you imagined. That's what it means, Sanji concluded. Yes, all thanks to my teacher. YY's face is full of admiration and longing. It's amazing. YY, who was about the same as me, has pulled me such a distance in less than a month. YY, your teacher. How sacred is it? Nami murmured in shock subconsciously. Nami, who has seen the scene where Vivi crushes Khalifa with her own eyes, knows how powerful Vivi is now. YY chuckled, and just wanted to talk nicely to her good sister about the greatness of her teacher. At this time, suddenly there was a loud bang from the sky. A figure smashed through the wall and fell towards the first floor together with countless rubble. That person is Claw ahead, Sanji yelled. Sauron. Nami and Vivi screamed together. Hey! What is that? Super Eagle? While Nami and the others were attracted by the flying Sauron, Frankie was keenly aware of the real body of the man who had sent Sauron flying. That was a super big eagle. Him going, what is that? Shouldn't the enemy of chlorophyta be a giraffe? When did it become an eagle? Sanji also widened his eyes in surprise, with a ghostly expression on his face. It's a leopard, a giraffe, a wolf, and now the eagle is here again. Is this a zoo? Nami couldn't help but complain that Wai, who was also startled by the appearance of the three-sword muscular sculpture, raised her hand weakly. What's wrong, Wai? Nami asked. Actually, that eagle is my partner. Vivi felt embarrassed again and touched the back of her head. Huh? Oh. Chapter 50. Actually, that eagle is my partner now. Puff. Just when Nami, Sanji, Chopper, and Frankie were shocked and horrified by the appearance of a new powerful enemy, Wai's playful voice sounded with a hint of embarrassment. So the large hall on the first floor of Judicial Island fell into a dead silence again. Wow! Boom, boom, boom. The gravel in the sky fell to the ground with gravity, making various impact noises. Damn it, what kind of monster is that? It can't be cut at all. How strong is its body? Besides, is that kind of thing really a living thing? Sauron, who fell along with the gravel, sighed, and struggled to get up and patted the dust on his body. Ahem. Sauron coughed twice, turned his eyes, and finally noticed the gathering of friends. Nami, Chopper, Frankie, and Sauron's gaze flicked across Sanji's body gorgeously. Hey, don't ignore me, green algae bastard. Sanji's excited penhold shot on the ground. Vivi. Those who ignore Sanji don't ignore the protest. Sauron's gaze falls on the last person in the room. After recognizing that it was the partner Vivi they knew well, Sauron also showed a shocked expression that was exactly the same as when Nami and others first saw Vivi. Why are you here? Similarly, Sauron asked the questions that Nami and others had asked before. Wai just wanted to answer, but was interrupted by Sauron. This is not the time to talk about this. Hey, you are all careful, the eagle above is not right, it's too strong. Sauron's gaze fell on the high-level muscle sculpture again. His expression solemn. Regarding Sauron's reminder, the four of Nami would no longer feel the slightest sense of urgency. Sauron, don't be nervous, every night comes with me. Wai soothed. What? The aura that Sauron had just mentioned disappeared with Wai's words. Yay, stop messing around, Sauron is a partner and can't do it. Wai called to the high-level muscle god carving. Explain everything to everyone with practical actions. Tong. In the voice of Wai's greeting, the three Zord flow muscles from the height screamed, and the huge body jumped down. In the process of descent, his body, which was originally like Automata Muscular Man, shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it turned into the size of a baby when Sauron first saw him, hovering around Wai for 2 weeks, and then standing firmly on Wai's shoulder, with his small head touching Wai's hair affectionately. Seeing this miraculous scene, everyone in the Straw Hat group was stunned once. Really a partner? Sauron's jaw almost drooped to the ground. Yay, is this the name of this incredible big eagle? Yeah, because Yi is a female, doesn't it feel like a girl to call Yi? Wai smiled and answered. Everyone. Feeling like a girl? How don't you look at it? It's not like it. What kind of girl is that muscular brother's expensive form before? Hey. Obviously it is King Kong Barbie. Sauron and Frankie complained wildly in their hearts. Vivi, so special and so powerful. The eagle that Sauron can't beat. Yay, where did you find it? Nami asked the voice of everyone. It was not found. Every night was sent by someone. No. It was exchanged. With the teacher's power, it became like this. Wai replied. Nami and others. You look at me and I look at you. Her face is dumbfounded. After thinking about it for a moment, Wai didn't hide it anymore. Actually, this is not Yi's true body. You should also know his true posture. Wai said. The real posture? We know each other. Nami, Zora, and Sanji made head tilt movements in unison. Yay. Restore your true body. Wai said. Tong. With a long cry, the Nighthawk of Sword Beast suddenly changed and returned to the form of the Supreme Big Knife and Black Sword Knight. Kang. The sharp, supreme knife fell to the ground, and the ground cracked. For this horrible scene, Nami and others have no leisure time to shock. At this moment, all their attention is attracted by the real body of the muscle goddess Yi. This is that can be no mistake. The Supreme Knife Black Blade Knight. Sauron raised his scream 18 degrees. The world's largest swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk's saber, Black Blade Knight. At this moment, Soren's mood could not be simply described by shock. At the same time, he finally understood it, knowing why the huge scar in front of him would faintly hurt when he first saw the Nighthawk of Sword Beast. Because this scar was originally cut out by it. No, Soren, now Hawkeye Mihawk is the second largest swordsman in the world, and the first one is my teacher. YY seriously corrected. You should have seen the report of Pukeport in the newspaper. YY reminded. So, it turns out that the report is true. Then the blue-haired girl who fought with Hawkeye is indeed YYU. This time it was the idiot captain who got it right. Sanji was amazed and couldn't help but grind his teeth straight. Hi Dowie, yee. This is unbelievable. Nami whispered in shock unconsciously. It's obviously a sword. Why can you become an eagle? Super doesn't understand. Fran cried strangely. It's no wonder that I haven't understood it since just now, and I have been able to communicate with the eagle before. Chopper suddenly realized, wait a moment, what happened today is really amazing. My brain processor can't keep up at all. Cool down. Soren pressed his fingers firmly against his head and did not relax. Teacher, is the key point still the teacher? Why? How sacred is your teacher? Nami, who had grasped the key point, looked at YY with piercing eyes. Hey, I just said that, teacher. He is the most incredible and greatest existence in this world. YY said. So is he here now? Nami's eyes gleamed. I can't wait to see the Godman teacher who has achieved many miracles. Yes, I'm here with the teacher, I will definitely be able to see it, but, Vivi paused. Nami, before meeting the teacher, you have to be fully prepared mentally. Why? Nami was puzzled. Because I'm afraid you will fall into the duck as soon as you see the teacher. After all, my teacher is really too good. YY said. How could it be impossible? Impossible. Nami waved her hand and set up a few bright flags for herself. In the next second, Nami suddenly became serious again. By the way, is YY your teacher rich? YY was taken aback, then nodded subconsciously. So the light in Nami's eyes grew stronger. It's not too late. Let's go quickly and find the teacher. Nami urged. I want to see you too. Soren nodded his head with his brain recooling, desperately wanting to see the new world #1. It's alright, but where are Luffy and Usopp now? Are they really okay? YY asked. Nami and others were taken aback again. Because the series of events such as YY's appearance was so shocking, they all forgot the rescue mission of the captain and the most important partner for a while. It wasn't until YY reminded them that they finally remembered. The most urgent thing is to find Luffy and the others first. Sanzai rode. YY nodded. Wait, YY, I have one more thing to tell you. Actually, the reason why we are here this time. Nami, who calmed down again, thought of another important thing to tell YY. But she didn't wait for her to finish. I know, Nami, the person you are trying to save is Nicole Robin. I already know everything. YY said calmly. Do you know? YY. Nami was surprised. Miss YY. Vivi. Tangled colors appeared on the faces of Sanji, Chopper, and Soren. They knew that Robin was once a member of the Baroque Job Club and did too much to Alabastan. At the beginning, they didn't want to accept Robin's embarkation. They were always wary. But after experiencing various adventures together, especially after the Water City incident, Robin was already an inseparable part of their Straw Hat Pirates. However, YY is also a partner of their Straw Hat group. The choice is cruel. What do you do with this expression? The top priority now is to find Luffy and rescue Robin, isn't it? YY clapped her hands and smiled. Vivi, don't you blame us? Robin used to. Nami asked. No wonder, I came here when I knew everything. Besides, Nicole Robin, who was able to die for you, is indeed the best partner of our Straw Hats, isn't it? YY said. Nami and others nodded. Let's go. Go and end all this, let's go back safely together.